simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 89, Invasion of Soul Society. Huang Rang's kick hit Ao Anka where he was injured. After the injury was compounded, Ao Anka screamed in pain and then died completely. He fainted. Chu Yang estimated that, even if he was not paralyzed, he would be unable to get out of bed for at least 1 or 2 years. Jing felt sorry for what happened to Ao Anka and couldn't help but say to Huang Rang, "Miss Huang, you were too cruel." Cruel? Huang Rang said with a bad look. If I didn't have a treasure to protect me, who knows what would happen to me if I fell into his hands? And you, who are you to preach to me? Jing's face turned red, but he was tongue-tied and couldn't think of anything to refute, so he could only turn around and sulk. Ao Anka's defeat meant that the 5 masters that Wan An Hongli was proud of in the past were all defeated. Without masters, it would be difficult for him to guarantee his own safety. Chu Yang stood on the roof and asked from a high position, "Wan An Hongli, are you still not going to hand him over?" Wan An Hongli said angrily, "I have no grudges with you in the past or in the present. Why do you have to break up our family today and force me to a dead end?" Chu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "How dare you say the word break up? 18 years ago, you were chased by Kyu Chuji and mistakenly entered Niuji village. You were saved by Baozero and saved your life. But not only did you not repay the favor, you also had a crush on Baozero. In order to get Baozero, you bribed the Southern Song General Duan Shan to lead troops to chase Guo and Yang families, causing other people's families to be broken up and their wives and children to be separated. You took the opportunity to play a hero to save the beauty and coax Baozero. You actually had the nerve to say that I broke up your family. Which one is yours, your wife or your child?" Facing Chu Yang's questioning, Wan An Hongli panicked. He didn't know why this person in front of him knew the secret that had been buried for 18 years. Could he really be an immortal? Baozero, who was on horseback, heard this and suddenly struggled to get up. She glared at Wan An Hongli and said, "Is what he said true?" Wan An Hongli was speechless. Wan An Kang also looked up at Wan An Hongli with a dull expression. This news was even more shocking than before. The father who raised him for 18 years was actually the culprit who caused his biological parents to be destroyed. How could you let him accept it? Such a truth is simply suffocating. Even if Chu Yang disliked him before, he couldn't help but sympathize with him at this moment. Yang Tixin, who learned the truth, was furious, and his blood surged, triggering his old illness. He had to press his chest, but he still endured the pain, and cursed Wan An Hongli, "You dog thief." Huang Rang was like a spectator eating melons, looking left and right, taking in the expressions of the parties involved, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Jing learned that Wan An Hongli in front of him was the murderer of his father. His eyes were red, and he was about to fight with him, but was pulled back by Yang Tixin. Chu Yang was already a little impatient, and lowered his head and said, "Wan An Hongli, 3 times is the limit. I have asked you twice. If you ask me the 3rd time, I will do it." Wan An Hongli was immediately caught in a dilemma. On one side was his wife and children, and on the other side was his own life and the lives of nearly 10,000 Jin soldiers. He no longer doubted that Chu Yang had the ability to kill them all. Wan An Hongli was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that these Jin soldiers would be buried with him. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were of great significance to Yanjing City. Losing them would make the defense of Yanjing City empty. Both the Liao Kingdom and the Southern Song Dynasty were eyeing the Jin Kingdom and would not give up any opportunity. If something went wrong in Yanjing City, the entire Jin Kingdom would become precarious in an instant. Wan An Hongli had to hold back his heartache and ordered to release Baozero and Wan An Kang. Under Chu Yang's gaze, the army slowly retreated. Wan An Hongli looked back 3 steps in the army formation, his eyes full of nostalgia. Wan An Kang was like a walking corpse, being dragged forward by Baozero. He could not empathize with Baozero's joy at this moment. Yang Tixin's family finally reunited and cried bitterly. Seeing this, Jing suddenly thought of his father and couldn't help but wet his eyes. This little brother, Yang, has to thank you. We just met by chance, but you are willing to help me. I will always remember this kindness. Yang Tixin looked at Jing and thanked him sincerely. Jing hurriedly explained his identity and brought the dagger that the Jiuo and Yang families had used as a token of trust in front of Yang Tixin. Yang Tixin touched the dagger excitedly, and the memories of 18 years ago kept pouring out. He murmured, "My eldest brother has a successor, a successor." Then, Jing told about his life in Mongolia over the years, and Yang Tixin was very moved. He suddenly remembered something, and looked at Wan Kang, also known as Yang Kang, and Muniansi. I made an agreement with brother Jiuo that, if our two families gave birth to a boy and a girl, we would arrange a marriage. If we had 2 boys or 2 girls, we would let them become sworn brothers. Yang Tixin looked back and forth between Yang Kang and Jing, and said, "From now on, you two are sworn brothers." Jing nodded, and he had no objection to this. This was something his mother had told him a long time ago. But then, Yang Tixin pointed at Muniansi and said, "I have a daughter, so this marriage can also be counted. What do you think?" Jing was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Huangrong, but Huangrong was surrounding Chu Yang, chattering like a little bird, and had no interest in paying attention to him. Muniansi was also startled. Her expression became very ugly, and her eyes looked at Chu Yang for some reason. They looked at Huangrong and Chu Yang respectively. Finally, it was Jing who broke the deadlock. He scratched his head and smiled. "Before I came here, my mother only allowed me to recognize my brothers, not my wife. I can't make the decision on this. I have to discuss it with my mother." Yang Tixin did not doubt him and nodded. "It should be so. I haven't seen you for so many years. I should also go to pay my respects to my sister-in-law, but this will have to wait until you and Kenji complete the martial arts competition in Jiaxing Misty Rain Tower." Speaking of the martial arts competition, Jing shouted after realizing it, "Oh no, the masters are still waiting for me to join them. After so many days of delay, they can't find me and will definitely be very anxious." Yang Tixin said in a deep voice, "Let's go back to Southern Song to find your masters. If it doesn't work, wait for them in Misty Rain Tower in advance." They were still discussing, but Chu Yang on the other side took Huangrong away. Seeing this, Muniansi was immediately anxious. She took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the 2 of them to stop them. Chu Yang asked in confusion, "Miss Mu, is there anything else?" Muniansi came to stop them in a fit of excitement, and now she couldn't give a reason, so she stood there hesitating. Huangrong sensed a hint of danger, and her eyes immediately became unfriendly when she looked at Muniansi. Fortunately, Jing arrived in time and helped the embarrassed Muniansi out of the siege. "Brother Chu, we also have to go back to Southern Song. Our destination is the small town where we met you last time. My masters are probably looking for me, so I have to go and meet them." Chu Yang coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. Jing's Vergana horse was still tied up in his backyard, the world of the god of death. Since Chu Yang made a deal with Urahara Kisuke, he stayed in Urahara's store for training and never went to school again. Urahara Kisuke taught him a lot about spiritual pressure and also trained him to control his own spirit particles. Chu Yang absorbed any knowledge very quickly. The 4 skills of the god of death: white fighting, instant step, kiddo, slashing technique. Beda for someone like Chu Yang who started out in melee combat, many fighting techniques are too familiar to him, and they are similar to fishman karate. Instant step also feels similar to instant body technique in ninjutsu, except that instant body technique requires a certain amount of chakra. There are things that can be learned from the 2, and Chu Yang has experience, so it is not too difficult to learn. Kiddo is much more complicated, and it can be divided into had, fud, and kade. In layman's terms, had is used for attack, fud is used for control and defense, and kade is for healing. Kiddo is basically the magic spell of the world of death god, and the release conditions are similar to those of the Harry Potter world, and it also requires chanting, and it also needs to be driven by spiritual power. In short, these 3 abilities are similar to what Chu Yang has learned in other worlds, so it is not difficult for him to get started quickly. Zanjutsu is even more important. Whether in the world of pirates or the world of Demon Slayer, Chu Yang's swordsmanship level has been steadily improving. But Urahara Kisuke could do nothing about the most important and crucial Zanpakuto. He could not help Chu Yang get Zanpakuto. Not everyone is as special as the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki. Under normal circumstances, to get a Zanpakuto, one must become a god of death. When the god of death was a student at the Shin'yang Academy of Spiritual Arts, he would temporarily borrow an unnamed Zanpakuto, which is a Zanpakuto that has not yet been released, called Shallow. Shallow is the prototype of Zanpakuto. Under the influence of the soul, spirit, and will of the god of death, it will gradually become the appearance that best suits the user. Eventually it becomes a unique Zanpakuto. If Chu Yang wants a Zanpakuto, he must follow the steps and become a god of death first, which also means that he has to give up everything in the world. Fortunately, Chu Yang has no attachment to the world, and it does not mean that becoming a god of death will not allow him to return to the world. Rules can only be used to restrain the weak. As long as the strength is strong enough, everything is not a problem. Another point is that becoming a god of death is part of the conditions in the deal between Chu Yang and Urahara Kisuke. After being driven out of Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke knew very little about Aizen's actions, and he needed someone to be his eyes in Soul Society. Chu Yang could play this role very well. As time passed, Rukia was brought back to Soul Society. Because she gave humans the power of the god of death without authorization, she was sentenced to death. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo was brought back by Urahara Kisuke for special training to prepare for going to Soul Society. The other friends were taken away by Shifungi and Yaruchi, and each of them was training in the full display technique. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw Chu Yang, his face was full of surprise, because Chu Yang had not been to school for a long time, and the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo even thought that Chu Yang had met with an accident. Seeing Chu Yang intact here, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little relieved, and the pressure of going to Soul Society was also reduced a lot. How strong Chu Yang is, Kurosaki Ichigo has a deep memory, and the scene of beating the hollow with his bare hands, he still feels very shocked when he thinks about it now. How can you not feel at ease with such a companion going to Soul Society? But Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know. Chu Yang went there this time to become a god of death and stay in Soul Society forever. After a while, Ichigo Kurosaki's special training ended. He finally succeeded in Shikei and learned the name of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Urahara Kisuke summoned the crossing gate, which had a spirit particle converter. Because Soul Society is a world of souls, one must become a spirit particle to enter Soul Society. Ichigo Kurosaki entered as a god of death, while others who went to Soul Society had to use a spirit particle converter to transform their physical bodies into spirit particle states. Chu Yang didn't feel anything strange during the whole transformation process. After completing the transformation, he felt that there was no obvious difference between the spirit particle state and the physical state. Shifungi and Yaruchi and the Black Cat State led the way in front, and a group of people followed and entered the crossing gate. It was pitch black inside the gate, except for the road under their feet. There was a twisted and dark fog all around. Yaruchi reminded everyone not to stop and to follow her closely. Chu Yang observed for a while and knew that they were now in the Dangei. The so-called Dangei is the gap between the real world and the Soul Society. It belongs to a different space. It is a space where several layers of broken space overlap and are surrounded by layers of time turbulence. The speed of time here is different from that in the outside world. If converted into specific multiples, it is about 2000 times. That is, if 1 year passes in the outside world, 2000 years will pass in the Dangei. The Dangei is full of Juliu, which is an airflow that can prevent the movement of souls. Its existence is to restrict the actions of hollows. It can not only protect the Soul Society, but also protect the real world. If there is no Juliu, it will be easier for hollows to invade the two worlds. The only bad thing is that Juliu is not just for hollows. As long as it is a soul, it will be affected. If Chu Yang and others do not dodge in time, they will be trapped in the Dangei forever by Juliu. This is why Yaruchi repeatedly reminds them to follow him closely. Juliu is like a flood that has been opened with turbulent waves. It follows Chu Yang and others at a very fast speed, gradually approaching, and is about to drown them. At the critical moment, Orihime used the shield Shun 6 flowers to form a barrier, barely blocking the Jilyu. The strong impact of the collision between the two directly pushed Chu Yang and his group out of the broken world. After landing, Chu Yang looked around. He found that there were some retro buildings around him, and he knew that he had safely arrived in the Soul Society. This is Rukange, and it is also the first place where all the dead souls live. After arriving in the Soul Society, Chu Yang looked here, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The most ironic thing about the world of death is that some people have been working like cows and horses all their lives when they were alive, but the Soul Society they came to after death is not the paradise they imagined, a place where they can enjoy happiness and peace. Those dead who have beautiful fantasies in their hearts have to experience everything in the world again in this place. It is even more cruel. People here will grow old and die, and can feel all the pain they experience in the world. The only difference is that in the Soul Society, the souls age very slowly. This means that they have to live here for many years. Is this a good thing? For people with the talent of death, it is indeed a good thing. But for those who don't have the talent of Shinigami, the time of experiencing pain and torture is actually increasing. For some people, living is painful, and after death, coming to the Soul Society is even more painful. This kind of pain is endless, and it never stops from generation to generation. It's terrifying. After arriving safely in the Soul Society, Yoruichi began to introduce the situation of the Soul Society to everyone. The Soul Society is divided into two parts, Shiritoi and Rukange. Shiritoi is the center of the Soul Society, and where the Shinigami live. It is also a gathering place for wealth and power. Rukange is the outer part of Shiritoi, divided into 80 areas, and there are 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. The larger the number, the smaller the resources. Not only is it poor, but there are also frequent violent incidents. To put it bluntly, it's like Manhattan and Brooklyn in New York. One is rich, the other is poor. One symbolizes order, and the other is the coexistence of freedom and chaos. The dead souls who come to Rukange want to live a good life in the Soul Society. There is only one way, that is to become a Shinigami and live in Shiritoi. Before Yoruichi finished explaining the situation in Soul Society, Ichigo Kurosaki rushed to the Soul Society impatiently. Many walls suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking his movement. A huge figure also appeared. The giant, as tall as a mountain, held an axe-shaped Zanpakuto and cut a deep crack on the ground. If you want to enter the White Gate, you must defeat me first. The giant laughed arrogantly. Yoruichi explained at this time, this guy's called Shiden Fang. He is one of the 4 great soul sects and the guardian of the White Gate. In addition, the other 3 soul sects also have their own guardians. If you want to enter the Soul Society from the Soul Sect, you must defeat these guardians. After Yoruichi finished speaking, Chad and others looked at Chu Yang. Everyone naturally thought that Chu Yang, as the strongest, should be the best candidate to challenge Shiden Fang. Chu Yang was not interested, and shook his head slowly. Shiden Fang was too weak. At most, he could be about the same as the lower level Great Hollow Gillian in terms of combat power. Then let me do it. Kurosaki Ichigo confidently crossed the line drawn by Shiden Fang, which meant that he would challenge this hero who had never lost in 300 years. Chu Yang, who had known the result long ago, did not pay much attention to their fight. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to use his observation haki to sense the surroundings. In the real world, he could not use his observation haki to sense the actions of the hollows, but here, after turning into a spirit particle, his observation haki began to work again. Chu Yang felt many powerful auras approaching. The closest aura was about to reach the White Gate. According to the plot, the person who came should be Ichimarujin, the captain of the 3rd division of the Gotei 13. If it was before, Chu Yang might have avoided his edge. But now that the observation haki can function normally in the Soul Society, Chu Yang can try to fight with Ichimarujin. This is a good opportunity to show his ability. It is just to deal with a travel disaster who broke into the Soul Society. With Ichimarujin's personality, it is unlikely that he will go all out and fight Chu Yang in the state of Bankei. Chu Yang did not want to escalate the battle to that level. If he could successfully hold Ichimarujin back for a while and show his talent and potential, given the character of the captain, Jinryusei Yamamoto, he would most likely agree to Chu Yang becoming a god of death. Ichimarujin's Zanpakuto God Spear can be extended quickly in an instant. As long as he doesn't use Bankei, Chu Yang is still confident that he can dodge the God Spear in the Shikei state with his observation haki. In the Shikei state, the limit distance of the God Spear is 100 times the length of the main body, and the attack has a very strong impact. No matter how strong the defense is, it can penetrate the enemy's body directly. Objectively speaking, Ichimarujin's God Spear is more like a modern sniper rifle, which can accurately attack the enemy's vital points from 100 meters away. Maybe it would be more appropriate to change the name to Barrett. In the Bankei state, this Zanpakuto directly changes from bird gun to cannon. Not only has a longer distance, but also a faster speed. The super fast speed and the kinetic energy generated can make the God Spear indestructible. The most difficult thing to guard against is that the Divine Spear can release a strong toxin that dissolves cells when attacking. Even Aizen, who is known as the strongest god of death, was almost killed by Ichimarujin due to carelessness. If it weren't for the re-evolution of the Hojioku, he would have received a box lunch in advance. This shows how strong Ichimarujin is. However, no matter how strong the Divine Spear is, it still has a very obvious flaw. As a direct attack type of Zanpakuto, the Divine Spear's fighting style has not changed much. It is simple and violent. If the enemy predicts the timing of the attack in advance, it can still be avoided. At least in the initial release state, it is not difficult for Chu Yang, who has the observation haki, to avoid the attack of the Divine Spear. Therefore, the mechanism of observation haki restrains the Divine Spear. As long as the reaction is fast enough, Chu Yang can completely avoid every attack of the Divine Spear. It doesn't matter if there are mistakes. Chu Yang's physique, coupled with the strengthening of a series of abilities such as Armed Color, Lightning Armor, and Sage Mode, will not cause fatal damage, even if he is hit by the Divine Spear a few times. And the strong vitality is enough for Chu Yang to recover from any injuries in battle. To use the words of a shield control, I can spend the whole day with you. In the blink of an eye, Seiden Fang, who was guarding the White Path Gate, was defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo, so fast that people were a little caught off guard. With his self-esteem damaged, Seiden Fang began to cry loudly. Kurosaki Ichigo tried to comfort him kindly, but ended up hitting his sensitive heart again, and Seiden Fang cried even harder. "We are a little rushed. Can you open the door before crying?" Chu Yang kindly reminded. "You are really a heartless guy." Seiden Fang glanced at Chu Yang dimly, then stood in front of the White Path Gate, raised his hands, lifted the entire gate, and signaled Chu Yang and others to enter. But he didn't see that someone was slowly walking from the other side of the gate. "I'm sorry, you can't pass through here today, so just go back." Jinichimaru, with short white hair, stood on the other side of the white gate, smiling at everyone. Then, he drew out his Zanpakuto, and with a flash of sword light, he injured Seiden Fang. Seiden Fang half knelt on the ground in pain, but did not let go, still holding the gate. Jinichimaru said coldly, "You can't even beat a few Ryukyu. You are such a waste. This is the punishment for your failure to protect the White Gate." Ichigo was furious when he saw this, and was about to attack, but was stopped by Yoruchi. "This guy is the captain of the third squad, a captain level Shinigami. You are no match for him. You better leave first, and then make a long-term plan." Ichigo didn't listen at all, and rushed over with Zangetsu, ready to fight Jinichimaru. He stepped forward and chopped, but was firmly held by Jinichimaru. Ichimarujin smiled slightly, swung his hand vigorously, and the magic spear in his hand turned into a white light, which directly knocked Ichigo Kurosaki away, and even the Seiden Fang who was struggling to support the back was also knocked out. At the moment the gate fell, Chu Yang stepped forward without hesitation, held up the white gate, and shouted, "Rushing now." Upon hearing this, Chad and others immediately rushed into the white gate, and even Ichigo rushed over quickly after getting up. "You can actually hold up the white gate. Your strength is really good." Ichimarujin was a little surprised, and after praising him, he immediately attacked Chu Yang. The magic spear stretched out again, turned into a white light and shot at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who was supporting the white gate at the moment, could not dodge at all. The magic spear was so fast and urgent that everyone had no time to react, let alone let Chu Yang be careful. The magic spear pierced Chu Yang's body fiercely. With a bang. In an instant, dust flew. Ichigo and others stopped and looked over anxiously. When the smoke and dust cleared, Chu Yang still stood under the white gate, with a lot of lightning and silver snakes dancing wildly on his body. He was like a thunder god. Did you manage to hold on? Ichimarujin and Yoruichi showed a somewhat shocked expression at the same time. Both sides knew the power of the divine spear. Seeing that Chu Yang was fine, Ichigo and others immediately rushed forward. As a result, after a few white lights, they were shot out one by the divine spear. I told you it's useless. Yoruichi reminded loudly. Ichigo and others could not break through Ichimarujin's blockade, and there was no point for Chu Yang to resist any longer, so he put down the white gate and walked into the Soul Society alone amid the shouts of Ichigo and others. Ichimarujin narrowed his eyes. I should have said that you can't pass through here. Chu Yang grinned. If you have the guts, just beat me out. I can fight you all day. Looking at Chu Yang, whose body was flashing with lightning, Ichimarujin suddenly became curious and asked, Fullbringer? I really want to know what kind of Fullbring can actually block my attack. Want to know? Chu Yang moved his body, stared at the Zanpakuto in Ichimarujin's hand, and smiled. I'll tell you after you win. TSK. Ichimarujin shook his head slowly and said with a smile, you seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't even use 10% of my strength in the attack just now. If I used all my strength, you would be turned into powder in an instant. Chu Yang hooked his finger at Ichimarujin. Then let's try it. As soon as the voice fell, the magic spear turned into a narrow white light and shot out, piercing Chu Yang with lightning speed. Ichimarujin's eyes flashed with coldness. He used at least 30% of his strength. The speed of the magic spear was 5 times that of before. It was impossible for the arrogant traveler in front of him to avoid it. He was waiting for the scene where Chu Yang was torn apart by the magic spear. But at the moment, when the magic spear was extended, Chu Yang's figure also disappeared in front of Ichimarujin. The magic spear, which was almost certain to hit, pierced directly into the air. Ichimarujin, who was always smiling, suddenly became serious. What a fast instant step, faster than most of the Shinigami and the Goto 13. Where did you learn it from? Ichimarujin became more and more curious about the young man in front of him. Chu Yang chuckled and said, I still say the same thing. I'll tell you when you win. The degree of the upward movement of Ichimarujin's mouth began to change. Everyone who knew him knew that he was a little angry now. You don't look like an ordinary small fish character, so I'll be serious and play with you. Ichimarujin shook the magic spear in his hand, and the tip of the sword was like starlight, turning into countless sword lights and piercing Chu Yang. The powerful impact caused cracks on the nearby walls and the ground. It was like a Barrett used as a machine gun. Just thinking about it makes people's scalp numb. In order to deal with such a fierce attack, Chu Yang's observation haki was fully activated, constantly predicting the location of the opponent's every stab and using instant movement at the same time. 10 seconds later, Ichimarujin stopped attacking, and his squinting eyes finally widened a little, looking at Chu Yang in surprise. His attacks just now were all dodged by the opponent, as if his attack was predicted in advance. This guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary traveler. Ichimarujin frowned and said, who are you? Chu Yang laughed and said, you can call me Yang. I'm currently studying at Karakura First High School. I'm a freshman. By the way, I'm the top student in my grade. Ichimarujin was stunned for a moment, then said with a strange expression, what a mess. I'm asking you, where did you learn the flash step from? Chu Yang touched his chin and answered thoughtfully, a grocery store owner who doesn't look like a good person. Hearing this, Ichimarujin's eyelids twitched twice. He took a deep breath, restrained his smile, stared at Chu Yang coldly and said, it seems that you don't intend to tell the truth. If you die next, don't blame me. Chu Yang shrugged helplessly, every word is the truth. You are really troublesome. Ichimarujin stopped talking nonsense with Chu Yang and exerted the power of the magic gun with all his strength. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not capture it at all, and the impact was completely different from before. Chu Yang felt a huge pressure and no longer held back. With the blessing of the armed color in the thunder armor, he entered the sage mode. The dazzling lightning made Chu Yang look like a god. In an instant, the divine spear had stabbed hundreds of times. But only once did it really hit Chu Yang, and he resisted it. Although Ichimarujan had no expression on his face, he was shocked by Chu Yang's ability again. Chu Yang did not stand there stupidly, but kept adjusting his position, always staying close to the limit of the divine spear, and was not pulled into the distance by Ichimarujan. If he was too close, it would be difficult for Chu Yang to dodge most of the attacks under such a high density of attacks. So the two of them kept moving, and the battlefield changed accordingly, gradually affecting many places in the Soul Society, attracting the attention of many people. Many Shinigami came, and even some captain-level figures. A travel disaster who suddenly broke into the Soul Society could actually fight with the captain of the 3rd division to such an extent, which surprised people, and made them very curious. After realizing that it was difficult for him to defeat Chu Yang in a short time, Ichimarujan's face became more and more ugly. It's not that he didn't have the idea of using his Bankei, but as the position kept changing, the two of them had already gone deep into the depths of the Soul Society. They were about to reach the headquarters of the Gotei 13. Here, the damage caused by the divine spear was incalculable. Although he would soon follow Aizen to leave the Soul Society, and would not be responsible for it, it would make Aizen's plan go wrong. If it affected Aizen's plan, although he didn't care about it, it was not the time to turn against him. After much consideration, Ichimarujan still suppressed the urge to use his Bankei, and said to himself, bear it a little longer, this kid will eventually run out of spiritual power and mental power. Then, under the watch of many Shinigami, they fought until the evening, and the sun went down, and the two were still fighting. In the end, the person who was exhausted first was Ichimarujan. He didn't have the spare time before, his face was ugly, and he cursed himself for being a fool. On the other hand, Chu Yang looked very embarrassed, but his spirit was obviously stronger than Ichimarujan. At this time, many captains and vice captains of the Gotei 13 stopped outside the field, and there were countless Shinigami under their command. A group of people watched Ichimarujan suffer a setback with relish. Kyoraku Shunsu, the captain of the 8th division who always loved to watch the fun, joked cheerfully, Captain Ichimaru, you are exhausted, right? Do you want to take a break? I will help you deal with this kid. Ichimarujan didn't say anything, secretly cursing Kyoraku Shunsu dozens of times in his heart. The next moment, with the uproar, the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni appeared on the battlefield of the two people, surrounded by some Shinigami. Yamamoto lowered his head, Chu Yang raised his head, and their eyes just collided. Chu Yang smiled slightly, dispelled the Sage Mode, and Lightning Release Armor, leaving only the armament Haki, that could not be seen by the naked eye, and then raised his hands high, sat on the ground, and shouted, I surrender. The many Shinigami who were watching the fun were puzzled. Chu Yang obviously had enough energy to continue fighting, so why did he suddenly surrender? Ichimarujan felt that he was fooled by Chu Yang, and was shaking with anger. He angrily said, what are you doing? Chu Yang simply lay down and said weakly, I've been fighting for a whole day. I'm tired and want to sleep. You should leave. Sleep? Ichimarujan almost had a brain congestion. Why don't you go to bed early? I've been playing monkey tricks with you here for a whole day. My colleagues are almost here, and you want to sleep? Hurry up and get up and continue fighting. Bastard. I must poke 3,000 holes all over your body. Stop it. The low and vicissitudes voice of the Captain Yamamoto suddenly sounded, and everyone's face was solemn. No matter how angry he was, Ichimarujan couldn't be so crazy as to disobey the order of the Captain Yamamoto, but he lost face today, and couldn't stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Kyoraku Shunsu walked to Chu Yang's side, and looked at him carefully. He saw the battle just now, and was a little shocked. Ichimarujan, who has no Bankei, is still the captain of the 3rd division. Even a Shinigami at the vice captain level cannot fight with the opponent for so long. But this kid can do it. How did he avoid the swift attack of the divine spear? Kyoraku Shunsu was very curious. Teacher, how should we deal with this travel disaster? Kyoraku Shunsu looked up at Yamamoto. He broke into the Soul Society without permission, and caused such a big mess in the Soul Society. Even if he surrenders, he can't be let go easily. lock him up, and wait until Rukia is executed, and then hand him over to the Central 46 Chambers for trial. Before leaving, the captain looked at Chu Yang deeply. Then he turned around and left, surrounded by the Shinigami. The old man seems to be quite interested in you. Kyoraku Shunsu whispered. Chu Yang smiled. No way, top students are so popular. Seeing Chu Yang so optimistic, Kyoraku Shunsu was surprised. Aren't you afraid? Chu Yang shrugged. There's no use being afraid. I can't beat you, so why waste energy on such useless emotions? Kyoraku Shunsu nodded and said, that makes sense. You are really an interesting guy. As soon as the two finished talking, Tozen Kaname, the captain of the 9th division who was in charge of the prison, walked to Chu Yang. Get up. Follow me to the prison. I remind you, don't have any other ideas. You will die. Chu Yang glanced at Tozen Kaname and didn't respond. If he really wanted to run, the death god here might not be able to catch up. Chu Yang followed Tozen Kaname to the prison honestly, not wanting to make any trouble. As long as he waited quietly until the end of the plot, his goal would be achieved. As for Aizen's conspiracy, or the deal with Urahara Kisuke, it was actually beyond his ability, and he couldn't intervene. Chu Yang knew Urahara Kisuke's intention, and he also knew Aizen's conspiracy. The two of them were targeting the Houjiaku hidden in Rukia's soul. This was originally a product that Urahara Kisuke accidentally obtained during an experiment, but it has the ability to break the limit of the power of the god of death. Aizen has been studying how to break the limit of the god of death. There is only one answer, that is the hollowing of the god of death. As long as a balance can be achieved between the hollowing of the god of death and the death of the hollow, the limit of the power of the god of death can be surpassed. The only thing that can allow Aizen to do this is the Houjiaku. Houjiaku has self-awareness and can absorb the hearts of things around itself and materialize them. In short, as long as you think about it in your heart, Houjiaku can help you achieve your wishes. Of course, there are limits. It is not that you can make a wish casually and Houjiaku can complete it. In addition, Houjiaku can also protect the host's body from death. When the host's power reaches its limit or his life is threatened, Houjiaku will prompt the host to evolve to a higher level. In case of an accident during the process of the god of death, Houjiaku can guarantee Aizen's safety. It's just that both the collapsing jade developed by Aizen and the collapsing jade developed by Urahara Kisuke are only semi-finished products, cannot be used normally, and are extremely unstable and very dangerous. Therefore, Urahara Kisuke hid the collapsing jade he developed into Rukia's soul. Even when Rukia came to the world and passed the power of the god of death to Ichigo Kurosaki, the whole incident had the shadow of Urahara Kisuke. The artificial body that Urahara Kisuke gave to Rukia has the effect of decomposing spiritual power, and the user will gradually lose spiritual power until he becomes an ordinary person. He just wanted Rukia to lose the power of the god of death and turn her into a human, so that the collapsing jade can be hidden and cannot be obtained by those who covet it. On the other hand, Aizen noticed Urahara Kisuke's intention. So after killing the sage of the Central 46th room, he used the power of the mirror flower and water moon to hypnotize everyone who came in and out of here and falsely conveyed orders. He used a false order to let Kuchiki Byakuya and Abere Rinji take Rukia back to the Soul Society and sentence Rukia to death. As long as Rukia is hit by the powerful force of the double killing platform, the Houjiaku in her body will appear. In fact, Chu Yang also had the idea of Houjiaku, but at this stage he had no ability to snatch Houjiaku from Urahara Kisuke and Aizen, so he could only watch from the sidelines. With Aizen's IQ, he would notice Chu Yang's slightest movement at this time. Chu Yang didn't know what the situation would become at that time, but he knew that he would definitely die before everyone else. Aizen was very strong. He even overshadowed the Captain General Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, who had been sitting on the throne of the strongest god of death for 1,000 years. Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, is an illusion type Zanpakuto, and its ability can be called a bug. As long as the target has seen Kyoka Sujetsu Shike once, the 5 senses will be controlled, allowing Aizen to control it at will. What you see is always what Aizen wants you to see, and he cannot wake up, even if he knows he is hypnotized. How to describe the degree of bug of this ability? In terms of effect, it is like a weakened version of the infinite Tsukuyomi, but it has no restrictions. Aizen can use it at any time, if he wants to. In addition to the fact that the Zanpakuto itself is very abnormal, Aizen's 4 abilities as a god of death, Zanjutsu, Hakutachi, Instant Step, and Kido, are all at the highest level of the god of death, and there are very few who can be compared with him. As long as a normal person with a little brain will not provoke such a terrifying guy. If Chu Yang wants to fight with Aizen, he must get the 6 paths sage mode with the Samsara, and even need to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. In short, now is not the time to have a head-on conflict with Aizen. Again, the problems that the protagonist can solve are not problems, and Chu Yang doesn't have to fight desperately. As long as he can survive this battle and grab enough benefits, it is a sure win. In the crowd, the vice captain of the 6th division, Abere Renji, who is Rukia's childhood sweetheart, watched Tozan take Chu Yang away. Then, he took advantage of the night and secretly came to the confession palace, where Rukia was imprisoned, and informed them of the news of Ichigo and his group. Hearing this, Rukia, who had always been expressionless, showed panic for the first time after hearing that Ichigo and his group came to Soul Society to save her. She originally left the human world and voluntarily returned to Soul Society to be punished in order not to implicate Ichigo. Among them, there is a travel disaster named Yang, who has been imprisoned by Tozan. If there were no casualties, he would probably be taken to the confession palace as well. Abare Renji recalled the previous battle and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, that guy is quite powerful. He can fight with Ichimarujin for so long. The two of them fought from morning to evening. Finally, seeing that Ichimarujin was exhausted, that guy actually gave up on his own initiative. Rukia didn't react for a while. Who are you saying is fighting with Ichimarujin? Renji asked puzzledly. Don't you know the guy named Yang? I know, but... Rukia suddenly remembered the scene where the other party fought a hollow with his bare hands. After a long time, she said, I didn't expect him to become stronger again. Renji nodded and said, he is really strong. Without his Zanpakuto, he can fight with Ichimarujin to this extent. If he is not a human being but a god of death, he would probably be a captain level figure now. Rukia fell silent. Chapter 90, Aizen's Invitation. While Rukia and Renji were talking about Chu Yang, who was imprisoned, welcomed an unexpected guest. The visitor had short brown hair, black framed glasses, a smile on his face, and a gentle look. His gentle temperament was somewhat incompatible with the identity of a god of death. Chu Yang guessed the identity of this person just by the first impression. Aizen Sasuke. What is he doing here? Chu Yang instantly became alert. The man in front of him was the one he least wanted to meet during this trip to Soul Society. Don't be so nervous. Aizen smiled slightly and introduced himself. My name is Aizen Sasuke, and I'm the captain of the 5th division of the Gotei 13. What should I call you? Yang? Chu Yang asked. Why do you, the captain of a god of death, come to the prison to see me, a prisoner? Aizen replied, because you have this value. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Value? Aizen nodded and said, you have the talent to become a god of death, and you are also qualified to covet a stronger power. Hearing this, Chu Yang was a little embarrassed. Originally, I wanted old man Yamamoto to notice my talent, so that I could become a god of death. I didn't expect that Aizen would notice me first. Damn it. I was really self-defeating. I don't understand what you are talking about. Chu Yang turned his back and lay down, pretending to be stupid, praying that Aizen would leave quickly. I mean, with your talent, you shouldn't be locked up here. You should be treated better. After Rukia is sentenced to death, the Soul Society will not let you go easily as a troublemaker. If it's serious, you will even be sentenced to death as well. Aizen spoke to Chu Yang slowly, and seeing that Chu Yang was unmoved, he gradually increased his tone. It seems that he wanted to use Chu Yang's fear of death to force Chu Yang to surrender. I'm inferior to you in skills, so I admit defeat. As for how to deal with me afterwards, that's your business. Chu Yang waved his hand without turning his head, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Aizen frowned and reminded again, I didn't mean to deceive you. This is the truth. If you have a fluke mentality, the end will be miserable. Chu Yang had a headache. Brother, I just want to get a Zanpakuto quietly. As for those life and death fights, you can do whatever you want. I won't participate. You want me to follow you in rebellion with just a few words. Save it. Even if Aizen can win, Chu Yang doesn't want to have anything to do with him. With Aizen's personality, in order to become stronger, he might put him on the operating table for a search in the future. Whether as a partner or a subordinate, Chu Yang can't accept this guy with a heart as hard as stone. Chu Yang ignored him, changed a comfortable position, and prepared to go to bed. Such a casual attitude made Aizen a little confused. Not willing to listen? Are you really not afraid of death? Before coming, Aizen had thought of a lot of drafts, but now he felt that his eloquence was useless. But it was a pity to give up Chu Yang. After all, Chu Yang's talent really made him very curious. There's not much time left for the execution. If you change your mind, you can tell me through the guards. Aizen left after saying that, which made Chu Yang feel relieved. The reason why he had to turn his back to Aizen and pretend to sleep was because he was afraid that he would be caught by Kagami Sujutsu if he wasn't careful. This kind of bug levels and Pakuto has an ability that is hard to defend against, so it's right to be cautious. The next day, a shocking news swept the entire Soul Society. The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sasuke, was killed. The body was nailed to the high wall by the murderer. People were panicking. Of course, the real Aizen was not dead, and the body was just a fake created by Kagami Sujutsu. But no one could see through it, and everyone was fooled by Aizen. At the same time, Ichigo and others also broke through the barrier of Soul Society, but they were scattered because of an accident. On the way to the Palace of Confession, Ichigo encountered the first strong enemy in his life, Kenpachi Zeraki. As the only captain without Bankei, Kenpachi Zeraki is terrifyingly strong. If Ichigo hadn't cheated, it would have been impossible for him to defeat his opponent. After the fierce battle, Ichigo only took a short rest, and then went to the Palace of Confession again to rescue Rukia. Originally, everyone had been brought out of the Palace of Confession, but they met an old man, the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kachiki. Byakuya Kachiki's wife is Rukia's biological sister. Before she died of illness, she asked Byakuya Kachiki to take care of her sister. Therefore, he ignored the opposition of the noble group and resolutely wanted to take Rukia as the adopted daughter of the Kachiki family. Now, Byakuya Kachiki is going to kill his relatives for the sake of justice and send Rukia to the execution platform with his own hands. If it were an ordinary person, most of them would let Ichigo rescue Rukia at this time. But Byakuya Kachiki didn't have any idea of letting Ichigo go. He defeated Ichigo cleanly and extinguished the flame of Rukia's hope. In the end, Ichigo was rescued by Yoruichi Shihouen, who came. The others also encountered powerful opponents. Chad encountered the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsuke Oroku, while Urayu and Oroheim encountered the captain of the 12th Division, Mayuriki Rotsuchi. Chad and Shunsuke Oroku had a huge difference in strength. As expected, Chad was suppressed and killed by the opponent. During the battle between Urayu and Mayuriki Rotsuchi, Oroheim was abducted by the opponent's miscellaneous Shinigami and was taken away by Kusaka Yachiru, the vice captain of Kenpachi Zeraki. Halfway, Kenpachi Zeraki was very curious about Ichigo's life or death. With the treasure of the Quincy clan, Urayu narrowly defeated Mayuriki Rotsuchi, who was suspected of letting him win. In the end, the wounded Urayu staggered to the Confession Palace. But before he entered the gate, he was put into a coma by the captain of the 9th Division, Kaname Tozen, using his Zanpakuto power. Kaname Tozen contacted the ambulance team and sent Urayu to the infirmary for treatment. At this point, except for Ichigo, the team was wiped out. In order to defeat Byakuya Kachiki and save Rukia, Ichigo must learn Bankei within 3 days under the training of Yoruichi. Under normal circumstances, most Shinigami will never learn Bankei in their entire lives. A truly talented Shinigami will need at least 10 years to have the opportunity to comprehend it. However, these difficulties are all child's play in front of Ichigo, the protagonist. 3 days passed quickly, and Renji joined the practice of Bankei halfway through, and Ichigo became friends with his enemies. Rukia's execution time was shortened again by Aizen, and she was about to be taken to the double killing platform to be executed. Chu Yang was still sleeping soundly in the prison at this time. He estimated that, when he woke up, the matter would be almost over. Who would have thought that when he slept well, footsteps were heard outside the prison? Why are they here again? Chu Yang looked up and found that the person who came was not Aizen, but Kaname. Kaname was born with a serious face, and he didn't say anything to Chu Yang, but walked straight to the edge of the cell door. Chu Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, Kaname directly destroyed the gate and said to Chu Yang, "Follow me." Chu Yang shook his head. "No need to bother. It's quite comfortable to sleep here. I want to sleep a little longer." Kaname frowned and said, "Lord Aizen is right. You are really a strange guy. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm ordering you." Chu Yang calculated the time and felt that it was time for Aizen and the others to prepare to run away. It seemed that they wanted to take him away by force. Fortunately, it was not Aizen who came in person, and Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, although Ichimarujin and Kaname were very strong, they could not threaten his life. The Zanpakuto of the two was very powerful, but it did not trap Chu Yang. If he wanted to run, he could easily get away. The Zanpakuto in Kaname's hand was called Kingmashi. In the state of Shike, it could vibrate rapidly through spiritual pressure to form a sound similar to the chirping of insects. This sound wave attack like the chirping of insects was very strange. If it was transmitted to the ears of a target with lower spiritual pressure, it would have a hypnotic effect. However, the hypnosis of King Chan cannot be compared with the hypnosis effect of Mirror Flower and Water Moon. At best, it can only make the enemy fall into a coma. Chu Yang is not afraid of the effect of King Chang because his spiritual pressure is very strong. With each additional world, Chu Yang's soul potential will be shared and superimposed like the body potential, increasing exponentially. Just in terms of spiritual pressure, Chu Yang is confident that he is stronger than more than half of the captains of the Shinigami, including Kaname. The ability of King Chan will be greatly reduced in this situation, and it will be even more difficult to hypnotize Chu Yang by force. As for Bankei, the Bankei of King Chan is to release a black circular space, pulling Kaname and the enemy into this space. Among the 5 senses, except for the sense of touch, other senses will be deprived by King Chang, and even one's own spiritual pressure cannot be felt. For most Shinigami, this is a very targeted skill. But Chu Yang was not restrained by this ability. Even if all 5 senses were deprived, he could still fight with his observation haki. Tozen took advantage of Chu Yang's distraction and quietly placed his hand on the handle of his Zanpakuto, then activated his ability. The sound of insects instantly echoed in the prison. When the insects chirped, a slight sense of fainting attacked Chu Yang's brain, but it did not have much impact on him. However, Chu Yang's eyes rolled, and he fell down. Instead of directly clashing with Tozen here, it is better to pretend to be controlled by him, and get out first to see the situation. At least it will not alarm Aizen. In order to save himself, Chu Yang must wait until the truth that the sages of the Central 46th Room have died at the hands of Aizen is revealed. When Aizen stands on the opposite side of the God of Death, he will have no time to deal with Chu Yang. Tozen carried the unconscious Chu Yang on his shoulders and then tore off a piece of white cloth from his body. The cloth swirled in the air like a living thing, gradually closing up, wrapping Chu Yang and Kaname inside, and then the two of them flashed and came to an unfamiliar open space. And here, far away from the confession palace, near the double execution platform, Aizen was very particular about doing things without any mistakes. Even if everything was going according to his plan, he still cautiously added a layer of insurance. In case Rukia was not executed, Kaname would be responsible for taking Rukia away. Kaname knew a secret technique called Thousand Anti-White Snake. As long as the location was set in advance, he could move directly to the location at any time. It was a bit similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, but the precasting swing was a bit long. Chu Yang quietly pretended to be unconscious on Kaname's shoulder, silently waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, on the double execution platform, Rukia was waiting for the final moment to come. The execution began. The power of the double execution turned into a phoenix burning with blazing flames, named the King of Destruction. The Destroyer King flew towards Rukia. When it passed through Rukia's body, the latter would decompose into spirit particles and die completely. At the critical moment, Ichigo suddenly appeared, blocked the phoenix, and successfully saved Rukia. What was unexpected was that, at the same time that Ichigo blocked the Destroyer King, Kyoraku Shunsu and the captain of the 13th Division, Yukatake Jashiro, attacked together and destroyed the double killing platform. A red light flashed, and the body of the Destroyer King suddenly expanded, and then exploded like fireworks. The Captain General Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni looked at his two most proud disciples with a stern look. He didn't know why the two were like this. But what the two did now was tantamount to rebellion. Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukatake Jashiro, both of them knew the strength of their teacher very well, and feared that innocent people would be harmed, so they took the initiative to evacuate, and moved the battlefield to a remote place. After Ichigo rescued Rukia, he threw her to Renji, who came late, and told them to escape from here. He wants to stop Byakuya Kachiki alone. The battle is going on. On the other side, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsuge Toshiro, and the vice captain Matsumoto Rangaku went to the central 46th room, just in time to uncover Aizen's conspiracy. The two sides also fought. After a while, the battle between Ichigo and Byakuya Kachiki came to an end first. Ichigo, who completed his Bankei in 3 days, had an absolute advantage in the battle with Byakuya Kachiki with his absolute speed. But Byakuya Kachiki's Bankei Senbunzaku Kaguya was so powerful that he gradually regained the advantage. The two sides fought to the end, and Ichigo smashed Byakuya Kachiki's Zanpakuto. Byakuya Kachiki admitted defeat and left the double killing platform. Ichigo was exhausted and was taken away by Oraheim and others who rushed over. The double killing platform became empty again. At this time, Renji was taking Rukia away from the double killing platform, but he ran into Tozen Kaname, who was waiting in an empty seat. Rukia and Renji saw Chu Yang on Tozen Kaname's shoulder, and they were shocked. Tozen Kaname didn't say anything nonsense, and used the ability of Thousand Anti-White Snake to bring the two back to the empty double killing platform. Renji and Rukia looked at a loss. The next second, Aizen appeared quietly with Ichimarujin. Aizen first glanced at Rukia, then at Chu Yang, and immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then he was ready to take Rukia from Renji's arms. Facing the powerful Aizen, Renji was no match at all, and his Zanpakuto snake tail pill was cut into several pieces by the opponent. While the two were fighting, Chu Yang quietly opened his eyes and observed the situation. At the critical moment, when Aizen was about to kill Renji, Ichigo arrived again in time to block Aizen's Zanpakuto. After that, Ichigo and Renji joined forces to fight Aizen, but it was a pity that it was useless, and was beaten by Aizen with one hand. Aizen snatched Rukia away. He was full of pride, and began to tell the whole incident that he had carefully planned. Chu Yang curled his lips. The theorem that villains talk a lot, even Aizen is no exception. But think about it from another angle. If he directed this good show, he would not be able to help showing off to others, especially those who were controlled by him as chess pieces. At the same time, many Shinigami who knew the truth were rushing back to the double killing platform. The captain of the 7th team, Kamamura Sajin, arrived first, but was killed instantly by Aizen. The gap in strength between the two sides was like a natural moat. Not long after, Chad, Oraheim and others also rushed to the double killing platform. Aizen did not make a move, but easily forced them back with his spiritual pressure. At the moment, Aizen was already invincible. He continued to tell the rest of the plan in an arrogant tone. Unspeakable fear began to spread in everyone's hearts. In the end, they could only watch Aizen use other methods to remove the Haujioku from Rukia's soul. After getting the collapsing jade, Aizen, who was filled with joy, finally showed his flaws and became lax. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his spiritual pressure to the extreme in an instant, and at the same time, launched the Conqueror's Haki. The unprecedented golden wave carried the terrifying spiritual pressure, and poured all over Aizen alone. Aizen, who was sure of victory, did not expect this situation at all. Caught off guard, his soul was shaken, and he fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. It was probably only a moment, but it was enough. When he came to his senses, Rukia in front of him, and the collapsing jade in his hand, disappeared at the same time. You are looking for death. Aizen, who has always been calm, fell into madness in front of everyone for the first time. The terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Aizen, and the entire Soul Society changed color in an instant. The azure sky seemed to be splashed with a layer of ink, dark and overwhelming. Everyone seemed to be strangled by the throat. Only then did they realize how powerful the man in front of them was. Chu Yang settled Rukia, and then used all his strength. Breath of the Source, Haki, Lightning Release Armor, Sage Mode, etc. Constantly adding buffs to himself. Most of Aizen's spiritual pressure is actually concentrated on Chu Yang alone, and the rest of the people only feel a small part of it. If Chu Yang's own spiritual pressure was not strong enough, he might have fainted at the moment of Aizen's explosion. Aizen took off his glasses and then put his hair up. His gentle and easygoing face suddenly became cold. You have good willpower. You can actually hold on. It's really more and more interesting. Suddenly I don't want to kill you. As long as you hand over the collapsing jade and follow me away, I can let your bold behavior go. Aizen stared at Chu Yang and issued a final warning. I want to give it back to you, but how can I give it back if it's gone? Chu Yang wanted to curse. The moment he got the collapsing jade just now. I don't know what happened to that thing. It suddenly disappeared from his hand. Aizen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, has the collapsing jade melted into your soul? Chu Yang smacked his lips. That should be the case. It was so fast that people were a little caught off guard. It can even be said that the palace in his soul pulled the collapsing jade into it. This is how Black Zetsu died last time in the Naruto world. Aizen let out a long sigh. The idea of taking Chu Yang away became stronger and stronger, so he decisively drew out the Zanpakuto Kyokusu Jetsu from his waist. Chu Yang closed his eyes and didn't look at the strange Zanpakuto. As long as he hadn't seen Kyokusu Jetsu in the state of Shige, he shouldn't be hypnotized. Before he could think of other solutions, Chu Yang could only do this. Seeing Chu Yang close his eyes tightly, Aizen was stunned. Then he frowned, and he realized that the other party might have known the ability of Kyokusu Jetsu. How do you know the ability of Kyokusu Jetsu? Chu Yang didn't speak, and released his observation haki with all his strength to deal with the upcoming attack. The accident that happened again made Chu Yang's impression deeper and deeper in Aizen's heart. This travel disaster always did things that surprised him again and again. Aizen turned to look at Tozan, who nodded. He immediately used the power of his Zanpakuto, Kiyomishi. The sound of insects chirped. Ichimarujan cooperated with Tozan to attack Chu Yang. The divine spear was as powerful as lightning, turning into a beam of white light and piercing Chu Yang's vitals. Ichimarujan guaranteed that Chu Yang would completely lose his ability to fight after one blow. As for his injuries, since the opponent had already merged with the Haojiaku, he would not die easily. The two attacked at the same time. However, a scene that was beyond Aizen's expectations appeared again. Chu Yang was not affected by Kiyomishi. At the moment when the divine spear attacked, he dodged it with a flash step. Missed again. This time, Aizen finally couldn't control his expression and looked stunned. Tozan face changed suddenly. He finally understood that Chu Yang had not been hypnotized at all along the way and was lying to him. From the beginning, the other party had planned it. There is something strange about his spiritual pressure. Tozan was a little flustered. My ability can't affect him. In just a few rounds of confrontation, Aizen failed many times. He paid a heavy price for his arrogance and carelessness. Under the perception of Chu Yang's observation haki, the captains of the Shinigami have returned to the double killing platform. Just as Aizen was about to make a move, Kuchiki Byakuya blocked him. Then, Shifungi Onyaruchi and the current captain of the 2nd Division, Soifeng, appeared, clamping Aizen on the left and right. The vice captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Rangaku, appeared behind Ichimarujan and put his Zanpakuto on his neck. Tozan was also surrounded by other Shinigami captains. Kyoraku Shunsu, Yukatake Jashiro, and the slowly approaching Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni all stared at Aizen. Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni's eyes were cold. It was this man who committed the most brutal crime in the history of Soul Society. Aizen ignored everyone and stared at Chu Yang. Have you calculated all this? Everyone focused their attention on Chu Yang. Chu Yang shook his head and said, no, I was planning to sleep in the cell, but you insisted on getting me out. Aizen once again showed a surprised expression. Then, he laughed, hysterically, and extremely crazy. So, I really deserved it. Now, Captain Yamamoto was in front of him. It was a natural chasm that Aizen could not cross. Facing the strongest god of death, without the blessing of the Hokage, even if he wanted to do something, he could not do anything. Aizen Sasuke, surrender. Pay the price for the big mistake you made. Yukitake Jushiro said loudly. Aizen smiled. At this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart. Countless large hollows poked their bodies out of the black hole, and strong beams of light shot out from their bodies. The strong light enveloped Aizen and the others, forming an unbreakable barrier. The three were guided by the strong light, slowly ascended into the air, and gradually left Soul Society. The Shinigami wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, who explained, the light column in front of us is called the anti-membrane, which is the ability used by the hollow to protect its companions. It will form an indestructible isolation barrier. With the help of the anti-membrane, the Shinigami could only watch Aizen leave. Aizen could only stare at Chu Yang unwillingly. His lips moved. This won't be the last time we meet. Chu Yang didn't care about Aizen's threat. It's not yet clear who will be stronger and who will be weaker when they meet next time. Besides, if you can't beat him, can't you hug his thighs? Chu Yang silently moved a few steps to the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. As the light column disappeared, Aizen and the others disappeared. The turmoil in Soul Society also came to an end. All the sages in the central 46th room were killed. It means that the next Soul Society will usher in a power change. At the moment, the most important thing is one and only one thing, the Collapse Jade. Aizen has already told all about the Collapse Jade, and the news has also spread among the captain level Shinigami. After returning to the headquarters, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni communicated with Chu Yang as soon as possible, hoping that he could hand over the Collapse Jade. Chu Yang said that he couldn't do it. The Collapse Jade had been eaten by the Soul Palace. Neither the power of the double slash nor the special tools could take it out. To the outside, Chu Yang could only say that the Collapse Jade had merged with the soul. But Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni felt that, even if the Collapse Jade merged with Chu Yang's soul, there was a possibility that Aizen would take it away. With Aizen's wisdom, it would be difficult for the Soul Society to guard against it. He couldn't keep an eye on Chu Yang all the time. The safest way was to take the Collapse Jade out of Chu Yang's soul and keep it in his own custody. Therefore, the current situation is that either Urahara Kisuke returns to the Soul Society to help make new tools to take out the Hokage from Chu Yang's soul, or Kurotsuchi Mayuri, the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, finds a way to take out the Hokage from Chu Yang's soul. I want to become a god of death. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly spoke. A living human wants to become a god of death. This is the first time Yamamoto has encountered such a problem. In the past, there have been many travel disasters in Soul Society, but they will soon be expelled by the gods of death, and some can't even enter the four gates. No one can walk to Yamamoto alive and make a request. Become a god of death. Yamamoto fell into deep thought. It goes without saying that a person who can make Aizen fail several times has great potential. Moreover, if Chu Yang stays in Soul Society, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by Aizen in the real world. In this way, the safety of the Hokage can also be guaranteed. The lights in the room flickered, reflecting between the two people, making the atmosphere particularly ghostly. After a moment, Yamamoto slowly said, "Do you know what it means to become a god of death?" Chu Yang replied, "It means I will give up everything in this world." Yamamoto asked again, "Family, friends, fame, wealth, can you give up all these? With your current ability, everything in this world is at your fingertips." Chu Yang shrugged and said helplessly, "Those things are meaningless. Anyway, I will die one day and come to this world after death. This is the end. I hate meaningless reincarnation. Life is like a fleeting moment. Fleeting, but only a few decades. In the Soul Society, if you can stand at the top of the god of death, your lifespan is often in the unit of 10,000 years. The difference between the two is obvious." After understanding Chu Yang's thoughts, Yamamoto slowly nodded. "In this case, I can agree to your request." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. but I will still find a way to take the collapsed jade out of your body. You can't keep that thing." Yamamoto seemed to see through Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang nodded and didn't care too much. "Just kidding. If Yamamoto can get the Haujoku out, then he is capable." 2 days later, Ichigo and others who have recovered from their injuries are ready to leave Soul Society. It was only then that they learned that Chu Yang planned to stay here. Rukia also wants to stay in Soul Society, but she was originally from Soul Society. Ichigo and others can fully understand her choice. But Chu Yang's decision is another matter. Anxious Ichigo brought a few companions to find Chu Yang, trying to persuade him to return to the real world together. In desperation, Chu Yang could only explain that if he returned to the real world with the Haujoku, he would bring danger back to the real world. Aizen is not a few hollows. Forcibly returning to the real world is irresponsible for the safety of the real world. With Ichigo's personality, if he simply said that he wanted to become a god of death, he would never leave easily. Only by starting from the moral responsibility can we get more understanding from the other party. After listening to Chu Yang's explanation, everyone's expressions eased a little, but they still felt indescribably sad. Even though they were in Soul Society and witnessed reincarnation with their own eyes. But as ordinary people, they still find it hard to let go of things like separation and death. They were supposed to leave in the morning, but they dragged it until the evening of the next day. Only then did they say goodbye to Chu Yang and Rukia. So far, Chu Yang's new chapter in the world of death began. "Why can't you take it out?" "It's not that I can't take it out, but I can't sense the existence of the collapsed jade at all." The old man looked at Urahara Kisuke suspiciously, wanting to see the trace of lying on his face. The old man said coldly, "This kid, is it not your backup plan?" Urahara Kisuke was helpless, rolled his eyes and said, "This is how you framed me 100 years ago. It was obviously Aizen who did it." The old man showed an embarrassed expression for the first time when the old things were brought up again. "It's really none of your business. It has nothing to do with me. Where did the collapsed jade go? How should I know?" After that, the two looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang pouted and said, "You, the Captain General and the former director of the Technical Development Bureau, can't figure it out, so how can I know?" The old man Shan frowned and said, "Did you really take the Haiyu from Aizen? Could it be that you were hypnotized by him?" Chu Yang continued to play dumb and answered, "I don't know, but if you say so, it's not impossible." The old man Shan slammed his cane on the ground and said angrily, "I was still tricked by that guy. Damn Aizen, you acted well." Urahara Kisuke secretly glanced at Chu Yang. He thought exactly the opposite of Yamamoto. He thought the Haiyu was on Chu Yang. Seeing Chu Yang playing dumb there, Urahara Kisuke didn't intend to expose him, but was relieved. Even he couldn't take the Haiyu out of Chu Yang's body, so Aizen couldn't take it out. "Captain General, if you have nothing to do, I'm going back." Urahara Kisuke's tone was somewhat weird, but the old man Shan didn't care, just a little surprised. "Aren't you going to stay? My current life is more suitable for me, and Mayuri Kurotsuchi is doing pretty well as the director of the Development Bureau. There is no place for me here." Urahara Kisuke scratched his head and said. In fact, he knew that, if he came back, the old man Yama would most likely transfer Mayuri Kurotsuchi to another team. With the departure of Aizen and the others, there were as many as 3 vacancies for the captain. "It's up to you." The old man Yama turned and left. "Have you ever thought that maybe one day you will regret giving up the world and becoming a god of death?" Urahara Kisuke asked Chu Yang with a complicated look. "Then regret it. Anyway, as long as people have a choice, they will always regret it." Chu Yang smiled. "You probably won't, if you have such a mentality." Urahara Kisuke also laughed. "Keep the collapsing jade safe, and don't let Aizen get it." After saying that, Urahara Kisuke left, not giving Chu Yang the chance to play dumb. The next day, Chu Yang entered the Shino Spiritual Academy to study under Yamamoto's arrangement. Like other students in the academy, he got a shadow sword. Under the influence of his soul, Shredder will gradually become his Zanpakuto. The world of Naruto. Chu Yang, who obtained the bloodline factor technology from the pirate world, is preparing to collect the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. In Konoha village, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan all have blood from the Otsutsuki clan. Outside of Konoha village, the ones whose sources can be confirmed are the Uzumaki clan, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, and the Takatori clan where Kimimaro is. There are a total of 6 clans. As for those people on the moon, they are beyond Chu Yang's ability, so they are not considered. In order to collect blood legitimately, Chu Yang is prepared to intervene on the grounds of promoting the development of Konoha village's medical system. I have read the documents you sent some time ago. The medical security system mentioned in it is very interesting. But with the current economic scale of the village, it cannot support your plan. Let's talk about it later. Standing in front of the desk, Senju Tobirama slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang with admiration in his eyes and smiled. I'm very happy that you can take the initiative to take over some government affairs to train yourself, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are still young. Chu Yang scratched his head and smiled. I just thought of it accidentally, and I'm a little interested. Senju Tobirama nodded. Although the plans you proposed cannot be implemented in full, it is still necessary to establish the emergency center, disease analysis center, blood bank center, etc. immediately. Anyway, the school is on vacation recently. You have plenty of time. Try to contact them and see which aspects can be improved. Chu Yang used a medical reform experience he saw on the internet in his previous life to successfully gain the trust of Senju Tobirama. The emergency center and the disease center are not important. The only one that is really important is a blood bank. With enough blood, Chu Yang can extract the Otsutsuki bloodline without any worries. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki Mito, and some of the Uzumaki clan members who were married to Konoha village, they are all Chu Yang's targets. The establishment of the blood bank center was smoother than Chu Yang expected. At this time, the long war had just ended, and the medical level of the whole world was in its infancy. Even the number and level of medical ninjas still need to be improved, not to mention the doctors and nurses who serve ordinary people. Ninjas are completely unfamiliar with blood genes. For them, it is the various organs of the body that are related to the blood limit and deserve to be treated with caution. For the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, as long as they don't think about their eyes, nothing else matters. And for the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, as long as they don't touch their flesh and blood tissues, nothing else matters. Therefore, everyone supports Chu Yang's establishment of a blood bank center. After all, it has no impact on their own interests. Secondly, this is a project that Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement, and it is also the first time Chu Yang has taken over the government affairs as the young clan leader. It is natural for the major families to take the lead in support. After only 1 week, Chu Yang collected all the blood he needed and began further research. Bloodline factor technology requires a lot of special equipment to be carried out, which Chu Yang needs to make from scratch. Fortunately, the raw materials needed are all here, and Marvel Chu Yang shares knowledge and hands-on ability. It is only a matter of time to make the necessary equipment. It is a bit stretched to complete this huge project alone, and Chu Yang cannot let others know. Just when Chu Yang was worried, Senju Tobirama invented a new ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu should have been invented during the Ninja World War. Because Chu Yang's participation led to the early end of the war and the birth of Konoha village, Senju Tobirama has been busy with government affairs, so it was delayed until now. Unlike other clone techniques, the shadow clone has independent consciousness and can think. After it is released, the memory and experience possessed during the existence of the shadow clone will return to the original body. Used for practice or study and research, the effect is invincible. It is the only bug level ninjutsu among air level ninjutsu. The only limitation is that it consumes a lot of chakra. Each shadow clone consumes several times more chakra than an ordinary clone. But for Chu Yang, who has a huge amount of chakra, it is not a constraint. It came very timely. Chu Yang immediately found Senju Tobirama and learned multiple shadow clones and Flying Thunder God. Multiple shadow clones can help Chu Yang solve the problem of insufficient manpower and can also replace Chu Yang to handle daily work. With free time, Chu Yang naturally has to go out to collect other Otsutsuki bloodlines. Therefore, Flying Thunder God is very necessary so that Chu Yang can return to Konoha village at any time when he is away. Flying Thunder God theoretically has no upper limit on the distance. As long as the chakra is sufficient and the existence of the technique can be sensed, it can be teleported immediately. Just set up a shadow clone next to the technique. Chu Yang can sense the existence of the technique, no matter where he is. Even if it fails, the shadow clone can summon the summoned beast, and the summoned beast can then use the reverse summoning technique to summon Chu Yang back to Konoha village. There are many ways. If there is a magic wand, Chu Yang can also perform phantom shift, which will be more convenient. But in the case of wandless casting, the difficulty of this spell is comparable to the 3 unforgivable spells, and the risk is higher, so it is not worth Chu Yang to try easily. For now, wandless casting is still suitable for spells with low difficulty. In the depths of the Death Forest, Chu Yang dug a basement of nearly 1,000 square meters to make a research room and cast a series of means such as confusion spells and barriers around it for protection. No one would enter this place if they had nothing to do. Now even the Chunin examination system has not been introduced. The Death Forest has no value except for danger. In the silent underground of the Death Forest, countless shadow clones are busy making various instruments and equipment. After arranging everything properly, Chu Yang went out. The first stop is the Hidden Mist Village. The Takatori clan, that is, the Kaguya clan where Kimimaro belongs, lives in the Hidden Mist Village, and it is also a famous big family here. No one would have thought that such a powerful clan would be completely destroyed in a few decades. The Hidden Mist Village is also newly built like the Konoha village. The whole village is under construction. In addition, it is a peaceful era now, and the 5-cage conference has just ended. The defense was not perfect, and the vigilance was not as good as before. Chu Yang sneaked in easily. The feeling of the Kaguya clan in the Hidden Mist Village was somewhat similar to the feeling of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. They were powerful and highly respected, but also feared by others. Therefore, the gathering place of their clan was far away from the center of the village, and the clan members did not communicate much with the people of the Hidden Mist Village, and were quite isolated. This situation was convenient for Chu Yang to act. So, on a dark and windy night, Chu Yang quietly cast a coma spell to knock out several Kaguya clan members and took them to the edge of the Hidden Mist Village. Then he bled them one by one. When the next day, these Kaguya clan members woke up, they were all pale and weak. After the examination, they were told that they were suffering from blood loss. They disappeared from home inexplicably and suffered from blood loss inexplicably. It was so bizarre that the rumor that there were vampires in the Hidden Mist Village spread like wildfire. When people were in panic, Chu Yang had already left. The next stop was the Hidden Cloud Village. The 2 brothers, Kinkaku and Jinkaku. At this time, the 2 were still children, only a few years older than Sarutobi Hirozen and the others. The 2 brothers came out to play and were knocked unconscious by Chu Yang with a stick and taken away and bled one by one, and thinking that these 2 people would be the culprits of Senju Tobirama's death in the future, he couldn't help but let out a few more liters of blood. Chapter 91 Foolish and Unhappy. After collecting all the Otsutsuki blood, Chu Yang activated Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha village. While collecting blood outside, the shadow clones had already built the research room and could be officially put into use. Chu Yang classified the blood of different families and began to extract the bloodline factors in the blood. In addition, when sealing the tailed beasts before, Chu Yang also collected the chakra of the tailed beasts, from the 1 tail to the 9 tail. At this moment, they were also placed together in the research room. When the Otsutsuki blood is successfully extracted, and Chu Yang's Sage Mode becomes the 6 Paths Sage Mode, he can try to use Yin Yang release to create a small 10 tail. The raw materials are the chakra of the tailed beasts that he secretly collected. In case of success, the next step is to revive the sacred tree and obtain the sacred tree fruit. As for how to make the sacred tree bear fruit again, Chu Yang has to think about it again. Anyway, it is not advisable to seize the energy of the earth and civilians. He does not want to be the target of public criticism and stand on the opposite side of everyone, especially with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Chu Yang will act only after there is a specific and feasible plan. At present, his focus should still be on extracting the bloodline factor. With the help of the shadow clone, there will be results soon. Marvel World. This is the 4th time I have invited you, Mr. Chu Yang. I'm sorry, I'm still a student. What's the conflict between working for SHIELD and being a student? Ah, I thought you were talking about something else. Natasha felt that she was going crazy. Such conversations were almost every day. If Nick Fury hadn't insisted that she monitor Tony and Chu Yang here, she would have left long ago. The guy on the opposite side was unmoved, and Natasha tried her best, but couldn't get him to agree. Of course, there is one last trick. Minors cannot watch. However, Natasha had a hunch that the result might be a loss of both the wife and the army. After all, a guy who was mixed up with Tony Stark. No matter how old he was probably not a good guy. If Chu Yang knew Natasha's thoughts, he would definitely cry out for injustice. Even if you don't accept the invitation, at least help me. You have taken advantage of me a lot these days. Natasha looked at Chu Yang with resentment. Those who didn't know would think Chu Yang had done something to her. It's obvious that you always start the fight first, and when you can't beat me, you say I took advantage of you. Don't you have any special fetish? Do you like being beaten? Chu Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Since Natasha was beaten by him last time, she would come to him every now and then to spar with him. If he ignored her, she would just start fighting and leave with bruises all over her body. Chu Yang didn't know that Natasha was mocked by Nick Fury. When she went back that day, her self-esteem was frustrated and she couldn't sleep. In the end, she still felt that Chu Yang must be a hidden mutant. She wanted Chu Yang to show his hand and further confirm her guess. It was easier for her to accept losing to a mutant than to an ordinary person. But unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't need to use any extra abilities to beat her to a pulp, so Natasha had nothing to prove, except proving that she could withstand beatings. Natasha could only take a different approach, and planned to trick Chu Yang into some difficult tasks in the name of a private person. It would be best if it was a task that looked troublesome at first glance. Chu Yang was not a fool, so he ignored her intentions. He was only worried about Tony's health now. Watching the metal toxins taking over his body bit by bit, Tony, who was overwhelmed by the pressure of death, performed a series of crazy actions. Not only did he have a crazy party at home, but he also had a fight with his good friend Colonel Rhodes. In addition to his worries, Chu Yang chose to watch from the sidelines. Although this seemed a bit ruthless. But without these struggles, Tony would never become a real Iron Man. Chu Yang knew that Tony would be fine. Natasha reported Tony's recent abnormal behavior to the higher-ups, and his madness finally attracted the attention of Nick Fury. Thinking of the sincerity that Chu Yang had mentioned before, Nick Fury found Tony and talked to him straight to the point. During the conversation, Nick Fury mentioned Tony's father, Howard Stark. He once discovered a new element, but due to the limitations of the technology of the time, he did not complete it. And Tony in today's era can find this element and complete what Howard Stark has not completed. After returning home, Tony found the notes and videotapes left by his father. He watched them silently by himself. The videotapes conveyed not only Howard's vision of the future, but also his deep fatherly love for Tony. Tony, who felt this, looked at the Stark Expo model left by his father, and his mind flashed, and he finally realized the configuration of the new element. Tony came to the laboratory in high spirits, and found Chu Yang was already preparing the experimental equipment. Chu Yang smiled and asked him, "Looking at your happy look, you must have found a way to deal with metal toxins." "Oh, shit?" Tony asked in surprise. "How did you know?" "No, when did you know it?" Chu Yang teased. "Since your XX times became more and more frequent, it was like I guessed it when I didn't do it anymore." Tony's face suddenly flushed, and he said angrily, "Shut up." "No problem." Chu Yang shrugged and spread his hands. "Before you shut up, you have to tell me what to do." Tony said, "Build a circular accelerator." After that, the two smiled at each other and got busy in the laboratory. Not long after, a new element came into being. Tony hurriedly put it into the reactor at his heart. With a flash of blue light, the blue veins on Tony's skin gradually eased. Feeling his body getting better, Tony couldn't help but wave his hands excitedly. "Well done." At this moment, Agent Phil appeared in the laboratory. He came to say goodbye to Tony. He was supposed to be the middleman, responsible for Tony's communication with SHIELD. But now, Phil Coulson told Tony that he was assigned to New Mexico to perform another mission. Tony expressed regret for this. Phil's personality was very kind, and it was comfortable to get along with him. After explaining his purpose, Phil Coulson showed no sign of leaving, but kept looking at Chu Yang. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Natasha told me that you are willing to go to New Mexico with me." Phil was a little embarrassed. Chu Yang was about to refuse, but Tony asked first, "Is it dangerous?" Phil raised his hand and said, "No, it's just that something fell from the sky and needs to be dealt with. Like a meteorite." "Yes. That's not really dangerous." Tony turned his back and whispered to Chu Yang, "Get some back for experiments. My new suit needs better materials." Chu Yang glared at him unhappily. Tony turned around and smiled. "Since there's no danger, you can take him with you, just to relax. He's been in the lab for too long recently, which is not good for his physical and mental health." "You're right, Mr. Stark," Phil Coulson said with a smile. Chu Yang was ready to give up resistance and just treat it as a trip, otherwise Natasha would have to bother him in the future. The next day, Chu Yang and Phil Coulson set out on the road to New Mexico together. "Let me make it clear first, I'm here for a trip. I can't handle your mess. Of course, but for the sake of friendship, I'd be happy if you're willing to help me when I'm in trouble." "Why do you all talk the same way in SHIELD? Were you all taught by the same teacher?" "If you mean training consultants, then yes. Alas, I'm just a student. Can you please not put so much pressure on me? Except for you, there's no other student in America who can beat a senior agent with bare hands." Phil Coulson shrugged and said. After arriving in New Mexico, Chu Yang and Phil took a Hummer and headed to a desert area. It is said that a strange thing fell there not long ago. Chu Yang knew that the thing that fell was Thor's hammer, and Thor, the strongest and most stupid Thor in the Avengers. Because of his arrogance, he put his comrades in danger, and at the same time he contradicted his father, the God King Odin. Odin believed that Thor was not qualified to inherit the throne at this time, so he deprived him of his divine power and exiled him to Earth. Thor's hammer was also thrown down by Odin. He cast a spell on it. Only those who are qualified can lift Thor's hammer and gain the power of Thor. Quite idealism. Chu Yang felt that he probably did not belong to the qualified type of people, so this time he came to New Mexico with a tourist mentality. It would be even better if he could get some scraps from Thor's hammer. When he arrived at the place, Chu Yang saw that the crater created by Thor's hammer was full of people. They were all locals. At first, everyone was attracted by the huge crater, and then saw Thor's hammer at the bottom of the crater. The first person failed to lift Thor's hammer. Naturally, the second, third, and fourth people came. After a long time, almost all the people nearby came to play the challenge game. "Is there a new activity here called pulling the hammer?" Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Phil Coulson and teased. "It's a pity that this activity is about to end." Phil Coulson had a headache and quickly called someone to clear the area. There is one thing that is very troublesome in America. In public areas, the official does not have the power to expel ordinary people. Unless there is danger in this place, the authorities can expel them in the name of evacuating the crowd. So before Phil Coulson came, or before SHIELD intervened, the local police had no power to clear the area. Soon, a group of people in black suits and a large number of police officers arrived at the scene at the same time. Amidst the continuous shouting and cursing, they very forcefully asked the spectators to leave the area. Chu Yang looked at Phil Coulson curiously. Phil Coulson smiled and said, "I told them that there are weapons of mass destruction here." Chu Yang. Without the idle people, Phil Coulson asked people to use large equipment to move Thor's hammer away. The result is obvious. It doesn't work at all. In the end, a tank was driven to pull it, and the engine was smoking, but Thor's hammer still stood quietly at the bottom of the pit. In desperation, Phil had to take Chu Yang down to the bottom of the deep pit. "What do you think this is?" Phil Coulson walked up with doubts and reached out to touch Thor's hammer. "Hammer?" Chu Yang answered very pertinently. "Stop joking, okay?" Phil Coulson said helplessly. "What kind of hammer can't even pull a tank?" "An alien hammer." Chu Yang answered seriously. "I know you're here for tourism. Phil sighed and tried to smile. But can I ask you to use the knowledge you learned from Tony to help me analyze it in a personal capacity? I'm really not kidding you. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, such a small thing is so heavy that even a tank can't pull it. How high must the density be? Can you find materials that meet the requirements on Earth? Phil Coulson was stunned and speechless. Chu Yang walked up to Thor's hammer and stroked the inscriptions on the surface of the hammer with his hand. This was magic from Asgard. He was more interested in these inscriptions than the material of Thor's hammer. Phil Coulson called again, and Nick Fury answered the phone. He said it was an alien hammer. Alien hammer? What an interesting answer. Maybe he is right. What should we do now? That thing can't be moved at all. We have tried everything. Since it can't be moved, then build a laboratory on the spot and seal off the surrounding area. Understood. After a while, there were more cranes in the empty desert, and a large number of construction workers began to come in and out. With the manpower and material resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., a fully equipped laboratory will appear here in at most one day. During this period, Chu Yang has been squatting next to Thor's hammer, trying to figure out the inscriptions on it, and never leaving. Phil Coulson has been guarding Chu Yang, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Even the construction noise nearby is much smaller than other places. It would be great if I could contact Hogwarts, so I don't have to figure it out by myself. He is better at dealing with these text symbols than me. After interpreting these inscriptions for a long time, Chu Yang felt like his brain was drained, and he had to stop and take a breath. At this time, it was dark, and the temporary laboratory had taken shape. Do you want to take a break? You've been staring at this thing for a whole day. Phil Coulson said worriedly. The power of magic is very profound. Sometimes you may not be able to comprehend even the tip of the iceberg in a month, let alone a day. Chu Yang stretched and yawned. Excuse me, I think I heard something wrong just now. Phil looked at Chu Yang suspiciously and asked, are you talking about magic? Chu Yang felt that there was nothing to hide, so he nodded and explained. In addition to the special material itself, the hammer also has the power of magic, so it is surprisingly heavy. Phil shook his head quickly. This is not the point. The point is, how do you know there is magic on the hammer? Chu Yang replied as a matter of course. Nonsense. Of course it's because I understand it. Phil's eyes were blank. Why do universities have this course? Chu Yang looked at him, as if he was a fool. Phil Coulson took a deep breath and smiled. Yang, I know that students of your age like to read fantasy novels, so they have some unrealistic fantasies. I was like this when I was a child, but Chu Yang smiled slightly, pointed at Phil, and whispered, Tarantalagra. Dancing spell. As soon as the voice fell, Phil's feet shook involuntarily, and he performed street dance on the spot. Phil Coulson, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents passing by, stopped and looked at this scene in astonishment. Mr. Coulson, I can't believe you dance so well. Do a Thomas turn, Mr. Coulson. Do. The agents who were watching the excitement were no longer satisfied with those simple dance steps and began to make requests. Phil Coulson was anxious. Let me stop. Chu Yang lifted the spell. Phil stopped dancing, hunched over, and gasped. If Chu Yang didn't let him stop, would he dance until he died? Phil couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. They won't jump to death. Usually, when they are too tired to move, their bodies will stop automatically. Chu Yang seemed to have guessed Coulson's thoughts. I still don't believe it. I know some hypnotists can do similar things. This must be hypnosis. I said it was magic. Phil Coulson stared at Chu Yang suspiciously, trying to find a flaw in his expression, but he looked calm and didn't seem to be lying. Chu Yang cast a levitation spell, making the small stone at his feet float up. Phil stared at it for 2 or 3 seconds, and after confirming that it was true, he opened his mouth wide. Gift crab. After a while, Phil Coulson called Nick Fury again. Nick Fury, who had already received several calls from Phil, was gradually getting impatient. You'd better have something urgent. Phil hurriedly said, that kid is a magician. Nick Fury was confused. Who? Phil whispered. Yang. Nick Fury said in surprise. Shouldn't he be a mutant? Phil said, I don't know whether he is a mutant or not, but I'm sure he is a magician. I saw him cast magic with my own eyes. After a few seconds, Nick Fury said with a headache, I've met mutants. Mutants? aliens, and mad scientists over the years. This is the first time I've met a magician. It's getting more and more unstable recently. The Avengers plan must be put on the agenda. Phil Coulson asked, what should we do about Yang? Nick Fury said, what else can we do? Let's just make him a magician. He's not much different from a mutant anyway. We can absorb him if we can. Phil Coulson said helplessly, Natasha and I have tried hard to persuade him, but he has no sign of agreeing. It seems that he really does not want to join SHIELD. Nick Fury pondered and said, then don't force it. Keep monitoring. We have a good relationship with Tony Stark now, and he may join the Avengers in the future, so we need to maintain a friendly attitude. Phil nodded and said, understood. As soon as he hung up the phone, the agent under Phil Coulson came over and said, Captain Coulson, we found several scientists nearby. They recorded some of the situations last night. You see. Phil Coulson said decisively, confiscate all their things. This matter cannot be spread. The agent nodded, and then carefully reminded, your friend has started to stand in front of the hammer in a daze again. Do you want to remind him to rest? Phil Coulson shook his head and said, don't worry about him, he can do whatever he wants. The next day, Phil led the team to the location of the scientists. This group of scientists was none other than Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster, her good friend Dr. Eric, and Jane's friend Daisy Louise. They rescued Thor, who was exiled by the god King Odin, and recorded everything last night. For safety reasons, Phil forcibly took away all their instruments and equipment, including a large number of memory cards. A considerable conflict broke out between the two sides. It's a pity that Thor is not here at the moment, otherwise, he would probably have a good fight with these SHIELD agents. In the end, it was Dr. Eric who calmed Jane's emotions and prevented her from continuing to conflict with SHIELD. Dr. Eric said, don't get involved with SHIELD. I have a friend who studies gamma rays. He offended them and is still missing. What Dr. Eric didn't know was that his friend, Dr. Bruce Banner, had just made a scene in Virginia not long ago. He would never have thought that the big green guy reported on TV was his former friend Banner. Jane, who had calmed down, also felt that confronting the official organization would not end well, so she had to give up and sulk alone. Thor, who was looking for the whereabouts of Thor's hammer in the town, also got the news of Thor's hammer. In the evening, Thor returned to Jane's research institute. The two discussed for a while and drove to the location of the deep pit. They looked like a group of robbers. What safety issues are they talking about? I think the most unsafe existence in the whole United States is these people in black suits. On the way, Jane kept complaining about what SHIELD did today. Those materials were the hard work of her lifelong research. Thor smiled calmly, don't worry, when I get the hammer back, I will help you teach them a lesson and get back all your research data. Jane was amused by this man with mysterious confidence, but she didn't find him annoying, but rather cute. At the same time, she became curious about Thor's true identity. This man was polite, but he liked to talk nonsense. When night fell, the two drove to the vicinity of the deep pit and found that a huge research institute had been built here, surrounded by temporary buildings. People coming and going were all wearing black suits, very similar to the group of people in the daytime. Is what you are looking for really in there? Jane said in shock, or should we come back another day? Before she finished speaking, Thor had already rushed out, and he sensed that Thor's hammer was here. It suddenly rained heavily in the sky. The patrolling agents found Thor rushing towards this side, so they issued a warning. Thor didn't take them seriously at all, and rushed all the way. A fight broke out between the two sides. In an instant, gunfire rang out. Because of the night and heavy rain, the agents' vision was blocked, and they could not hit the target as accurately as usual. On the contrary, Thor, even though he was deprived of his divine power, was still a battle-hardened Thor, and his combat experience had long been turned into instinct. He rushed out of the darkness like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and the agents were no match for him. In the darkness, a man stood alone on a high platform, aiming at Thor, who was fighting with the agents with a bow and arrow. He contacted Phil through the headset and asked, "Do you want to do it?" Phil Coulson said, "No, he may be our alien friend. You observe first. If he doesn't carry anything suspicious, let him in." At Phil's instruction, the number of agents besieging Thor gradually decreased and intentionally let him fight his way out to the location of Thor's hammer. Thor kept moving forward, following the induction, and found Thor's hammer. Just when he was happy, he found a man sitting next to Thor's hammer, a boy. The boy stared at Thor's hammer, as if in a daze, muttering something in his mouth, but the distance was too far, and Thor couldn't hear it clearly. Thor felt that the boy was not a threat, so he stepped forward and prepared to take Thor's hammer, muttering, "Hey, boy, you'd better stay away from me, otherwise you might be struck by lightning later." The boy suddenly looked up, his voice suddenly became louder, and there was a faint sound of thunder. As he waved his hands continuously, Thor's hammer was no longer quiet, and the lightning surged and floated up. Thor stood there in amazement. Gift crab. Thor's hammer floated in the air for a second, and then landed, but in just a short second, it gave Thor a great shock. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he must have been dazzled. Chu Yang touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. He just interpreted a small piece of magic left by Odin on Thor's hammer, so the hammer responded. But it was only a small piece, and it could not be driven at will. Chu Yang was about to try again, but was interrupted by Thor in time. Hey, stop. This is my hammer." Thor hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chu Yang's behavior and asked, "How did you do it?" Looking at the other person's long golden hair and explosive muscles, Chu Yang knew that the man in front of him was Thor, the god of thunder. The power of this hammer is limited by magic. I want to try to see if I can unlock it. Chu Yang said truthfully. This is my hammer. No one can cast magic on it. Thor suddenly remembered what his father Odin said when he exiled him. You are not qualified to be king. Thor's face suddenly looked a little ugly. He turned around, stretched out his hand to hold Thor's hammer, and wanted to lift it up. As a result, Thor's hammer seemed to have 1,000 pounds of power. His muscles bulged all over his body. He tried his best, but he couldn't shake it at all. He was not qualified to use Thor's hammer. Thor, who realized this fact, was like a deflated ball, and he was lost. The rain mixed with mud covered Thor's whole body, making him look extremely embarrassed at this time. He slowly raised his head, and was about to shout, "Are you asking why?" Thor turned to look at Chu Yang in surprise. How could this mysterious boy know what he was thinking? I have read part of the inscription. It says that anyone who is qualified can lift this hammer and gain the power of Thor. You said this is your hammer, so you are Thor? Chu Yang smiled. Or, you used to be Thor? Hearing the word once, Thor was very disappointed and smiled bitterly. Yes, I used to be a god. Chu Yang asked again, why did you lose your qualifications as a god? Thinking of what he had done before, Thor was speechless. He didn't want to admit that his father Odin deprived him of his divine power because he was disappointed with his arrogance and stupidity. I see cowardice on your face. You don't seem to have the courage to admit some facts. Chu Yang's words startled Thor again. Okay, let's stop chatting. You broke into the laboratory without permission and injured so many agents. We have reason to detain you. Phil Coulson appeared with a large number of soldiers and agents, subdued Thor, who had no intention of fighting, and locked him up. He looked at Chu Yang and asked, do you really believe he is a god? Such a destitute god. Chu Yang smiled and said, he is either a god or a psychopath. Choose one. Phil Coulson sighed and said with a headache, I don't really want to choose either one. Communicate with him with a little sincerity. He doesn't seem to have any scheming, so you should be able to get something out of him. Chu Yang patted Phil's shoulder, yawned and prepared to go to sleep. Deciphering the magic inscriptions made him exhausted. Sincerity again. Phil Coulson frowned. This word has appeared frequently in S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared in the room where Thor was imprisoned. The second son of God King Odin. Thor's younger brother, Loki. But he is not his biological son, but was picked up by Odin on the battlefield during the war with the Frost Giants. Now Loki has known all the truth. He thinks his father has always favored Thor because of blood relationship. Loki, who feels that he has no possibility of inheriting the throne, chooses to betray Asgard and join forces with the Frost Giants. At this time, Odin fell into a deep sleep. Loki temporarily took over the throne and ordered that no one was allowed to bring Thor back from Earth. However, He came to Earth quietly just to deceive Thor. Because of your arrogance, Asgard went to war with the frost giants again. My father was old and could not bear such a huge blow, so he fell asleep. Now, I have inherited the throne and signed a truce with Laufey on the condition that you will be exiled forever. From now on, you can never return to Asgard. The news of his father's death dealt a huge blow to Thor, far greater than the blow he suffered when he could not lift Thor's hammer. Thor collapsed and shed tears. Loki turned his back, his mouth corners slightly raised, and then disappeared in the room. The god of deception is best at lies. Thor, who was simple-minded, could never have imagined that his beloved brother would deceive him with such a thing. Chu Yang, who was refreshed after a good sleep, was ready to study Thor's hammer again. Asgard's magic is very special. By analogy, his own magic attainments have been greatly improved. Chu Yang felt that, if he could understand the inscriptions on Thor's hammer, his wandless spell-casting ability would be improved to Dumbledore's level. At that time, casting the 3 unforgivable curses would be a piece of cake. Halfway through, Chu Yang thought of Thor, who was dejected. So he turned a corner, made 2 cups of coffee, and came to the room where Thor was imprisoned. After entering, he found that Thor's mood was even lower than before. Are you so depressed that you can't pick up the hammer? Chu Yang directly untied Thor and handed him the coffee in his hand. It has nothing to do with Mjolnir. Thor held the coffee, his voice full of sadness. My father died because of my selfishness and stupidity. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. It seems that Loki, the little liar, must have been here. He then asked, there is a smell of magic here. May I ask who has been here? Thor looked up in surprise. You can actually sense Loki's magic power. He is the most powerful spellcaster in the entire Asgard, except for my mother. Loki. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. According to Norse mythology, you should be Thor, the god of thunder, and your father is the legendary god Odin. Thor nodded and said, yes. The door of the room was opened again. It was Phil Coulson. Seeing Chu Yang here, he said in surprise, I thought you would sleep until tomorrow morning. Chu Yang smiled and said, my curiosity woke me up. Phil Coulson nodded and said, it's understandable. Whether it's a scientist or a magician, they are fascinated by knowledge. But I hope you won't unlock the prisoner's electronic shackles without authorization next time. Sorry. Chu Yang shrugged. He needs a cup of hot coffee to comfort his current mood. His father had passed away. Phil Coulson scratched his head and said, he is not only a god, but also a prince. Suddenly, Phil Coulson felt something was wrong. Who are you talking about? Odin? Odin in Norse mythology. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, the one you are tying up now is the famous Thor. Compared with Norse mythology, Americans prefer Greek mythology and have filmed a large number of related film and television works. They like to combine American element with Greek mythology. People from other countries mistakenly believe that Greek mythology is unique to America. In this regard, their Korean son has learned it in a very good way. Most people have only heard of Norse mythology, but do not know much about it. As long as the god king is mentioned, everyone will subconsciously think of Zeus instead of Odin. Phil Coulson, who thought of the myth, felt very dreamy at the moment, and the next second he thought Chu Yang was talking nonsense. He was not even willing to believe that Thor was a god, let alone believe that he was the god of thunder. Loki just came. Chu Yang dropped a bombshell. Impossible. Phil immediately shook his head and said, there are surveillance cameras everywhere here. The camera can't block the magic of God. Chu Yang sneered. What he said is true. Loki just came. He told me the news of my father's death. Thor continued to be depressed and told the whole story. Phil Coulson's scalp was numb. The continuous news made his heart go up and down like a roller coaster. Mr. Agent, don't be nervous. This is most likely fake news. Chu Yang drank the coffee in his hand in one breath and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Impossible. Thor frowned and looked at Chu Yang with an unfriendly expression. Loki would not deceive me with such a thing. Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. If it is really the legendary god King Odin, how could he die so easily? Is it just because of old age and can't bear the pressure? You have only been on Earth for a few days? Thor was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, he also felt a little strange. His father had just exiled him to Earth. So how could he die so soon? Chu Yang added, as for signing a peace treaty with the frost giants, it's even more ridiculous. The god King Odin is dead, and Thor the thunder god has been exiled to Earth. What can Loki use to deter the frost giants? If I were a frost giant, I would have invaded Asgard long ago, and I would not have signed a bullshit peace treaty. Thor suddenly realized, and then endless anger surged from his heart, roaring, Loki. Phil Coulson quickly pulled Chu Yang aside and whispered, you told me before that you were an alien. How come you have become a god now? Chu Yang said, is there a possibility that God is an alien? Phil Coulson choked when he heard this. It made sense. Chu Yang teased, call quickly, you will be scolded again. If you are late, you will be scolded, even if you call now. Phil Coulson dialed the phone with a headache. It's early morning, Phil. Nick Fury suppressed his anger and said slowly, tell me, what surprise is waiting for me? Phil Coulson coughed dryly and walked out of the room. Thor walked up to Chu Yang and said in a deep voice, I must return to Asgard and uncover Loki's lies. Chu Yang shrugged, it seems useless to tell me this. Thor stared at Chu Yang and said, I just saw that you can summon Thor's hammer, and it also responded to your call. Chu Yang shook his head and said, it's not Thor's hammer that responded to me, but the magic cast on it. I just recited part of the spell correctly. Thor stared at him with his eyes like a cow, then recite the rest correctly. Chu Yang laughed angrily, can Odin's magic be used if you recite it correctly? Is it an artificial intelligence lock? Thor sighed, what should I do? I have lost my qualifications and cannot pick up the hammer, let alone summon the rainbow bridge. Chu Yang said, that's your problem. You have to be willing to stay on Earth obediently, even for a lifetime. After that, Chu Yang left the room. Wait for me. Thor hurriedly chased after him. The two came to the area where Thor's hammer was located, and the researchers were still measuring the energy fluctuations emitted by Thor's hammer. Because of its special material, scientists tried many devices, but could not leave any traces on Thor's hammer. They gave up the method of violent splitting. Even if it were possible now, Phil Coulson would not allow it. This is Thor's hammer. If it is broken, it will not be an international dispute, but a cosmic dispute. After Chu Yang arrived, other staff members left on their own accord to avoid disturbing him. This is something Phil has emphasized many times. Thor, on the other hand, looked curious and observed how Chu Yang analyzed Asgard's magic. After watching for a long time, he realized a frustrating fact. He couldn't understand it. As a representative of the muscle school, Thor's brain is a world away from Loki. If it weren't for his good genes, he would probably only be a bodybuilding coach in his life. You and Loki are the same kind of people, both very smart. I have never been able to learn these messy magics since I was a child. Thor said with a complicated look. In fact, it is not impossible to give the throne to Loki. Anyway, I'm not qualified to lift Thor's hammer. Chu Yang observed the inscriptions and said, since you have been exiled and lost your qualifications, isn't it a foregone conclusion that he, as Odin's only remaining son, will inherit the throne? Then why did he come all the way to Earth to deceive you? Thor felt that his CPU was about to burn just thinking about it, and he had a headache and said, can't you just say it directly? Chu Yang smiled and said, there is only one reason. He is even less qualified to inherit the throne than you. He is very likely not Odin's son. Thor was stunned. His first reaction was that his mother had cheated. Chu Yang ignored him and took the time to learn the inscriptions on the hammer. According to the plot development, Thor will take it away soon. At the same time, Loki is making a deal with the Frost Giants. In a war between Asgard and the Frost Giants in the early years, Odin took away the icebox, the treasure of their clan. It was also in that battlefield that Odin encountered Loki as a baby and took him away to raise him. Now, Loki wants to use this treasure to exchange for an opportunity. He wants the Frost Giant King Laufey to find an opportunity to kill the sleeping Odin. Laufey agreed to the deal. But what he didn't know was that all this was Loki's plan. Loki wants to become the hero of Asgard. If the plan is achieved, even if Thor picks up Thor's hammer again, he can't shake Loki who sits firmly on the throne. Just when Loki thought everything would go according to his plan, Thor's comrades quietly opened the Rainbow Bridge and prepared to go to Earth to bring Thor back. After taking a look at the opened rainbow bridge, Loki turned around and went deep into the palace and released Asgard's ultimate weapon, the destroyer armor. Loki wants to completely eliminate all those who prevent him from ascending the throne. Chapter 92 The Magician's Fighting Style. When it was almost dawn, Jane and Dr. Eric came to the temporary research institute, ready to take Thor away. For this purpose, they also made a fake identity for Thor. Coulson repeatedly stated that Thor stayed voluntarily, but the two did not believe it, so Phil had to arrange a meeting for them. After the meeting, Thor explained everything about himself to the two. Jane and Dr. Eric were very shocked after hearing it, but they said they could understand it, but they just needed some time to digest this huge amount of information. Jane could never have thought that she would fall in love with a god. Thor glanced at Jane secretly. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. "You haven't seen Mjolnir yet, right? I can take you to see it," Thor said, and took the two to the area where Thor's hammer was, showing off Thor's hammer on the way. The head of Mjolnir is made of Uru metal, a specialty metal of Asgard, which can store a lot of energy. The handle is made of wood dropped from the world tree, which has a very strong magical affinity. It was made using the internal energy of an entire star, and it is also blessed with my father's magic and divine power. Thor's voice stopped abruptly at this point. Even though he knew that his father might not have died, the fact that he had lost his qualification still made him feel like a thorn in his throat. Soon, Jane and Dr. Eric saw the legendary Thor's hammer. The two couldn't help their curiosity as scientific researchers, and immediately stepped forward and carefully observed Thor's hammer, fascinated. They even ignored Chu Yang's existence. "It's really a great work of art." Jane praised Thor's hammer generously and reached out to touch it. Eric stopped her and turned to look at Thor. "Will touching it bring any danger?" Thor explained. "No danger. You can still try to lift it up, of course. This is impossible." Jane was not convinced and immediately grabbed the handle of Thor's hammer and pulled it up. Chu Yang was looking forward to it. This is the future female Thor. If she really lifts it up, it will be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Thor's hammer did not move at all. After trying for a few minutes, Jane gave up and complained, "It's really heavy. Do you usually fight with it? Won't you be tired?" Thor smiled proudly and said, "Of course not. I'm Thor, the most powerful warrior in Asgard." After 2 or 3 sentences, the two began to exchange glances. Chu Yang couldn't stand it anymore and decided to give them this small space. As soon as he went out, Phil Coulson ran into Chu Yang head on. The former was like hitting a piece of iron plate, with stars in his eyes and dizziness. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Yang looked at him in confusion. "I was just about to look for you." Suddenly, a strange guy flew in from the sky. It looked a bit like Tony's armor. It was making a mess outside. "Go and have a look." Phil looked serious and then took Chu Yang to the outside of the temporary research institute. A hooded agent was using a bow and arrow to fight the humanoid armor that Phil mentioned. The surroundings were filled with smoke, and a large number of soldiers and agents were injured and fell to the ground. Even several tanks were scrapped. Chu Yang stared at the armor in the air for a few seconds, shook his head and said, "That thing is different from Tony's mechanical armor. There is a very strong magic reaction on it." Phil immediately reacted and said, "Is this something from Asgard?" Chu Yang smacked his lips. "It's obvious that it's here to kill people. Loki wants Thor to stay on Earth completely, in the form of a dead person. The destroyer armor is Asgard's strongest weapon, and the existing weapons cannot cause effective damage to the destroyer armor." Seeing this, Phil could only call for help immediately. Chu Yang looked at the archer who was still restraining the destroyer, thinking that he should be Clinton Barton, the Hawkeye who was as famous as Natasha in S.H.I.E.L.D. The arrows brought by Hawkeye were all specially made arrows with extraordinary power, but when they hit the destroyer, it was like setting off fireworks, leaving no trace. He was able to temporarily restrain the destroyer, which was already an extraordinary performance in archery. While Phil was calling for help, the destroyer began to really exert his strength, gathering energy beams on his body and launching large-scale AoE attacks. The destroyer, which is driven by Odin's divine power, magic, and soul power, has almost no upper limit to the energy in his body. Even if he uses large-scale attacks continuously, there is no sign of energy depletion. Hawkeye and the agents were beaten and fled. "What should we do?" The rescue will not arrive for a while. Phil asked anxiously, do you have any way to delay it for a while? If this goes on, no one here will be able to escape. Chu Yang glanced at him. I'm still a student. Phil smiled bitterly. I know, but no one can handle it except you. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I refuse moral kidnapping. Phil's eyes were red with anxiety. Chu Yang said leisurely, it will cost more money. Phil was stunned for a moment and said in a deep voice, more. Chu Yang smiled and slowly walked towards the destroyer. Aren't you a magician? Why are you going up there? Phil was horrified and wanted to pull Chu Yang back. If something went wrong, there would be an irreparable rift between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. This would directly affect Nick Fury's Avengers plan. The next second, Chu Yang's body was covered with lightning. Then, a strange rune appeared on his face, like a mask. The armed color that could not be seen by the naked eye spread all over Chu Yang's body. He took a deep breath, his heart beat wildly, his body temperature rose, and the whole world slowed down. Lightning release armor, Sage mode, armament haki, and source breathing, 4 buffs are activated at the same time. Facing the destroyer, Chu Yang behaved as cautiously as he did when facing Ichimarujin. While the destroyer was attacking Hawkeye and the others, Chu Yang held 2 wooden swords and displayed his sword skills. Recently, in addition to constantly practicing source breathing, Chu Yang of Demon Slayer World has also made great progress in sword skills. He integrated the sword skills of sun breathing and moon breathing to create a new sword skill. This is the first time Chu Yang has performed it. Source breathing 1 form sun and moon rotation. A dazzling light suddenly lit up between heaven and earth and rushed towards the destroyer. This extremely powerful force made the destroyer feel threatened. It didn't care about attacking other targets and immediately took a defensive posture. A thick light-colored protective shield quietly emerged. Chu Yang held 2 swords, one bright and one dark. The wooden sword in his right hand burned with golden flames and slashed fiercely on the protective shield. Ripples appeared on the protective shield and cracks appeared, but it did not break. As the knife fell, Chu Yang twisted his waist and the wooden sword in his left hand surged with dark energy. Like the quiet moonlight, it hit the protective shield again. The power of the sun and the moon overlapped each other, producing an unimaginable power. The protective shield of the destroyer was shattered. The impact of the energy explosion swept around. Like a typhoon, people and cars were blown away, and in an instant, people and horses were thrown to the ground. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye watched this scene from a distance, stunned. Is this how all magicians fight? The noise outside was like an 8 magnitude earthquake, which startled Thor and Jean, who were talking about love. When the two came out, they happened to see the destroyer falling out of the dust. Chu Yang flew in the air, lightning, sunlight, and moonlight, 3 different lights covering his body, with extremely terrifying power. In Thor's eyes, Chu Yang was more like a god than him. Thor swallowed his saliva, turned his head and asked Phil, is he really a magician? Phil's eyes were more confused than his. Don't ask me, this is my first time seeing it too. While the two were talking, the destroyer got up again. There were only some minor knife marks on the surface of the armor, and it was not seriously damaged. It turned its head to look at Thor, then raised its head to lock Chu Yang's figure, considering him the biggest threat on the field. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, was also startled by Chu Yang, and immediately decided to annihilate this human first. The destroyer took off into the air, flying at high speed in the air, and once again engaged in a fierce battle with Chu Yang. Phil hurried to evacuate all the researchers in the institute and wait for support from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Thor looked up, clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was about to rush to his throat. Thor knew that this destroyer was sent by Loki to kill him. As the most brave warrior in Asgard, he could only accept the protection of others at this time. Jane pulled Thor's arm and said anxiously, let's leave here first. Thor was motionless, his eyes fixed on the destroyer. Dr. Eric arrived in time and pulled Thor away with Jane. The 3 left the temporary institute. Dr. Eric looked back and saw that Chu Yang and the destroyer were still fighting in the sky. Oh my god. Dr. Eric took out 2 pills from his pocket and threw them into his mouth, and then he calmed down. After walking a few hundred meters, Thor stopped with an ugly look. Jane, I can't just leave like this. That destroyer is coming for me. I know it's coming for you, so what can you do? I'm the son of Father Odin and the Crown Prince of Asgard. As the god of thunder, I can't escape. I can't shift the responsibility I should bear to others. Thor's emotions completely broke out because he was angry about his powerlessness. That's right, Thor. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Thor turned his head and his eyes showed uncontrollable joy. His best comrades and friends suddenly appeared here. Sif, Fandral, Hagen, and Valstag. The latter three are called the Three Warriors of Asgard and are Thor's capable men. Sif is the only woman in their small group, and she is also a famous warrior in Asgard. Seeing them, Thor's heart rekindled hope and strength. The four people came forward and explained to Thor the current situation in Asgard. Odin fell into a deep sleep. Loki was abnormal. These situations were the same as Chu Yang's previous guesses. He actually said everything. Thor looked at Chu Yang with shock and respect from the bottom of his heart. So Thor made a decision secretly. After understanding the situation, Thor's comrades immediately assisted Chu Yang and helped Chu Yang to contain the actions of the destroyer. Thor ignored Jane's dissuasion and returned to the research institute, reaching out for Thor's hammer. Mjolnir, please recognize me again, so that I can fight side by side with them as the god of thunder and protect everyone here. Thor prayed softly. On the other side, Chu Yang and the four Asgardian warriors still could not defeat the destroyer and could only suppress the opponent's actions. In the final analysis, the two swords in Chu Yang's hand were just wooden swords made by wood release. Even though Chu Yang himself was very strong, it was difficult to break the hard armor of the destroyer. As the strongest weapon of Asgard, every inch of the destroyer was made of the same grade of material as Thor's hammer. In the distant past, it even fought against powerful enemies like the Celestials together with Odin. My level of Conqueror's Haki is not high enough, otherwise even with the wooden sword, I could still cause damage to it. Chu Yang silently calculated that the time should be about right now. Even if Thor was useless, he should have raised Thor's hammer again. The thought was fleeting, and the next moment, thunderous thunder suddenly erupted in the research institute. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and the other four people also showed joy on their faces. The vast lightning condensed into a beam of light, which knocked the destroyer away, and landed in front of everyone. The lightning dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was Thor, who was wearing armor, and regaining his divine power. Thor, holding the Mjolnir, regained his former spirit, with lightning flashing in the depths of his eyes. He turned the Mjolnir, and the thunder fell as he directed, drowning the destroyer. However, the destroyer was not easily destroyed, and stood up again under the thunder. Thor and others rushed over directly, and the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Chu Yang removed all the buffs, restored his harmless student appearance, and stood quietly to the side to watch the show. "Aren't you going to help?" Phil Coulson, who had been a war correspondent for a long time, suddenly appeared. "The time is up. If you want to renew, you have to pay more." Chu Yang glared at him unhappily, and it felt like you didn't fight hard. "Don't worry, we will prepare a gift to thank you for your efforts this time." Phil Coulson smiled and said, "I hope we can establish a good cooperative relationship." "Cooperation?" Chu Yang waved his hand. "Forget it. I prefer staying in the laboratory to fighting. If you bother me with random reasons in the future, I will be the first to kill you." Phil Coulson's smile stopped abruptly. Chu Yang said, "Also, in return, this destroyer armor must be sent to Stark Tower first. After I finish studying it, you can study it. If you dare to mess around, I will still be the first to kill you." Phil Coulson couldn't laugh at all this time, and he said nothing with a bitter face. On the other side, Thor showed his power and successfully ended the destroyer. He was ready to summon the Rainbow Bridge and return to Asgard. Jane stood in front of Thor reluctantly, tender and sweet, her eyes almost tearing. The comrades turned their backs and gave them some time. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Thor then summoned the Rainbow Bridge, and a bright light broke through the space and shone on the earth. What a strong energy. Chu Yang looked at the Rainbow Bridge and couldn't help but sigh. This was the most powerful energy fluctuation he had ever felt. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Yang found that the beam seemed to have deviated and was getting closer and closer to him. Before he could get away, a hand suddenly stretched out from the beam and grabbed Chu Yang's clothes. "Fuck," Chu Yang left only a curse and was pulled into the rainbow bridge. The light disappeared and Coulson looked at the empty grassland with a dull look in his eyes, and then a chill rushed straight to his head. Something happened. I'll lend you my assistant, but you told me that he was taken away by aliens? Calm down, Tony. To be precise, he was taken away by Thor, the god of thunder. So, I have to ask Zeus to deal with him, right? Tony was furious in the laboratory, and even Nick Fury, who rushed over, had to retreat 3 feet. Phil Coulson took all the other party's anger. At this moment, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. He is just a freshman, and his real age is only in the first year of high school. Tell me, what can he do to survive on that damn alien planet? Tony was a little hysterical. If it were usual, little Pepper Potts would definitely persuade him. But this time, she didn't say a word, folded her arms in front of her chest, and looked at Phil Coulson coldly. She was angrier than Tony. Phil Coulson was embarrassed. He actually wanted to tell Tony that the freshman you mentioned was more like a humanoid weapon than Asgard's strongest weapon. Chu Yang can not only live there, but also live a very comfortable life. Tony, I know you are very angry, but you need to calm down now. This incident has proved my hunch. The crisis facing the Earth now is cosmic. We need a group of people like you to ensure the safety of the Earth. Nick Fury said seriously. Sorry, I can't even protect my assistant, let alone the Earth. You've got the wrong person. Tony sneered. I don't want to participate in your damn Avengers plan. Nick Fury's face changed. He didn't expect Tony's attitude to be so tough, and he actually refused to join the Avengers. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, don't act on impulse, Tony. Tony sneered. You have investigated me for so many years. You should know my character. I just like to act on impulse. Remember what the New York Times said about me? Willful, arrogant, and conceited are my labels. Nick Fury took a deep breath and had a headache. He underestimated the importance Tony attached to his companions. Feeling Tony's current irritable mood, Phil Coulson carefully reached out his hand and said, I think Yang should be able to protect his own safety. He is the most powerful magician I have ever seen. After saying that, Phil Coulson added in his heart, he is also the only magician I have ever seen. After hearing this, Tony's sneer became stronger, and he couldn't help but sneer. Another alien, then Thor, and now a magician. When did your words become as ridiculous as the FBI's? Phil Coulson reluctantly took out a computer from his suitcase and played the surveillance video of the institute at that time. The whole process of Chu Yang's battle with the destroyer was recorded. Tony just glanced at it unintentionally, and he was stunned. Potts stood beside him, looking at the computer screen, with a lot of question marks on his head. Nick Fury was also watching it for the first time. He was busy rushing to comfort Tony's emotions, and didn't have time to watch it in advance. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yang in the picture, who was like a god. With 2 swords, he shattered the protective shield on the destroyer that even shells could not penetrate. While Nick Fury was amazed and said to Tony, in my impression, magicians always hide in the distance and set off fireballs. Tony looked confused. Me too. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, I knew this kid was wrong. How could an ordinary person easily destroy my armor? Phil Coulson said, Thor took Yang away, probably because he wanted him to help solve Asgard's current predicament. After it's over, he will be sent back. Tony wondered, how else can he help? Yes. What else can I help? Chu Yang thought so too. So when Thor and Loki were fighting, he didn't take action, but just stood aside as a spectator. Why should an outsider like him join in the fun when 2 brothers are fighting? It wasn't until Thor broke the rainbow bridge that the smile on Chu Yang's face suddenly froze. You destroyed the rainbow bridge. How can I get back to Earth? Chu Yang walked up to Thor angrily. Sorry, I forgot. Thor suddenly realized and bowed his head to apologize. Why did you bring me here? Chu Yang asked helplessly. When I become king in the future, I will let you be my military advisor. Thor's eyes burst into a gleam. Just for this? Chu Yang's eyes were dull. You can infer Loki's conspiracy from so little information. Your brain is better than Loki's. Thor did not hesitate to praise him and laughed. Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable. He knew the direction of the plot and of course he could guess what Loki wanted to do. This had nothing to do with brains. He just wanted to leave here quickly. Asgard is not a good place. After Odin's death, living here is more risky than on Earth. First Thor's sister Hela broke the seal of the god King Odin and returned to Asgard and then destroyed the entire Asgard. The people of Asgard took a spaceship to escape to Earth. On the way, they met the purple potato spirit Thanos and half of the people died. Almost made the silly Thor collapse. Chu Yang didn't want to be the half that died. After resolving the turmoil caused by Loki, Thor's reputation in Asgard suddenly reached its peak. No one could shake his position anymore, and becoming the next king was almost certain. Thor's high popularity also made Chu Yang a celebrity. Thanks to the publicity of the famous three warriors of Asgard, they boasted to everyone how Chu Yang helped Thor defeat the destroyer on Earth. They also said that Chu Yang saw through Loki's conspiracy and enlightened Thor to regain his will. They exaggerated a lot. Now wherever Chu Yang goes, he is second only to Thor in terms of attention. He was also summoned by Odin alone. In order to reward Chu Yang for helping Thor, Odin promised to fulfill one of his wishes. Chu Yang proposed to return to Earth. Odin shook his head regretfully, saying that there was no other way to send him back before the Rainbow Bridge was repaired, so he asked him to change his wish again. It seems that Odin felt embarrassed because he failed to fulfill Chu Yang's first wish. He asked Chu Yang to make a slightly bigger wish and promised to help him fulfill it. Thinking that there was no chance to go back for the time being, Chu Yang made another wish. I want to learn Asgard's magic. Odin frowned slightly. It's not that I refuse. As a mortal, it's difficult for you to learn Asgard's magic because of your physical shackles. Sorry, I'm afraid it can't be as you wish. Chu Yang smiled and said, just give me a chance. Odin pondered for a while, smiled and nodded. I like your confidence, so I agree to your wish. Chu Yang started his new journey of learning magic in Asgard. Harry Potter World. Recently, Principal Dumbledore is often not in school. Where did he go? No one knows. Although he was not often seen in the past, the number of times he left school alone has increased visibly. It's just that the students haven't noticed it yet, and the teachers and professors haven't noticed it either, as they seem to have gotten used to the mystery of Principal Dumbledore. Chu Yang is silently paying attention to everything. He knew that the more often Dumbledore left school, the more it proved that the collection of Horcruxes had come to an end. Voldemort's Horcrux, Tom Riddle's diary, is in the hands of Lucius Malfoy. Because of Voldemort's fall, Lucius Malfoy was worried about the diary all day, fearing that his identity as a Death Eater would be exposed. Now he was probably preparing to get rid of this diary that might bring disaster. It was not difficult for Dumbledore to get it. Gaunt ring was hidden in the old Gaunt house by Voldemort. The ring was inlaid with the resurrection stone and Voldemort's curse. If someone couldn't resist the temptation and put on the ring, the curse would take effect. Chu Yang had already mentioned this in the fake book. I believe that with Dumbledore's wisdom, he would definitely be vigilant. The easiest Horcrux to get is Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden in the room of requirement with a fake book. This is not difficult. Hufflepuff's gold cup is hidden in the vault of Gringotts, which is known as the safest place in the wizarding world. In the eyes of the strong, it is no different from their own backyard. However, given Dumbledore's character, he will most likely negotiate with the goblins to get this Horcrux out. The fifth Horcrux is Slytherin's locket. This is a relic of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. It has been passed down from generation to generation in the Gaunt family, the direct descendants. Later, it was sold to the owner of Borgin and Burke's by Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt, for 10 galleons. After Voldemort retrieved the locket, he made it into a Horcrux and hid it in a cave on an isolated island. Voldemort put the locket into the bottom of a glass container and then cast a vicious spell. The glass container was filled with potion. Anyone who wanted to take the locket had to drink the potion, and this potion will make the person who drinks it suffer extreme pain that is worse than death. Sirius Black's brother, Regulus Arcturus Black, drank the potions. He paid the price with his life. Before he died, he asked his house elf, Creature, to take the locket and told it to destroy it. Unfortunately, Creature tried many ways, but failed to destroy the locket. The locket was protected by Voldemort's powerful spell. The locket was eventually kept and hidden by Creature in the Black family's old house. As a supporter of Voldemort's pure-blood philosophy, Regulus was once a Death Eater. It was not until later that he discovered that Voldemort was not promoting the so-called pure-blood philosophy at all, but was using violence to suppress all those who opposed him. Regulus Black, who recognized Voldemort's true face, chose to betray in the collapse of his faith. He successfully took the locket and used a fake locket to confuse Voldemort. But the stigma still accompanied him throughout his life. No one knew that Regulus Arcturus Black was a true hero. So Chu Yang wrote his unknown deeds into a fake book. The last Horcrux is Harry himself, or should I say, the soul fragment that Voldemort accidentally left in Harry. The first 5 are not difficult to find, but the last one may bring difficulties to Dumbledore. And how to eliminate the soul fragment in Harry's body is a difficult problem for Dumbledore. After all, he can't cast a spell on Harry with the mentality of killing him as the premise, and eliminate the Horcrux in the simplest way. According to the Times speculation, Chu Yang thinks that Dumbledore should find at least 3 Horcruxes, including Harry, who has been in Hogwarts. That is 4 Horcruxes. Chu Yang only needs to help Dumbledore collect at most 2 more Horcruxes, and there will be a chance to completely eliminate Voldemort. The time is almost right. Chu Yang immediately had a showdown plan. Chu Yang dare not say that he knows all the dark magic that Voldemort is proficient in, but at least he has an idea of 70% to 80%. In addition, Chu Yang has been studying ninjutsu, ghost arts, and curses during this period of time. By analogy, he has also invented many spells to deal with dark magic. No need to worry about being tricked by strange and evil spells and causing a catastrophe. Voldemort can be killed without any mistakes. Just when Chu Yang was thinking about how to confess to Dumbledore, some guests came to his room that night. Harry, Hermione, and Ron came to Chu Yang's room wearing invisibility cloaks. "Hey, Yang, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but you have to go out with us now," Harry said with some embarrassment. "Please, we really need you." Hermione and Ron looked at Chu Yang eagerly. Chu Yang nodded, picked up his clothes, and changed in the bathroom, and followed them out of the dormitory. It would definitely not work for 4 people to squeeze in the invisibility cloak. Chu Yang motioned them to go first, and he followed behind alone. The 3 of them carefully cleared the way in front. Chu Yang followed them all the way out of the school, and went straight to Hagrid's cabin. On the way, the trio hesitated to speak, as if they had something to say, but didn't know how to tell Chu Yang. Among them, Harry's expression of struggle was the most obvious. Chu Yang smiled and spoke first. "You called me out, it shouldn't be, to play adventure games, right?" The 3 of them laughed awkwardly at the same time. Finally, it was Hermione who mustered up the courage to ask, "Yang, Principal Dumbledore told us that you have met Voldemort?" "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. Harry suddenly became excited, and he asked eagerly, "Is Voldemort scary?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I don't think he is scary. On the contrary, he looks more fragile than I imagined." "Fragile?" Harry was surprised by Chu Yang's answer. He didn't expect Chu Yang to use this word to describe the Dark Lord who was terrified of the magic world. Hermione and Ron also frowned. This was not the answer they imagined. Chu Yang smiled and said, "If Voldemort was still as powerful as he was back then, he would have appeared in front of the world openly. Why would he have to hide?" Hermione couldn't help but nodded, deeply agreeing. Chu Yang's positive attitude unconsciously influenced them, and everyone gradually stopped treating Voldemort as a scourge. After all, a person who has seen it with his own eyes is not afraid, so why should we be afraid? This is what Harry and the other 2 were thinking at this moment. "After you ask, it's my turn. Tell me, what does Principal Dumbledore want to see me about?" Chu Yang's question startled the 3 again. Hermione asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Chu Yang said, "Principal Dumbledore will not tell you about my encounter with Voldemort for no reason." Hermione realized that she had just let it slip, so she smiled awkwardly. Harry took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Principal Dumbledore hopes that you can stay with me in the Forbidden Forest for a while." "What is in the Forbidden Forest?" "There is a giant war tree that mutated from the Homping Willow, and a tribe of unicorns who worship Chu Yang as a god. There is also the Centaur Fans who has a very close relationship with Chu Yang, and the centaurs behind him who have good intentions towards Chu Yang. These three forces come together to sweep everything in the Forbidden Forest. This is his home court. Dumbledore asked Chu Yang to stay with Harry in the Forbidden Forest, implying that he hoped he could protect Harry. The over 100-year-old man finally made up his mind to fight Voldemort head-on. But before destroying the soul fragments in his body, Harry was Voldemort's only chance to turn the tables. If he stayed in Hogwarts, Harry would become the target of the Death Eaters. Staying in the Forbidden Forest is not only safer, but also can disperse the power of the Death Eaters. In fact, from Chu Yang's perspective, it would be more efficient for him to bring the War Tree and directly push forward. But Dumbledore still treated him as a student. Letting Chu Yang be solely responsible for Harry's safety was his bottom line. It seems that the camping equipment I bought not long ago can come in handy. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. That's great. Harry also smiled in his embarrassment. I'm very good at setting up tents. George and Fred taught me when I was watching Quidditch games. Ron was eager to try, as if he really wanted to go camping in the wild. Why are you so excited? Headmaster Dumbledore said that it was Yang and Harry who went to the Forbidden Forest, not us. Hermione glared at Ron unhappily. One more person means one more force to protect Harry, isn't that right? Ron retorted righteously. It's not one more force to protect Harry, but one more person to drag Yang down. Hermione stretched out her hand and tried to grab Ron's ear, but he dodged it nimbly. Headmaster Dumbledore said Chu Yang can summon unicorns. Don't you want to see unicorns? Ron whispered in Hermione's ear, acting a bit like a little devil. For girls, unicorns are an irresistible existence. Which girl would refuse to ride on a unicorn and walk in the moonlight? Hermione's attitude suddenly became less resolute. She muttered softly, the Forbidden Forest is dark and scary. It's definitely scary with only Harry and the other two. It's different with more people. Ron gave her a thumbs up. As they talked, they walked to Hagrid's cabin, and Hermione stepped forward and knocked on the door knocker. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid leaned sideways to open the door, his face mysterious. Come in. The warm fire drove away the coldness of the night, and everyone felt warm. Chu Yang looked around and asked, isn't Principal Dumbledore here? He has more important things to do. Hagrid brought out a few cups of hot tea from the kitchen and handed them to the children. This is almost becoming your catchphrase, Ron teased, imitating Hagrid's tone. You say this every time we ask about Principal Dumbledore. Hagrid's eyes widened and he shouted, you have no idea how important what Principal Dumbledore does is. He is now. Hagrid. Chu Yang said quickly. Oh. Melon's beard. Hagrid realized that he almost said the wrong thing and gave Chu Yang a look of gratitude. In fact, we know what Headmaster Dumbledore is doing. We gave him the book about Horcruxes. Ron looked at Hagrid proudly. It's just that we don't know where those things are. Hagrid quickly stepped forward to cover his mouth, and the oil and dirt on his hands almost made Ron vomit. While the two were playing, Hermione turned around and said to Chu Yang, you don't know what a Horcrux is, do you? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. You don't know something too? Hermione was a little excited. Being able to show off her knowledge in front of Chu Yang might be the happiest thing for her in school. So, Hermione began to tell the whole process of how she found the clues of the Horcruxes from a book called The Old Stories of Hogwarts You Don't Know. The little lady's eyes were shining, like the stars in the night sky. After she finished speaking, she stared at Chu Yang with hope. Chu Yang understood and immediately praised, Hermione, you are so smart. Hermione's cheeks were slightly red, and she raised her head proudly. How can this be? We found it together. Ron broke free from Hagrid and hurriedly pulled Harry, who looked embarrassed. Chu Yang said helplessly, okay, Mr. Ron, who is smart and brave. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you have a good eye. Harry felt embarrassed and turned his head away quietly, pretending not to know him. Children, be quiet, we will set off to the Forbidden Forest later. Hagrid pressed his hands down and signaled everyone to keep their voices down. Hagrid, can I know how many Horcruxes Principal Dumbledore has found so far? Chu Yang asked casually. Hagrid shook his head and said, sorry, I can't tell you the exact number, but there are still 2 left to be found. In terms of difficulty, it is most likely the Gauntring and Slytherin's locket. After a while, Hagrid led everyone to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. They stopped in front of a lake. There was a small wooden house there. Okay, this is it. Hagrid happily introduced his work to everyone. The cabin wasn't big, but it was more than enough for 4 people. The interior was rather shabby, with almost no decent furniture except for the bed and the heater. Chu Yang took out a small briefcase under Hermione's surprised gaze and began to pour things out. Tents, sleeping bags, camping lights, outdoor folding tables and chairs, toolboxes, hanging ropes, scattered hooks and loops, first aid kits, pots and pans, etc. As more and more items fell out of the briefcase, the other 4 opened their mouths in shock. "Are you moving?" Hermione swallowed. "Not much." Chu Yang lowered his head to count if there was anything missing. There is an obvious benefit to learning to apparate, which is that he can move freely between the magical world and the non-magical world. "I have to admit that you are more prepared than I am." To hide his embarrassment, Hagrid coughed dryly and asked Chu Yang curiously, "Are you interested in camping?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Since the orphanage, I have lived in a group for too long. If I have the chance, I hope to spend more time alone." Ron was very interested in the camping equipment. His father's work was closely related to the Muggle world, so he had frequent contact with it. Harry whispered, "I remember Professor McGonagall said that the traceless extension charm is forbidden to be used on personal belongings." Chu Yang smiled and said, "If everything is done according to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, then magic will bring us much less happiness." Hermione nodded quickly. "I agree." Harry fell into deep thought. Chapter 93, The Forbidden Forest Unicorn and the Visitors. Please read and vote. Okay, it's time to go, Ron. Don't touch Harry's stuff. The night was getting darker and the temperature was getting colder, so Hagrid had to urge Ron and Hermione to leave. He didn't know that both of them wanted to stay. Ron looked at Hermione in panic, and the latter's eyes turned around, looking like a ghost. "Hagrid, how long will it take Yang and Harry to pack up so many things? We should help them pack up before leaving. This is the basic etiquette of gentlemen and ladies." Hermione pulled Hagrid's clothes and began to try to persuade Hagrid. Hagrid looked up at the camping equipment scattered on the ground around him. He sighed and said, "Okay, but we have to be quick." Ron fiddled with the outdoor tent happily. "Hey, they don't need that. Here is a wooden house I built by myself. It's not only warm, but also safe." Hagrid stopped Ron from dismantling the tent. Hermione quickly pulled Ron away, glared at him fiercely, and whispered in his ear, "Can't you wait a little longer?" Ron scratched his head and chuckled twice. Under Hermione's command, everyone moved things in an orderly manner until the ground suddenly shook. Boom boom boom. Ron looked down at the bouncing stones at his feet and shouted in horror, "It's an earthquake." Hermione and Harry screamed immediately. The 3 of them ran away in panic. Hagrid and Chu Yang looked at each other. "This is not an earthquake. It's a huge monster approaching. Calm down, the 3 of you." Hagrid grabbed one of the 3 squirrels in each hand and controlled them. "Look up." Hermione heard Hagrid's reminder and raised her head first, and then saw that the sky was completely covered by a huge object. It was a towering tree, or a tree man. Its size was really hard to describe. Just standing, its shadow covered the nearby lake. "Creepy." Hermione screamed deafeningly. Harry and Ron looked up at the same time, and after seeing the huge monster, they also screamed. Chu Yang's ears hurt from the noise, so he released the silencing charm. The 3 people's mouths seemed to be sewn shut, and their screams stopped abruptly. "Don't be nervous, that's Yang's pet. Haven't you seen it?" Hagrid explained. "Pet?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron looked at Chu Yang in horror. "It's the Homping Willow in the school." Chu Yang saw that they had quieted down and lifted the spell. "Impossible." Hermione immediately shook her head and said, "The Homping Willow is not that big." Chu Yang was too lazy to explain to them and directly issued an order to the towering tree. "Find a place to sit down. Don't block the light." The giant tree slowly moved, and the cabin was bathed in the quiet moonlight again. Ron squinted one eye and looked up and said with difficulty, "I find it hard to believe this is true." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I gave it a new name, the War Tree." Under Chu Yang's order, the War Tree was very well behaved. Hagrid was right to describe it as a pet. Harry looked at the War Tree with lingering fear and swallowed his saliva. He now understood why Headmaster Dumbledore insisted on letting Chu Yang accompany him to live in the Forbidden Forest for a while. Such a terrifying creature. Even if Voldemort came, he would not be able to defeat it, right? The war tree had just sat down, and the ground began to shake again, and then some small branches and vines extended to Chu Yang's feet like tentacles, gently rubbing Chu Yang's wizard robe. Is it acting like a spoiled child with you? Hermione looked at the twisting branches on the ground in surprise. Well, strictly speaking, it's still a child. Chu Yang teased. Ron laughed dryly. Children in their teens. Harry adjusted his glasses and nodded. According to the age of the trees, it is very appropriate to describe them as children in their 20s. That's right, Harry. Hagrid stroked the branches of the war tree with a gentle expression, as if treating a real child. In other words, with it, the Forbidden Forest has changed from the most dangerous place to the safest place. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she pinched Ron secretly. Ron almost jumped up in pain, but was suppressed by Hermione's fierce eyes. He nodded in agreement. It does feel safe, Hagrid, isn't it? Of course. Hagrid said proudly. You can trust this little guy completely. Little guy? Chu Yang looked at the war tree that was almost as tall as Ultraman, and suddenly felt a little funny. Since it is so safe, wouldn't it be better for us to stay here? Then, Hermione said as a matter of course. Of course. No. Hagrid, who had insufficient IQ, suddenly reacted and shook his head and said, Principal Dumbledore didn't say you can stay here. Ron continued, but he didn't say we can't stay here either. Hagrid was speechless and his brain gradually shut down. At this moment, the ground began to shake again, and everyone looked at the war tree. Ron reminded, don't move around. The war tree stretched out its hand to scratch the treetop, and every move it made was a sign of confusion. I didn't move. Several people looked at each other. There were continuous neighing sounds from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, followed by white figures rushing out from the darkness. Hermione said excitedly, it's a unicorn. I saw a unicorn. Ron opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, so many unicorns? Melon's beard. Countless white figures gathered into a torrent under the moonlight, rushing like a tsunami, and the scene was breathtaking. Harry was stunned. The unicorns slowly stopped. Most of them stopped by the lake and lowered their heads to drink water, and the rest walked to Chu Yang's vicinity. But because there were other people next to Chu Yang, the unicorns subconsciously kept their distance. Hagrid took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, turned his head, and said to Chu Yang, they should have smelled your breath. Chu Yang nodded. To be precise, it was the pure vitality in his body that attracted the unicorns. Are they your pets too? Hermione's face flushed with excitement. I know it's rude to ask this, but can I ride the unicorn for a while? Just for a while? If they don't like it, forget it. Hermione stood there awkwardly. They are my friends. Don't worry, unicorns like smart and kind girls like you. Chu Yang blew a whistle, and the unicorn that was standing nearby immediately ran to him and gently touched his hand with its head. The vitality was like a hot spring, flowing into the unicorn's body through Chu Yang's hand. It let out a long and cheerful cry. Right on it. Chu Yang cast a floating spell on Hermione and accurately sent her to the back of the unicorn. Amid Hermione's surprised shouts, the unicorn carried her and strolled around the wooden house, bathing in the moonlight. The scene was beautiful. Ron said anxiously, and me, I want to ride too. Chu Yang said with a sly smile in his eyes, are you sure? Ron nodded firmly. Well, you said so yourself. Chu Yang used the levitation spell to send him to the back of another unicorn. As soon as he approached, the unicorn tilted its head to one side, kicked Ron down from midair. Ouch. Ron sat down on the ground with a smirk in pain. Hagrid was finally no match for Hermione, and after repeated instructions, he left the Forbidden Forest. In fact, at the beginning, Dumbledore was going to let Hagrid stay in the Forbidden Forest with him. But Hagrid refused, because Hagrid felt that Dumbledore's situation was more dangerous than Chu Yang and Harry, and he would face the insidious Death Eaters. The great Dumbledore would certainly not lose, but after all, he was old. After Hagrid left, the cabin became a playground, and Hermione took Harry and Ron to have fun and mingle with the unicorns. Chu Yang took this opportunity to quietly pack up the tent and sleeping bag. Judging from the looks of these people, it was estimated that no one would choose the small wooden bed that Hagrid had carefully prepared, so Chu Yang took 4 sleeping bags at once. About half an hour later, the three of them were exhausted from playing. When they came back rubbing their eyes, they saw that there were 4 cute little tents on the empty grass in front of the cabin. There were camping lights inside and outside the tents, which made the cold forbidden forest a little warmer. The 3 cheered, and each chose a tent to crawl into. It seemed that no one planned to wash up. Not long after, a light snoring sound came from the tent. Seeing that they were all asleep, Chu Yang took a folding stool and sat next to the tent. With the help of the camping light, he lowered his head to read a book. He was waiting for someone. When the page turned to the 5th page, a gust of wind blew on the grass. Fiennes' agile figure appeared in the moonlight. "Nice to see you again." Fiennes bowed with a smile on his face. "I guessed you were here after I noticed the unicorn was abnormal." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Don't always talk to me in such a polite manner. Friends shouldn't be like this, Fiennes." "Okay." Fiennes nodded, walked to Chu Yang with light steps, bent down and whispered, "Dumbledore told me in advance that I will definitely ensure your safety during your stay in the Forbidden Forest, although I know that Voldemort has no ability to threaten your safety." Chu Yang closed the book and said, "The person you need to protect is not me." Fiennes glanced at the tent where Harry was. "Keep an eye on them. I'm going out for a while." Chu Yang stood up and pulled out his staff from his wide wizard robe. "Where are you going so late?" Fiennes was a little worried. "To see an old man." Chu Yang smiled and immediately performed apparition, and the space around him began to distort. With a flash of his figure, Chu Yang disappeared in front of Fiennes. Fiennes was no longer surprised by this. After a long time together, Fiennes was the only one who knew Chu Yang's true strength. When Chu Yang landed again, he had arrived at a town called Little Hangleton. The old gaunt house was located within a 5-mile radius of Little Hangleton, and Chu Yang had to find the exact location himself. The last 2 problems, the Black family's ancestral house and the old gaunt house, it was nothing more than a choice between the 2. The Black family's ancestral house had a fidelity spell, and it needed someone from the Black family to lead the way, but Chu Yang had no intersection with this family. So he came here first to try his luck. Chu Yang put away his wand, formed seals with his hands, and prepared to perform the super light and heavy rock technique to fly into the sky. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there was no one on the street. No one saw a guy in a wizard robe making some strange gestures. After Chu Yang rose to a certain height, he looked down at the ground and carefully looked for the old house hidden between the mountains and forests. Finally, he found the dilapidated house in the gap between 2 steep hillsides. Chu Yang flew around and landed in front of the old gaunt house after making sure there was no one. The door knocker of the gate was engraved with a serpentine pattern. Very good, very Slytherin style. Chu Yang detected the magic fluctuations of the gate and felt that there was no problem. Then he pushed the door open and his observation haki unfolded. There were more whispers in Chu Yang's ears. Following the sound and searching continuously, Chu Yang found an old man wearing an indigo wizard robe in the corner of the old gaunt house. Dumbledore sat on the cold wooden floor, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on him through the window. His expression was sometimes tangled and sometimes hideous, and he looked like he was in a state of madness. A gold ring inlaid with black gems fell in front of Dumbledore. "This is the gaunt ring that carries the fragment of Voldemort's soul." Chu Yang observed Dumbledore's state and found that he had not been cursed by the ring. Instead, he fell into a stalemate of fighting against the curse while trying to remove the curse. Dumbledore had always wanted to destroy all the Horcruxes at the same time, not giving Voldemort a chance to react. That's why he chose to take the ring away instead of destroying it on the spot. However, the dark magic that Voldemort used to protect the Horcruxes was very powerful and could not be easily removed. But Dumbledore still underestimated the curse on the ring. The old man had been deadlocked here for an unknown period of time. His face was pale, and his physical strength was obviously exhausted. Chu Yang clapped his hands, and the wooden floor under his feet suddenly made a creaking sound. A piece of green vine broke through the cracks in the floor and slowly stretched towards the gaunt ring. After wrapping around it for a few times, it completely sealed the ring. Then Chu Yang reinforced another layer of sealing magic. After doing all this, Dumbledore next to him suddenly took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Why are you here?" Dumbledore was very surprised. Hermione and the others told me about the Horcruxes, so I wanted to come and see. Chu Yang reached out and helped Dumbledore up. Thank you. Dumbledore stood up shakily and explained, in addition to the curse on the ring, there is also a layer of powerful magic protection. Anyone who wants to remove the curse will be counterattacked. He has always been very meticulous. I was careless. Oh, right. Hermione and the others should not know the location of the Horcrux. Dumbledore slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang and asked, how do you know there is a Horcrux here? Chu Yang replied, Hermione told me what is in the book, and I guessed it myself. Most of the time, I'm more worried about you being too smart than the student's stupidity. Dumbledore said helplessly, especially you. Chu Yang asked back, what about now? Dumbledore laughed, I have to praise your courage and wisdom, Mr. Chu Yang. Chu Yang also laughed. After a moment, Dumbledore said, I don't have the strength to cast a spell now. You have to take me away from here and use apparition. Chu Yang took out his wand. Glad to serve, Principal Dumbledore. The surrounding scene began to distort and change. The next second, the two appeared next to the cabin in the Forbidden Forest. I have to say that your apparition is already at the master level. Dumbledore praised. It's still far worse than you. Chu Yang turned around and took a folding stool and placed it next to Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't sit down in a hurry, but looked around, his eyes full of shock. Not far away, unicorns were wandering. He knew that Chu Yang was favored by unicorns, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Principal Dumbledore? Fiennes looked at Dumbledore and Chu Yang, who suddenly appeared, his face full of surprise. Hello, Mr. Fiennes. Dumbledore's shock gradually eased, and there was a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. He was sure that Harry was absolutely safe here. He was almost absolutely sure of winning this war. Then there was only one problem left. How to deal with the soul fragments in Harry's body. Dumbledore frowned. Principal Dumbledore, is there anything I can help you with? Fiennes asked. A small problem. Dumbledore shook his head. Fiennes, can you please check the surroundings? Chu Yang suddenly asked. Fiennes nodded without thinking much and left the cabin in a few leaps. After Fiennes left, Chu Yang said to Dumbledore, if you have any concerns, please tell me. As the smartest student in Hogwarts, I will help you share them. Dumbledore thought for a long time in his heart, turned his head to look at the tents behind him, and then cast a spell to isolate the sound. He slowly said, to destroy Voldemort, all Horcruxes must be destroyed, and Harry, he is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Chu Yang showed a proper expression of surprise, and then pretended to be silent. After a while, he said, I want to know everything, okay? Dumbledore told everything, starting from how Tom Riddle became Voldemort, until Voldemort was counterattacked by the blood curse and his soul was split into Harry. According to you, Harry is at most a pseudo-Horcrux, because the whole process was not strictly carried out according to the manufacturing process of the Horcrux, and it was an accident. I think so too, but the key to the problem is that even if Harry is a pseudo-Horcrux, the killing curse is still needed to eliminate the soul fragments in his body. We can try to split Harry's soul by making a Horcrux, and we only need to make slight changes to the spell. Hearing this, Dumbledore's mind flashed with inspiration, and then he looked at Chu Yang with surprise. Theoretically, this is completely possible. The soul fragments in Harry's body are not stable enough, and it is much easier to separate them from Harry's body than to directly split a complete soul. The difficulty of casting will also be greatly reduced. Secondly, the soul fragments are hidden in Harry's body, not directly integrated with Harry's soul. As long as the spell is properly modified and allowed to act on the body, it will not affect Harry's own soul. With an idea, Dumbledore swept away all his anxiety and regained his previous confidence. You always surprise me. Dumbledore looked at Chu Yang with satisfaction, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Just some clever tricks. Chu Yang smiled modestly. The real difficulty lies in how to change the spell, which is something you can do. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to find a tool that can destroy the Horcrux, and Harry's problem will be solved. Each Horcrux is protected by a powerful spell, and it is difficult to destroy it with conventional methods. In the later plot, when Harry killed the basilisk with Gryffindor's sword, the sword absorbed the snake venom, and also gained the ability to destroy the Horcrux. The basilisk was hiding in the girls' public bathroom at Hogwarts, and it had not come out to harm people yet. It was just right to kill it now. Just as Chu Yang and Dumbledore were discussing how to change the spell, Ron's tent suddenly moved. Dumbledore didn't notice, but Chu Yang heard a subtle sound. Squeak, squeak. It was the sound of mouse. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, turned around and waved his wand, and the magic power shot out like lightning, hitting the edge of the tent. A mouse that ran out of Ron's tent was hit by magic and fainted on the ground. Oh. Dumbledore was surprised. This mouse was Peter Pettigrew, who was lurking in the Weasley family. It was he who betrayed his friend James Potter and told Voldemort about the Potter family, which led to Voldemort killing Harry's parents. Afterwards, Peter Pettigrew blamed Sirius Black for this incident and pretended that he was killed by him. And Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban because of him. During this period, Chu Yang let him go because he didn't want to disrupt the development of the plot at all and cause complications. In addition, he has always been very honest and has not done anything out of line. But now, Chu Yang can't let him mess up at the last minute. If you continue to play dead on the ground, the next spell will be the killing curse, Chu Yang said coldly. The mouse suddenly jumped up from the ground and ran desperately into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The next moment, a white figure suddenly rushed out and blocked his way. The unicorn raised its hoof and kicked the mouse hard. In midair, Peter Pettigrew showed his true form and fell heavily at Chu Yang's feet. Is it you? Dumbledore recognized Peter Pettigrew. Hello, the great headmaster Dumbledore. Peter Pettigrew didn't dare to look up and shrank on the ground. A person who should have died is still alive. Sirius didn't kill him at the beginning. Dumbledore's mind was full of thoughts, and after a moment, there was only one answer left. You are Potter's secret keeper, right? Dumbledore was furious, his silver hair flying all over the sky. Tell me the truth. Peter Pettigrew was trembling with fear. The angry Dumbledore's aura was no weaker than Voldemort. Chu Yang walked up to him and whispered, I'm proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses. Tell me, which one do you like? Peter Pettigrew's face suddenly changed, and he told the truth of the year in fear and trepidation. Dumbledore was furious. Peter Pettigrew trembled. Chu Yang said, the most important thing now is to go to Azkaban and rescue Sirius Black. Dumbledore's anger gradually eased, and he nodded. You are right. He should not be punished by me. Azkaban is where he should go. Peter Pettigrew's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were full of despair. For such a coward, the horror of Dementors is no less than Voldemort. The next day, Peter Pettigrew was taken away by Dumbledore and Hagrid. They were going to the Ministry of Magic to tell the truth and use Peter Pettigrew to exchange Sirius Black from Azkaban. Early in the morning, there was a guest in the Forbidden Forest. He was in ragged clothes, pale and thin, and looked like he had been malnourished for a long time. His eyes were filled with numbness, his face was a bit sinister, and with his messy hair, he exuded a sense of ferocity. Harry and Hermione subconsciously stayed away from him. They didn't understand why Hagrid brought a stranger here. The two whispered and discussed the identity of the man in front of them. Hagrid said something in Sirius's ear, and the latter's numb eyes suddenly lit up and stared at Harry. Harry was startled by him and ran to the cabin without looking back. Chu Yang happened to come out with breakfast. Boom. Harry, who was panicking, bumped into Chu Yang directly and instantly saw stars. Chu Yang stabilized the shaking plate, looked down, and saw that Harry had fainted on the ground. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Chu Yang sighed. Oh. Hagrid exclaimed and stepped forward, ready to help Harry up, but Sirius was faster than him and rushed to Harry in 3 or 2 steps. Sirius gently wiped the scar on Harry's forehead and whispered, Harry Potter. Harry opened his eyes in a daze, and what he saw was the fierce-looking man. He wailed in fear and fainted again. Hagrid reminded helplessly, I think you should tidy up, Black. Look at how scared you are of the child. Sirius was embarrassed and speechless. Chu Yang put the breakfast on the folding table outside the house, turned his head, and said to Sirius, the bathroom on the 2nd floor has been arranged and can be used at any time, Mr. Black. Looking at the young man with an oriental face in front of him, Sirius suddenly remembered the conversation between Dumbledore and himself. The other party told him that it was a student named Chu Yang who caught Peter Pettigrew, and he regained his freedom because of this. Sirius asked, "Are you Chu Yang?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "If you have anything to say, you can leave it at the table and talk slowly. We are about to have breakfast. I hope you can wash up quickly." The boy's particularly mature speech surprised Sirius. "Go wash up quickly, I'll take care of Harry," Hagrid urged Sirius, his eyes unconsciously looking at the breakfast that Chu Yang had just prepared. The aroma of the food made him swallow his saliva. After Sirius handed Harry to Hagrid, he walked straight to the cabin. Hermione nervously stepped aside, and the former politely said thank you. "It doesn't seem as scary as imagined." Hermione looked at Sirius's back, muttered softly, and then walked to Chu Yang's side and asked softly, "Who is he? Why do you call him Mr. Black?" Chu Yang replied, "Black was a good friend of Harry's parents when they were alive, and also Harry's godfather." Hermione's eyes widened immediately. Hagrid carried Harry to a stool and sat him down, then took out something like a plant root from his pocket and put it under Harry's nose. Harry shuddered, then took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Fortunately, it was Hagrid he saw this time. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The tent on the grass moved, and Ron, in his pajamas, came out of the tent with sleepy eyes, smelled the smell and slowly walked to the dining table, ready to sit down. Hermione pulled the stool under his bed unhappily. Ouch. Ron fell hard to the ground and woke up from his nap, and Hermione was satisfied. After a while, everyone gathered around the dining table, drooling at the smell of delicious food, and they were all a little impatient. Creaky Sirius pushed open the wooden door and reappeared in front of everyone. Although he was still wearing the same simple and worn clothes, his spirit and appearance seemed to be completely renewed. He no longer looked sinister, but just a little thin. Hermione said, "After washing, it looks pretty good." Sirius bowed slightly and chuckled. "Beautiful lady, thank you for your compliment." Hermione's face turned red. "Everyone is waiting for you. Sit down quickly, Black." Hagrid swallowed anxiously. Sirius, who was already hungry, didn't care about being decent. He took 2 steps at a time and sat down next to Harry. He took a deep breath of the rich food aroma and looked intoxicated. Harry stared at him curiously. "Now that everyone is here, let's eat." Chu Yang gestured for everyone to eat. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates came one after another. Everyone buried their heads and stuffed food into their mouths. "This vegetable stew is so delicious, just as delicious as my mother's." Ron buried his head and grumbled while eating. "Compared with my mother's cooking skills, this is a very high evaluation." "Thank you, Ron," Chu Yang said with a smile. Hermione was about to praise the deliciousness of the food, but when she heard Chu Yang say that, she immediately shut up and stared at Ron without saying anything. Feeling Hermione's murderous gaze, Ron was a little dazed. After Hagrid finished the vegetable soup in the bowl, he picked up a piece of grilled bacon and put it in his mouth. He chewed it for a long time before wiping his mouth with satisfaction. Sirius had already finished the food in front of him, and he didn't know what to say, which was a bit embarrassing. Chu Yang kicked Hagrid's leg lightly. Hagrid understood, coughed dryly, and introduced Sirius' identity to everyone. Bang! Ron dropped the spoon in his hand to the ground, pointed at Sirius, and said in disbelief, "He is the one, in Azkaban." Hermione covered Ron's mouth. Sirius smiled and didn't care. Hagrid explained, Black was wronged. He didn't kill anyone, let alone betray Harry's parents. Then, Hagrid told the whole story, and Ron and Hermione looked at Sirius with more sympathy. How aggrieved must a person be, to be imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years on false charges? Sirius noticed the expressions of the two and laughed heartily. "Before coming here, I was indeed full of resentment, but after seeing Harry, nothing mattered anymore." Sirius looked at Harry tenderly. "You really look like your father, and those eyes are exactly the same as Lily's." For some reason, when Harry heard this, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes and he choked up. Sirius stood up and gently embraced Harry in his arms. This moment was what Harry had longed for countless times in his dreams. His father could hold him tightly with his strong arms. Harry, who gradually accepted Sirius, showed an innocence he had never had before. He surrounded Sirius and asked some childish questions, and Sirius answered them tirelessly. The scene was quite a loving father and filial son. It was even too loving and filial, a little corny. Even Ron and Hermione couldn't help hiding in the cabin and helping Chu Yang wash the dishes. I hope they can get along as well as they do now when Harry is an adolescent. Hagrid pushed open the door and walked in helplessly. Ron complained, "When you built the cabin, didn't you consider that you would come in?" Hagrid patted the dust on his body and said, "Time is urgent." Chu Yang and Hermione put the washed dishes aside to dry. He wiped his hands and asked Hagrid, "Where is Principal Dumbledore?" "He is resting," Hagrid said worriedly. "It's not a good thing for him to run around at this age. I finally persuaded him to go back and sleep." Chu Yang nodded. "But Dumbledore appeared in the cabin just after noon. You came just after Hagrid left. Are you deliberately avoiding him? He always nags me to rest, but my mind is full of Horcruxes now, and I can't sleep at all." "What do you mean? Let Black come with me. I want to get the last Horcrux." The last Horcrux is a locket hidden in the Black ancestral home, but it needs the guidance of the Black family to enter there. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. In addition to the Horcrux, someone must know about Regulus Arcturus Black, especially his brother Sirius. While the two were talking, the cabin was pushed open and Sirius walked out. "I have taken up most of Harry's time. It's time to return him to his friends." Sirius bowed slightly to Chu Yang. "I didn't have time to express my gratitude just now. If it weren't for you, I might continue to stay in the dark Azkaban." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. Let's not talk about this first. Principal Dumbledore needs your help." Sirius looked at Dumbledore with some surprise. What on earth would make the great Dumbledore ask him for help? Dumbledore said, "I need you to take me to the Black family's ancestral home, where Voldemort's Horcrux may be hidden." Black shook his head subconsciously and said, "Impossible." Although the Black family believes that Voldemort's proposition is correct, and they all agree to maintain the purity of wizard bloodline, they have not really become Death Eaters, except note, Narcissa and Bellatrix are not considered members of the Black family after they got married. At this point, Black paused, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, "except Regulus, but he has been killed by Voldemort a long time ago." Dumbledore sighed. His death is indeed related to Voldemort, but he did not die as a Death Eater. After saying this, Dumbledore told the cause of Regulus Black's death. Sirius was trembling all over. If the person in front of him was not Dumbledore, he would probably curse the other party as a liar. "Regulus." Sirius' eyes gradually moistened. "He is a hero," Dumbledore said sincerely and firmly. Sirius closed his eyes, choking and unable to speak, nodding continuously. After a while, he let out a long sigh. "I understand. I will take you to the Black family's ancestral home and help you find Voldemort's Horcrux." Dumbledore reminded, "It's best to do it now." Sirius turned his head and glanced at the cabin. He wanted to stay with Harry for a while longer. Dumbledore thought he was worried about Harry's safety, so he patted Chu Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he will protect Harry's safety." Sirius was skeptical and couldn't help but said, "He looks about the same age as Harry." Chu Yang smiled. "Harry and I are classmates." Sirius shook his head and laughed. "Excuse me, let alone protecting Harry, you may not even be able to protect yourself. As for Peter Pettigrew, he is not a qualified wizard. Defeating him is not something worth talking about." Dumbledore was about to explain when a figure suddenly rushed in front of Sirius, with two front hooves high up, pretending to step on him, frightening Sirius to stumble and fall. "Fiennes, stop it." Chu Yang immediately stopped Fiennes' behavior. In shock and anger, Sirius looked up and found that there was a handsome centaur in front of him. The other party looked at him coldly with an extremely unhappy expression. "Human wizard, I hope you will have enough respect for Mr. Chu Yang." Fiennes took a few steps back. Dumbledore stepped forward and pulled Sirius up. The latter asked in confusion, "Why are the centaurs here?" Dumbledore explained, "Mr. Fiennes is Yang's friend. He is very friendly and does not reject humans." Sirius muttered, "His attitude towards me is not friendly." Dumbledore squinted and smiled. "Didn't he say that you should respect Yang? This is the secret to getting along with him." Sirius. On the other side, Chu Yang whispered something to Fiennes and then walked towards Sirius. "Mr. Black, besides Fiennes, I know other friends in the Forbidden Forest. If you are really worried about Harry's safety, I can let them come out to see you." Sirius, who had suffered a loss once, raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Okay, I know you have many friends, and I don't want to see them for the time being. Dumbledore laughed. Then, he took out his wand, put one hand on Sirius' shoulder, and asked, "Are you ready?" Sirius nodded. Dumbledore performed apparition, and the two suddenly disappeared in front of Chu Yang. With Sirius' help, Dumbledore had no problem getting the locket, and now all the Horcruxes were collected. We need to prepare the tools to destroy the Horcruxes. At night, after Harry and the others fell asleep, Chu Yang rode his unicorn back to Hogwarts and quietly came to the girls' bathroom. The entrance mechanism of the Chamber of Secrets requires Parseltongue to trigger, but Chu Yang doesn't know how to do it, so he chose a simpler method. Chu Yang formed seals with his hands to perform Earth Escape, and then his whole body merged into the ground. After cruising for a while, he found the pipe leading to the Chamber of Secrets, got in, and slowly flew to the bottom. After walking for a while in the tangled stone path, Chu Yang came to a stone door engraved with Slytherin's unique snake pattern. This is it. Chu Yang pressed one hand on the stone door, and suddenly exerted force, and the surroundings shook. The stone door was like a broken mirror, constantly splitting and finally collapsed. Chu Yang stepped into the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 94, The War and Voldemort's End. Unlike the rough corridor outside, the stone passage in the secret room was finely polished, and both sides were full of exquisite and strange basilisk statues. Under the statue was a flowing pool, like two moats, flowing slowly. The air was damp and cold, just the environment that snakes like. Chu Yang walked forward step by step. In the center of the secret room was a large human face statue. There was no doubt that the owner of this face was the famous Salazar Slytherin. And behind the statue was the hiding place of the basilisk. The mechanism of the statue was the same as the bathroom above, and it required Parseltongue to trigger, so Chu Yang chose a more direct way. Seal with both hands. Chu Yang performed Earth Escape again. Earth Escape splitting earth and turning palm. Chu Yang slapped his hands on the ground, and the ground began to collapse piece by piece until the statue of Salazar Slytherin shattered. A dark gap was revealed behind the rubble. Hissing, the sound of the basilisk sticking out its tongue and crawling came into Chu Yang's ears. Then a huge monster quietly appeared at the gap. The basilisk was huge, with a waist that was about 2 meters thick. It hovered and stood up, staring down at Chu Yang. Chu Yang closed his eyes and did not look at it. The eyes of the basilisk were like the legendary Medusa. If you looked directly at it, you would die, and if you looked at it indirectly, you would be petrified. A trace of human mockery flashed in the depths of the basilisk's pupils, and then it slowly swam towards Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang closed his eyes, his observation haki had already unfolded, and he was aware of every move of the basilisk. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Suddenly, the ground bulged. One by one, green branches broke out of the ground and wrapped around the basilisk like an iron chain, fixing it in place, unable to move. The frightened and angry basilisk kept twisting its body, trying to break free from the branches attached to its body, and its roar echoed in the secret room. Unfortunately, the branches wrapped around the basilisk not only did not break off, but became more and more, and became tighter and tighter. After a fierce struggle, the basilisk opened its bloody mouth and began to spit out venom. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, which made people dizzy. Chu Yang took a few steps back. The venom was slowly corroding the branches of the basilisk. Seeing this, Chu Yang smiled. The reason why he did not kill the basilisk at the first time was to let the other party spit out as much venom as possible. In addition to destroying Horcruxes, the basilisk's venom has many uses. Chu Yang wanted to collect a large amount of this venom. After a while, the basilisk noticed something was wrong. No matter how many branches the venom corroded, the next moment, those annoying branches would continue to grow. It stopped spitting out venom and twisted its body wildly with its last strength. The IQ is not low, what a pity. Chu Yang muttered, and then increased the output of chakra. The branches immediately grew into a thick tree, pressing the basilisk to the ground. The tree grew bigger and bigger until it completely swallowed the basilisk's body and broke through the ceiling of the secret room. Chu Yang collected most of the venom that the basilisk expelled before dying, and the rest flowed into the pool of the secret room. Chu Yang didn't know whether the water here would circulate to the school, so he simply destroyed the entire secret room. The violent vibration even affected the Slytherin student dormitory. Snape thought there was an earthquake and hurriedly asked the students to take shelter in the courtyard. When the students were halfway there, the vibration stopped, and a group of people stood in the corridor looking at each other. Snape frowned. On the other side, Chu Yang had returned to the cabin. Not long after, Dumbledore came back with Sirius Black. They brought the last Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. All the Horcruxes have been collected. Dumbledore smiled with relief, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Principal Dumbledore, I found this in the Forbidden Forest. It may have an impact on the Horcruxes. Chu Yang handed a bottle of basilisk venom to Dumbledore. Dumbledore took the poison and examined it carefully, then took out a silver object engraved with intricate patterns from his bosom and poured the poison on it. The silver object melted instantly. Dumbledore's eyes lit up and he nodded. Such a strong poison can indeed damage the Horcrux. Once a Horcrux is damaged to the point where it cannot be restored, the soul that resides on it will be completely destroyed. In other words, as long as Harry's problem is solved, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes can be destroyed. Sirius showed an incredible expression. Even though Dumbledore had told him a lot in the ancestral house just now, he still found it hard to believe. I also feel like I'm dreaming, Dumbledore said meaningfully, but I believe everything is arranged by fate. As he spoke, Chu Yang felt Dumbledore glance at him. Dumbledore continued, with Voldemort's current state, he can't create a new Horcrux in a short time. Sirius said, then he is no different from ordinary people now, and he has one life. The question is how to kill him again. If Voldemort hides wholeheartedly, no one will be able to find him. This has been the case for the past 10 years. Dumbledore smiled and said, what I did is not completely confidential. At least someone in the Ministry of Magic should be able to guess my intentions, so Voldemort will receive the news soon. Dumbledore's implication is that he knows that some people in the Ministry of Magic are remnants of Death Eaters. Chu Yang frowned and said, did you let them know on purpose? Even if it was to lure out Voldemort, it's too dangerous. It's really dangerous. If it weren't for your help, this might have been the most wrong decision I've made in my life. Dumbledore said thankfully, but fortunately, everything went well. Sirius asked, how many people in the Ministry of Magic are related to Voldemort? Dumbledore shook his head, maybe only 1 or 2, maybe. Horcruxes are Voldemort's last trump card. Once he is sure that all Horcruxes have disappeared, he will definitely do everything he can. Those Death Eaters lurking in the dark will also become extremely crazy. They may even target all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. In this case, if Dumbledore has to take care of Harry, he will definitely lose sight of the other. This is why he wanted to send Harry to the Forbidden Forest from the beginning. Dumbledore took a bottle of venom from Chu Yang and then returned to school, devoting all his energy to improving the spell. Sirius continued to stay in the cabin. A week later, the Ministry of Magic suddenly sent someone to inspect Hogwarts. They stayed for a whole day and stayed in the principal's office the longest, as if they were looking for something. After the inspectors left, Dumbledore gathered the teachers, explained the current situation, and declared a state of emergency in Hogwarts. Not long after, news came from Azkaban that prisoners had escaped on a large scale. Don't worry, Harry, close your eyes and take a deep breath. It may be a little uncomfortable later. You have to be patient and hold on until the ceremony is completed. Harry closed his eyes nervously. Dumbledore stood opposite him and slowly guided Harry. He completed the improvement of the spell. Today is the day to eliminate the fragments of Voldemort's soul. Sirius, who was watching from a distance, looked more nervous than Harry. Hermione and Ron were locked in a cabin by Hagrid, and he was afraid that the two would run around and disrupt the ceremony, so they could only squeeze by the window and look out desperately. Ron said indignantly, why can Yang be outside? Hermione said enviously, because he passed the owl test. Ron was confused. What test? Hermione rolled her eyes and turned her head away. In fact, Chu Yang not only passed the owl test, but also took a new test under Dumbledore's permission and passed it. However, Chu Yang only admitted that he had completed the former to avoid unnecessary trouble. Dumbledore's spellcasting began soon, and the visible magic power gathered into a blue-light band, flowing out from the top of Dumbledore's wand. The magic flow turned in a circle in the air, and as Dumbledore continued to chant the spell, it gradually flowed into Harry's body. Harry's whole body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A painful groan came from Harry's mouth, followed by a continuous groan. The process of tearing the soul fragments was more painful than Harry imagined, and it was not a little uncomfortable as Dumbledore said before. But he couldn't denounce Dumbledore in his current state, and only a bunch of meaningless interjections were left in his mouth. Although it was painful, the effect was indeed very obvious. Chu Yang had seen something like a mass of smoke gradually coming out of Harry's body. That was Voldemort's soul fragment. Without a carrier, the soul fragment would disappear at a very fast speed. During the whole process, Harry's soul was not affected at all, but his body suffered a little. Dumbledore raised his wand high, his voice suddenly became louder, and his magic power was like a pair of big hands, pulling Voldemort's soul fragments with force. In the blink of an eye, the remaining soul fragments were also pulled out by him in one go. The light disappeared. Harry fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and fell into a coma. Sirius rushed over and began to check Harry's body. Fortunately, Harry's breathing was steady, and he looked like he was asleep. Dumbledore wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he felt something at his feet. When he turned around, he found that Chu Yang had moved the stool over. "Thank you." Dumbledore sat down slowly, took a few deep breaths, and then said, "Most of the Horcruxes have almost zero connection with Voldemort due to time issues, but the soul fragments in Harry are different." Chu Yang asked, "Did Voldemort sense what happened here?" Dumbledore nodded. "He should be here soon. Before that, we have to get rid of the other Horcruxes first." As he said that, he placed all the Horcruxes on the ground and poured the basilisk venom on them. The sound of corrosion came, followed by the shrill screams of the Horcruxes. They were like living things, and their voices were filled with fear. After a bottle of venom was poured out, the screams slowly stopped, and all the Horcruxes were deformed under the corrosion of the venom, and a blood-red liquid flowed out. Chu Yang waved his wand, and the ground collapsed immediately. The Horcruxes were buried inside, and the soil closed up, and everything returned to normal. "I'm going back. Voldemort could come at any time," Dumbledore warned. "Protect Harry and the others, but also protect yourself." Chu Yang nodded. Dumbledore used apparition and left with Hagrid. Sirius came over and whispered, "Although Hogwarts is the main battlefield, we also need to make some preparations in advance. Do whatever you want, don't ask me." Chu Yang did not comment and returned to the tent to sit down and read. He didn't care how big a camp Voldemort could win over. In addition to the Death Eaters, it was nothing more than adding some dark monsters, such as giants. Seeing Chu Yang's casual attitude, Sirius stopped talking and silently set up magic traps around. In the evening, Fine suddenly appeared, walked to Chu Yang, and said with his head down, "My people have detected the traces of werewolves in the vicinity, and the giants and other dark monsters in the depths of the Forbidden Forest are also ready to move. They should all be coming for Harry Potter." Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. Mr. Riddle really has a wide range of friends. Fines asked, "Should we take the initiative?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "No need, your people will suffer great losses. Let them come, and let the war tree deal with it. You lie in ambush first, and when their attention is attracted by the war tree, you can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Don't worry about the giants, try to clean up the other dark monsters." Fines understood, and then left with Chu Yang's order. Soon, the centaurs quietly hid in the jungle, waiting for the opportunity. Night fell. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the three of them stayed nervously in the cabin, and Sirius was guarding them. Chu Yang stayed with the unicorns, standing quietly by the lake. Under the moonlight, the calm lake suddenly began to ripple, and the waves vibrated, spreading outward in circles. The vibrations became stronger and stronger, and the stones at Chu Yang's feet were jumping. With a few meaningless roars, a giant rushed out of the forest and stared at Chu Yang from a distance across the lake. The second, the third. More and more giants appeared from the darkness, and there were also many dark creatures, staring at Chu Yang and the cabin behind him. Chu Yang turned over and rode on the back of the unicorn, yawning. After waiting for so long, he was a little sleepy. At the same time, the giants led the charge, and the other dark monsters followed closely. Boom. The sound of a mountain collapsing exploded on the battlefield. One giant after another stopped and looked back, and fear suddenly appeared in their eyes. In front of them, an ancient tree that blocked the sky and blocked the sun was slowly standing up. A branch hanging from the giant tree was almost as thick as the giant's waist. Although these dark monsters were all monsters, the behemoth in front of them was a monster among monsters. Before the giants had time to retreat, the war tree suddenly waved its arms, and thousands of branches swept across the battlefield, knocking more than a dozen giants away at the same time. Hogwarts. Dumbledore led all the teachers in the school to open a magic barrier to protect the school. Outside the barrier, Voldemort and the Death Eaters were watching covetously. At this time, Voldemort was possessed by Barty Crouch Jr., and the father of this body was Barty Crouch, director of the International Magical Exchange and Cooperation Department. In the last operation to clean up the remnants of the Death Eaters, Barty Crouch Jr. was imprisoned at the age of 19. Old Crouch, who had the opportunity to become the Minister of Magic, was transferred to the International Magical Exchange and Cooperation Department because of this, and he had no hope for life. Old Crouch hated his son very much, but his wife was always worried about her son, so that her health deteriorated rapidly in a short period of time. Mrs. Crouch drank the Polyjuice potion before she died and turned into her son. Under the operation of Crouch Sr., she replaced her son in Azkaban. Not long after, Mrs. Crouch died in there as Crouch Jr. Crouch Jr. did not gain freedom because of this. His devout belief in Voldemort made Crouch Sr. horrified, so he was imprisoned at home. Until Voldemort accidentally learned about him. Crouch Sr. had been controlled by Voldemort's imperious curse. He secretly helped him do many things, including the large-scale prison break in Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic was also under Voldemort's control. Even so, Voldemort still couldn't suppress his inner panic. Because he couldn't find any Horcrux, diary, Hufflepuff's gold cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket. Except for Ravenclaw's diadem, Voldemort had confirmed all the other Horcruxes one by one. Gone. There is only one person in the world who can take away all his Horcruxes. Dumbledore. Voldemort took control of Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, walked slowly to the barrier, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the barrier was like rippling water. Voldemort stared at Hogwarts standing on the top of the cliff with cold eyes, and slowly uttered a few words. Attack. As soon as the voice fell, countless spells rained down on the barrier, which looked like colorful salutes from a distance. There were also some Dementors hovering over Hogwarts, all of whom were helpers that Voldemort exchanged for benefits. Inside the castle, the lower grade students were taken to the Great Hall by the upper grade students together. Draco Malfoy trembled in the crowd because he knew that his parents were outside, standing with Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy, who lost his diary, was almost killed by Voldemort. Fortunately, he showed his loyalty in time and became the opponent's vanguard again. Lucius also wrote a letter to Draco, asking him to be an insider in the school and help Voldemort catch Harry Potter at a critical moment. Draco, who was so young, couldn't bear such pressure. He almost collapsed during this period. Fortunately, Harry went to the Forbidden Forest. Draco wanted to help but couldn't, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore and some teachers with combat capabilities gathered in the courtyard outside, maintaining the barrier, while discussing how to deal with Voldemort. Someone suggested asking the Ministry of Magic for help, but was ridiculed by Snape. The Ministry of Magic is a sieve. I don't know how many Death Eaters are hidden in it. How could they not know that Voldemort can appear here so openly? Go out and have a look. There must be many familiar faces waiting for you outside. Snape's words caused all the teachers present to discuss, and the atmosphere was boiling for a while. Professor McGonagall interrupted everyone's discussion and said loudly, "Principal Dumbledore is still here." Just one sentence was like a reassurance to them, and the teachers stopped arguing. Yes, Dumbledore is still here. Then, we have the confidence to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore smiled at everyone and said, "Don't be afraid, magic will guide us forward." Forbidden Forest. The violent appearance of the war tree immediately blocked the attack of the monster coalition. It was like a reef that suddenly rose in the torrent. The giants who were charging in the front suffered heavy losses. Every time the war tree swept across, there would be giants who could not dodge and collided head-on. The war tree was like a millstone, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The werewolves avoided the attack of the war tree with their agile skills and extraordinary intelligence, and launched a counter-attack during the attack. They quickly climbed onto the body of the war tree along the roots and branches, biting it madly. The war tree twisted its body, trying to throw the werewolves off, but there were too many werewolves. Even if there were sporadic falls, the werewolves behind were still coming one after another. The oversized body has an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield, but the disadvantage is also extremely obvious. After the werewolf, the spider and other dark monsters also climbed onto the war tree and bit its body together. The war tree wailed. Only the giants were left on the ground. Their bloated bodies could not climb onto the war tree like other dark monsters. So the giants pointed their spears at Chu Yang and the unicorns, waving their maces and charging. Chu Yang burst into a dazzling blue light, and there were bursts of thunder. He waved his arm, and a blue lightning bolt was pulled out from the top of the magic wand. This is the result of Chu Yang's long-term research. A new type of magic spell developed by combining lightning ninjutsu and some game ideas. Thunder Chain. After the lightning hits the first giant, it will continue to jump to other giants, causing continuous large-scale damage, and will also be accompanied by abnormal states such as paralysis. Chu Yang considered using the steam explosion, but the power of the infinite explosion is too strong. When the war is over, I don't know what the Forbidden Forest will be like. At least the lake in front of us cannot be saved. Chu Yang could only give up this idea. As the brilliant lightning burst out, the giants' offensive momentum was curbed. The centaurs who had ambushed in advance launched a surprise attack under the leadership of Fyans. Almost all the giants who had survived the first round of damage fell into a state of paralysis. Facing the charge of the centaurs, they were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The ending was doomed from the beginning. At the same time, the war giant tree collapsed under the siege of many dark monsters. It attracted most of the firepower and created opportunities for the centaurs. Chu Yang rode over on a unicorn. A large number of unicorns followed closely behind like a tide. Unicorns are very strange magical creatures, and they are weak individually. But if they gather together, the holy power on them will be superimposed. The white light is like the light of the sky, dispersing the dark creatures attached to the war giant tree. The werewolves roared in the face of the dazzling holy light, and the spiders fled directly. Chu Yang flew to the treetops and delivered life energy to the war giant tree. After a while, the war tree stood up again and began to slaughter the dark creatures driven away by the unicorns. Sirius, who was hiding in the cabin, looked at this scene in shock. He finally understood why Chu Yang was so dismissive of the magic trap he set. The war in the Forbidden Forest soon came to an end. The centaurs began to clean up the battlefield. The unicorns did not like the bloody scene, so they retreated and disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. Only one unicorn was left carrying Chu Yang to the cabin. Everything is over, Mr. Black, but don't let Harry and the others come out before the battlefield is cleaned up. Sirius pushed open the wooden door and looked at the boy on the back of the unicorn. The boy who walked out of the sea of corpses and blood had no fear on his face and was calm. Sirius felt cold in his heart. Even Voldemort, who was the same age, did not have such a mentality. Hogwarts? I will take care of it, Mr. Black. Voldemort is really finished this time, right? Of course. The boy's expression and tone were full of absolute confidence. After dealing with the enemies in the Forbidden Forest, only Voldemort and his Death Eaters, as well as some Dementors, were left. They were definitely a little harder to deal with than dark creatures like giants, but only a little. After the centaurs had cleared the battlefield, Chu Yang called out, "Fyans." Fyans jumped several times in a row and came to Chu Yang's side, bowing and saying, "I'm willing to serve you, Mr. Chu Yang." Chu Yang nodded. "Then let's go. It's time to put an end to the legend of Voldemort." The unicorn neighed and immediately carried Chu Yang to Hogwarts. The centaurs followed closely behind him. The war tree walked at the end of the team, and with one step, it was 10 meters away, and its speed was not slow at all. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the three of them, looked at Chu Yang's departing back through the window of the cabin. The two teenagers were yearning. Ron murmured, "He really looks like a general." Harry nodded frequently. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were still blocked outside by the barrier. With Dumbledore in charge, the barrier was as solid as a rock. Voldemort was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. According to the plan, the dark creatures and werewolves in the Forbidden Forest should have brought Harry Potter to the Hogwarts battlefield to help them destroy the barrier. But after so long, there was still no movement. Where did they go? I shouldn't have expected these damn, dirty low-level monsters, including the werewolves. Their IQ has degenerated from humans to the level of monsters. Voldemort cursed angrily and urged the Death Eaters to attack with all their strength. Among the crowd, Lucius silently observed Voldemort. He realized that the Dark Lord's comeback this time was too hasty. It's time to find a way out. He was not a loyal believer of Voldemort, but just a villain who currying favor with the powerful. Just as Lucius slowly retreated behind the crowd, the ground suddenly shook, and it became more and more intense. Voldemort was slightly stunned, and then showed an ecstatic expression. "Ha ha ha. Our reinforcements are here. We will soon be able to break through this castle. Dumbledore will never stop me." The Dark Lord stood in the front, facing the Death Eaters with his arms outstretched, looking stern, like a king. The Death Eaters knelt down one after another, prostrating themselves at the feet of the Dark Lord devoutly. Lucius was also ready to kneel down, but when he saw the huge monster behind the Dark Lord, he stood stiffly in place. Voldemort put down his arms and looked at him coldly. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, it seems that he does not agree with me." The Death Eaters turned around and stared at him with the same cold eyes. But compared to the murderous eyes of the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Lucius still felt that the huge tree man in front of him was more terrifying. Lucius raised his arm and trembled and pointed behind Voldemort. Voldemort then noticed the fear on Lucius's face. His heart skipped a beat, and then he slowly turned around. The Death Eaters also turned to the direction Lucius pointed. "What the hell is that?" On the other side, the teachers at Hogwarts also saw the war tree and immediately screamed and became a mess. Snape's eyes were a little dull. Even the usually calm Professor McGonagall couldn't help but lose control of his emotions and said, "Where did Voldemort find such a monster? I'm afraid the barrier outside can't be protected now." Professor Flitwick clenched his wand and took a few deep breaths. Professor Sprout clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray devoutly. The other teachers shouted in fear and panic, and the whole courtyard was in chaos. "Silence." Dumbledore's majestic voice sounded, and everyone looked at him. "That's not an enemy, but a friend," Dumbledore said excitedly. "Now, open the protective barrier. We are going to start the counterattack." The teachers were still in a daze. Hagrid had long taken out his long-sealed wand from his umbrella and shouted loudly, "I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." It was Voldemort who framed Myrtle's death on him, causing him not only to fail to graduate from Hogwarts, but also to be banned from using magic. The angry Hagrid rushed out first. Professor McGonagall came to his senses and quickly gathered the teachers to open the barrier. Dumbledore stepped forward, and Snape followed him. As soon as the group walked across the corridor bridge, they heard the slogan of the Centaurs charging outside. Fiennes took the lead and rushed to the front. What he shouted was not to defend Hogwarts or Dumbledore, but for the glory of Mr. Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who was riding a unicorn on the side, smacked his lips. He swore that he had never taught Fiennes such words. The fanatical expression on that guy's face made him look more like a Death Eater than a Death Eater. McGonagall and the others who had just walked out of the main gate of Hogwarts looked at each other in bewilderment. "Excuse me, what did the centaur say just now? I think I heard Chu Yang's name." "Me too. If we don't have collective hallucinations, then he just called Yang." I have to say, Yang really has a wide range of friends. Soon they saw Chu Yang riding a unicorn slowly approaching. Melon's beard. A unicorn is actually carrying a man. This is the most amazing scene I have ever seen in my life. Amidst waves of exclamations, Chu Yang turned over and got off the horse, bowing slightly to Dumbledore and the teachers. Dumbledore asked, "What about the Forbidden Forest?" Chu Yang replied, "Voldemort's reinforcement have been dealt with, and everyone is fine." Snape, who knew the inside story, was shocked and unbelievable and turned to look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't say much, just smiled. The war tree began to drive away the Dementors as soon as it entered the scene. Although the latter can fly, their height is less than half the height of the tree man. The charge of the centaurs was fast and urgent. Before the Death Eaters could react, many of them were killed. In just one round, more than half of the Death Eaters were killed or wounded. The severely injured Death Eaters fought back. However, the centaurs were very fast, and the battlefield was very chaotic, so the hit rate of the spell was very low. Voldemort was furious, and raised his wand, ready to do it himself. A white flash came from a distance and hit the wand in Voldemort's hand. Dumbledore walked slowly. "That's it, Tom." Voldemort stared at Dumbledore coldly, feeling very unwilling. If he could be truly reborn and obtain his own body, he would never be so easily knocked away by Dumbledore. Voldemort asked angrily, "Dumbledore, why do you keep going against me? You are a pureblood, why don't you agree with my pureblood philosophy?" Dumbledore looked at his former student and shook his head in disappointment. "Tom, the pursuit of pureblood is not a reason for you to arbitrarily inflict violence on others. Don't deceive yourself. You just want power." Voldemort sneered. "Don't judge me with such a sanctimonious attitude. Aren't you also immersed in power? Most of the high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic are your students. Magic academies in other countries also respect you, not to mention Hogwarts. You are standing in the halo. What right do you have to say that others covet power?" Dumbledore sighed. "Mr. Tom Riddle, as a former Dark Lord, I'm a little disappointed with the demeanor you showed in your last moments. Can't the loser just shut up and die?" Chu Yang led the unicorn and walked out of the crowd towards Voldemort. When Voldemort heard this familiar voice, he suddenly recalled the memory of being severely injured twice before. "It's you?" Voldemort took a few steps back in fear. Everyone looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Why did Voldemort feel scared when he saw him? When Chu Yang walked past Voldemort, Dumbledore and Snape both clenched their wands. Voldemort was very surprised that Chu Yang did not stop to talk to him, but really passed by him. Then, a feeling of humiliation that he had never felt before surged into his heart. Voldemort turned his back suddenly, his eyes wide open, staring at Chu Yang's back. An orphan in the Muggle world, who was lucky enough to have wizard talent, dared to ignore him. However, Chu Yang didn't care about Voldemort's thoughts at all. In his heart, the safety of these companions was much more important than the Dark Lord. Who would be willing to communicate with a short-sighted manic-depressive lunatic? No one has ever dared to face me with this attitude. Voldemort's hands surged with magic power. In the entire magic world, his wandless spell-casting attainments were second only to Dumbledore. Even if he lost his wand, he could still cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The spell was not finished yet. A brighter light burst out from behind Voldemort and pierced his body. It was also the body of Barty Crouch Jr. The expression on Voldemort's face suddenly froze, and the pain of soul tearing came slowly. Voldemort, whose life was coming to an end, looked at Dumbledore with a sneer. "In order to get rid of me, you sacrificed Harry Potter. In the days to come, you will be tortured by your conscience every moment. Dumbledore, you will become a more pitiful wretch than me." At this moment, a small figure appeared on the battlefield and said loudly, "I'm not dead." Voldemort looked up, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Accompanied by Sirius, Harry, Ron and Hermione returned to school regardless of danger. Although Dumbledore had told them not to leave the Forbidden Forest, Harry was still unwilling to hide. Sirius respected his ideas, so he brought him over. Harry's appearance made Voldemort completely doubt his life. Why didn't Harry Potter die? Voldemort was still thinking about this question at the last moment, when his soul disappeared. Without Voldemort's soul possessing him, Barty Crouch Jr.'s consciousness dominated his body again, but he was not happy, because he knew what it meant. Barty Crouch Jr. knelt on the ground and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Voldemort was not only a belief to pursue for him, but also like a father. The Death Eaters sensed the disappearance of Voldemort, and they all stood there with dull eyes, as if their souls were taken away. The centaurs stopped attacking, and gathered around Chu Yang to receive his treatment. After Voldemort died, the Dementors also left the sky above Hogwarts. Dumbledore stared at the group of Dementors that left and said in a deep voice, "I never thought that Dementors would join Voldemort's camp." Professor McGonagall still said in fear, "They are not trustworthy." Hagrid coughed dryly and said, "You can't generalize like this. Some monsters are still very cute, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall was speechless and didn't bother to pay attention to Hagrid, who was obsessed with fury. Most teachers agreed with Professor McGonagall's opinion. After this battle, Dementors could no longer be trusted by the wizarding world. It was only a matter of time before they were driven out of Azkaban. Snape stared blankly at the place where the Dark Lord's soul disappeared. He never dreamed that everything would go so smoothly. The day when Lily was killed by Voldemort seemed like yesterday. Principal Dumbledore is really amazing. He solved Voldemort in one go, don't you think so, Mr. Black? Of course. That's Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world. Snape took a deep look at Harry, who was celebrating with Sirius, and turned away alone. After the battle, Minister of Magic Fudge arrived late with the auras. Fudge looked around and saw Death Eaters who surrendered everywhere, as well as Centaur's warriors who were responsible for monitoring their every move. Fudge rubbed his eyes, a little unbelievable. He turned to the auras behind him and asked, "If I remember correctly, don't centaurs hate wizards very much?" The auras nodded one after another. "You've come at the right time, Mr. Fudge." Professor McGonagall's tone was gentle, but Fudge heard a sense of mockery. "We have rushed to Hogwarts as soon as possible, Professor McGonagall." Fudge smiled bitterly, then straightened his tie and walked to Dumbledore, whispering, "Where is that person?" The tall Dumbledore looked down at Fudge, and his sharp eyes made Fudge silently tilt his head to one side. "From now on, everyone does not need to avoid Voldemort's name. As the Minister of Magic, I hope you can set a benchmark for other colleagues. Tom Riddle is completely dead." Dumbledore's deep voice reached everyone's ears. The news of Voldemort's death made Fudge slightly stunned. After a moment, he came back to his senses and trembled. Is he really dead this time? He was really afraid that Voldemort would come back again in the near future. Tom Riddle is indeed dead. After saying this, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly looked at Chu Yang. Looking at this young man who looked very similar to Voldemort, he was somewhat lost in thought. Then he said solemnly, "Voldemort can't appear again." Chapter 95, Night Parade of 100 Demons. After the battle, the auras were responsible for cleaning up the place. They were responsible for both the dead and the living Death Eaters. Mr. Lucius Malfoy was in a very bad situation. Although he kept saying that he was coerced by Voldemort. But considering that he said the same thing last time, he might not be able to escape jail this time. Even if he was not sent to Azkaban, his fate would definitely not be good. As for Azkaban, Professor McGonagall told Fudge about the Dementors' defection to Voldemort. The latter looked grim, but did not directly state the subsequent treatment. Professor McGonagall was a little worried. Cornelius Oswald Fudge had always trusted the Dementors during his tenure as Minister of Magic. There were doubts from the outside world, but Fudge didn't know where he got the confidence from, and he always believed that the Dementors would help him guard Azkaban. You know, this group of monsters were Voldemort's allies during the last turmoil. The large-scale prison break of the Death Eaters has already pushed Fudge's credibility to the forefront, and now it has been confirmed that they are helping the Dark Lord to attack Hogwarts again. In order to keep her job, Professor McGonagall thinks that the other party will try their best to suppress this matter. For example, saying that Voldemort has not been resurrected at all. This attack is just a revenge of the Death Eaters and other nonsense. With Fudge's obsession with power, it is entirely possible that he would do such a thing. After the Ministry of Magic took everyone away, the sunset had already fallen, leaving only a few clouds of fire. Professor McGonagall found Dumbledore and expressed her concerns. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Professor McGonagall, you have always performed very well in teaching and handling school affairs. You are very suitable to be the next headmaster." Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why Dumbledore was talking about other things. "Principal Dumbledore, this is not important. The more urgent thing now is..." "No, Professor McGonagall, this is very important, because I will no longer be the principal of Hogwarts." "What?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, attracting the attention of the teachers around her. She whispered, "This won't work. Hogwarts can't do without you." Dumbledore looked at the tall castle on the cliff, his eyes full of emotion. "This castle is my home, but also my bondage. During the time here, my vision has become narrow, and I can't see the rapid changes outside." Professor McGonagall didn't understand what Dumbledore said, and asked, "Hogwarts is the starting point of wizards, and all changes should start from here." Dumbledore's eyes were deep, and he sighed faintly. "You also said, it's just wizards." Professor McGonagall seemed to have guessed Dumbledore's thoughts, frowned and said, "The changes you are talking about are muggles?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "A student once told me that as time goes by, the destruction of the magic world is imminent." Professor McGonagall smiled and didn't care. "At the beginning, my attitude was similar to yours. Magic is so mysterious and powerful, how could it be eliminated? But the seeds of doubt were still planted in my heart. You know, I have always been very curious." Dumbledore joked, and then said, "During the time I was looking for Horcruxes, I also frequently went in and out of the Muggle world. Unlike before, I became curious about their world and stopped to observe. Gradually, I learned one thing and began to worry. This worry was even stronger than what Voldemort brought me." Professor McGonagall didn't know what Dumbledore was worried about, but the other's emotions still infected her, making her heart lift. "They are changing all the time, but what about us? Principal Dumbledore, we are also making progress. Is inventing some new spells occasionally considered progress?" "Principal Dumbledore, I don't understand. Isn't that enough?" Facing Professor McGonagall's questioning, Dumbledore said firmly, "Not enough. Professor McGonagall, the wizarding world did not start to promote the pure blood theory in the era of Voldemort. Thousands of years have passed, and we still haven't changed at all. How long are we going to dwell on such trivial matters?" Professor McGonagall asked puzzledly, "Is this a trivial matter?" Dumbledore sighed. "Compared with the survival of the wizarding world, it is certainly just a trivial matter." Professor McGonagall covered her mouth and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. "The magic world can't hide forever. The technology of the Muggle world is becoming more and more advanced, and the space we live in will only become smaller and smaller. The two worlds will collide one day. What should wizards do when that time comes? Fight? Thousands of years ago, wizards had to choose to disappear when facing muggles with only swords. Now they not only have machine guns, but also airplanes and cannons. How many shells can the Hogwarts barrier defend against?" Professor McGonagall wanted to refute, but every word of Dumbledore was so resounding. In fact, many wizards know that the magic world is the weaker party, but their inner pride does not allow them to admit it. Because wizards are born different. It's time to change. Mortals used to reject us because they were afraid of the power of wizards, and in the future they may even eliminate us because we are aliens. Dumbledore no longer used muggles to refer to ordinary people who don't understand magic, but chose to use the word mortal. Now is the best time. We are not completely corrupt yet, and they are strong enough, and will not be afraid. Both sides can communicate on an equal footing. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall seemed to understand what Dumbledore was going to do and became excited. Dumbledore held his eyes and smiled. "I must lead the magic world to make changes, so I will become the new Minister of Magic. Not to run for election, but to become." This old man who has refused the position of Minister of Magic countless times in his life is finally going to step onto an unprecedented stage. At the same time, Chu Yang has quietly arrived in another space. Familiar palace. Familiar throne. Not long after Voldemort died, Magic Chu Yang felt the call of the Soul Palace. When he came to his senses, he was surrounded by people. After sharing memories, everyone knew the news of Voldemort's death. Demon Slayer Chu Yang spoke first. "How do you feel after defeating the boss?" Magic Chu Yang smiled and said, "Even more empty than you. Voldemort could still be considered a threat in the early days, but as each clone grew by leaps and bounds, he became less and less impressive." Marvel Chu Yang said, "You can share memories and abilities synchronously in the future, right?" Magic Chu Yang nodded. Now he, like Demon Slayer Chu Yang, can share abilities and memories with himself in each world at any time. No longer need to rely on the Soul Palace for updates. This is very good news for Chu Yang in other worlds. The improvement of swordsmanship mainly depends on Demon Slayer Chu Yang. The origin breathing one type sun and moon rotation, used by Marvel Chu Yang to deal with the destroyer armor is a masterpiece of Demon Slayer Chu Yang, and its power is very impressive. From now on, the ability of magic, including ninjutsu and ghost way, can be fully handed over to Magic Chu Yang to study. It greatly reduced the pressure on Naruto Chu Yang and Death God Chu Yang. The former needs to spend time on extracting the blood of Otsutsuki, while the latter needs to awaken his Zanpakuto as soon as possible. As for the curse Chu Yang has not yet awakened his own life-destined technique. In the non-life-destined technique, he has only learned the use of barrier techniques and a small part of the curse, and the research value is not high. However, Chu Yang, the magician, is preparing to combine all kinds of different techniques. At that time, ninjutsu and kid may be performed in the form of spells. There is no need to spend energy on learning spells, just master the use of spell power. Another point is that the more and stronger the self in each world, the stronger Chu Yang's spell power will only become stronger and stronger. In addition to spells, there is also a more terrifying skill called Black Flash. The so-called Black Flash refers to the space distortion caused by the error between physical attack and spell power impact within 0.000001 seconds. The power is a 2.5 th power of the spell power strength and physical strength. There is a world of difference between people who have had Black Flash experience and those who have not. In simple terms, the control of spell power is completely different. Comparing with Gojo Satoru, Chu Yang's spell power strength is definitely not as strong as Gojo Satoru, but if physical strength is added, Chu Yang is confident that he can make up for the gap with the opponent. In summary, the power of Black Flash between the two is not much different. In the world of spells, no spell spirit or spellcaster can take on Gojo Satoru's Black Flash. In other words, Chu Yang's Black Flash is also absolutely destructive. Therefore, instead of focusing on spells, it is better to focus on Black Flash. The latter's potential is almost unlimited. However, since the curse appeared in the world, no spellcaster has been able to actively cast Black Flash. The error of 0.000001 seconds is too harsh. Most spellcasters who cast Black Flash use it unintentionally in battle by instinct. The current goal of Chu Yang, the spellcaster, is to become the first person to actively cast Black Flash. With the help of Chu Yang, this will succeed sooner or later. It is a pity that the multiple shadow clones that Chu Yang, the Hokage, learned not long ago, cannot carry power other than chakra, especially the special power of cursed power that is based on negative emotions. If you can use multiple shadow clones to explore the tricks of casting Black Flash, the whole process will be faster. Magic Chu Yang and Spell Chu Yang chatted briefly, then walked to Marvel Chu Yang, and the two began to discuss Asgard's magic. Asgardians are born with extraordinary physiques, and do not need wands to act as a medium to control the output of magic. Their bodies are the best wands. Chu Yang's physique is also very different from that of normal people. He can learn from their casting mode. After in-depth study, he immediately had a new idea to improve wandless casting. After Magic Chu Yang returns, it will probably not take long for him to cast the Imperious Curse in the form of wandless casting. This will be of great help to Marvel Chu Yang's future activities. He wants to use this to control the entire Hydra organization. After the New York War, the Hydra hidden in SHIELD will take away the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter, and he must get these two things. Since they can create Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch and Vision, they can also push Chu Yang's power to a high level. When the Avengers are obviously going to lose, he doesn't want to pin his hope of survival on the 50% probability of Thanos snapping his fingers. After a while, the mist brought everyone back to their own world. The world of sorcery. The morning sun shone through the French windows onto a large bed. Chu Yang was blinded by the sun and couldn't open his eyes. He got up from bed mumbling. Chu Yang took out a large bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and stood in front of the French window. While drinking, he looked out at the bustling commercial street not far away. The house Chu Yang lives in now is a high-end apartment in the center of Tokyo. This house is his dream when he was a social animal. Not long after becoming a sorcerer, he saved up money that ordinary people could not earn in their entire lives, working 996. The high salary is matched by higher risks. In the field of sorcerers, there are many people who die with their money left unspent. After admiring the busy back of the social animal, Chu Yang left the balcony. He walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a piece of marbled beef left over from last night, and fried it in a frying pan. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva when he heard the sizzling sound in the pan and smelled the aroma of meat. Just as he was about to put the 70% rare beef into his mouth, the phone on the table rang. Chu Yang picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Nanami Kento. He answered the phone. "Senior Nanami, what's up so early in the morning? I heard that you killed another first level curse spirit last night. That curse spirit was injured. I just took advantage of it. You said the same thing last time." Chu Yang put the hot barbecue into his mouth, exhaled continuously, and said vaguely, "Senior, don't worry, a social animal like me will definitely run away if the wind is not right." Nanami Kento on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and said lightly, "Take it easy, don't care about everything for making money." Chu Yang was very surprised. "Senior, you actually said such a thing?" Nanami Kento replied stiffly, "You became a curse master because of me. I don't want to collect your body in the end and affect my mood for retirement." Chu Yang nodded. "Then I will try not to die. But then again, you called me early in the morning not just for this, right?" Nanami Kento said, "Of course not. I'm not that free. You have to come to the college. Something big happened." Chu Yang glanced at the time displayed on his phone. December 20th, 2017. 4 days later, the night parade of 100 demons. There are 2 schools in the world of sorcery that train sorcerers. Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Sorcery. Kyoto Prefectural Technical College of Sorcery. The technical college that Nanami Kento mentioned refers to the Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Sorcery, where Gojo Satoru is a teacher. The technical college is like the Hogwarts in the world of Harry Potter. The slightly different thing is that the technical college also has some powers and obligations similar to the Ministry of Magic. Chu Yang's apartment is very far from the technical college. It takes about 30 minutes to get there by taxi. Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kento brought him here once before. A sorcerer like Chu Yang who changed his career halfway needs someone to guarantee him to complete the registration of his identity. The technical college is located in a deep mountain forest outside Tokyo. There is a narrow 2-lane road outside for 2 cars to drive. If you are not careful, it may lead to a tragedy. No ordinary people will come here. After getting off the taxi, Chu Yang walked up the mountain road slowly. After a while, he saw a group of buildings with a very retro style. Nanami Kento, dressed in a business suit, was standing at the end of the road waiting for him. Chu Yang himself was also wearing a suit and tie. The 2 stood together, like office workers who came here on a business trip. "Nanami-senpai, can you change your clothes? You are the same. What right do you have to say that about me?" The 2 were arguing, and Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "The relationship between you 2 is as good as ever." Chu Yang said with disgust, "Gojo-senpai, this sentence is a bit disgusting." Nanami Kento frowned. "Although you were very annoying before, you are undoubtedly the most annoying now." Gojo Satoru covered his chest and said sadly, "I will be sad if you say that." Nanami Kento quickly walked past Gojo Satoru. "Ignoring me will also make me sad." Nanami Gojo Satoru shouted behind him. "That's enough. Even I'm starting to feel embarrassed." Chu Yang reminded. "Really? Then let's stop here today." Gojo Satoru scratched his head, then led Chu Yang inside. "I heard that you've been very active recently, exorcising a lot of first level cursed spirits. It's only been 2 or 3 months, and your evaluation has been changed 3 times. Basically, it has to be changed every month. The work pressure from the higher ups is very high." Chu Yang shrugged and responded, "It doesn't matter whether it's changed or not. I don't really care about this. They can do whatever they want. It's easy to get bald under pressure, but with the age of those senior executives, they probably don't have much hair." Gojo Satoru raised his mouth. "You're really interesting, much more interesting than Nanami." Along the way, Chu Yang saw many people, including students, teachers, and a panda. Chu Yang stopped and looked at the panda in front of him carefully. It was a completely independent cursed skeleton created by the principal of Tokyo Metropolitan High School, Masamichi Nokcha, with an independent personality and emotions. "Why are you staring at me?" The panda was a little unhappy with Chu Yang's eyes and raised his fist to warn. "Because I like pandas very much," Chu Yang answered frankly. Hearing this, the panda was no longer angry and laughed awkwardly, looking at Chu Yang with a much kinder look. While talking, 2 boys and 1 girl were approaching this side. Among the 3, a boy with the lower half of his face covered said to Gojo Satoru, "Nori roll." Gojo Satoru waved. "Hello, Gojo-san." The other boy and girl also greeted him. "Yuta-kun, Maki, when did you arrive?" "When you just left." The well-built Zenin Maki looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Teacher Gojo, this guy looks very young. Is he also a student of our school?" Gojo Satoru shook his head. "Unfortunately, no, but you should have heard of his name. You asked me about him not long ago." Zenin Maki thought for a while. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in shock, "He is the guy who killed 5 first-level cursed spirits in a month. I remember his name seems to be Yang." Gojo Satoru danced with joy and said loudly in an exaggerated tone, "This rising star in the world of curses is called Yang." Many people around heard Gojo Satoru's voice and then focused their attention on Chu Yang. As for this genius curse master who changed his career halfway, all forces in the world of curses had already heard about it, and everyone was curious about what this young man looked like. For a moment, the upcoming night parade of 100 demons seemed unimportant, and all the topics revolved around Chu Yang. Zenin Maki ignored Gojo Satoru who was playing tricks, but stared at Chu Yang and asked, "I heard that so far, you have used physical skills in the process of exorcising cursed spirits?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "I have no choice. I just started my career and don't know how to use curses. I can only make a living by relying on my body." Making a living by relying on the body. Many people twitched their lips when they heard this. It only took a few months to become a first-level curse master. Is this a good job? Why can't others do it? Zenin Maki whispered, "Can we have a competition later?" Chu Yang scratched his head and said, "Forget it. I have to save my energy for the mission. This mission seems to be quite troublesome." Zenin Maki was a little anxious. She was born without a spell. Her cursed power level was about the same as that of ordinary people. She couldn't even see the existence of cursed spirits. She needed to rely on cursed tools to observe and fight with cursed spirits. Compared with Fuguroshia's Heaven and Curse Binding with completely zero cursed power, Zenin Maki's Heaven and Curse Binding was not pure. Although her body functions were also far superior to ordinary people, it still couldn't reach Fuguroshia's abnormal level. At the same time, Zenin Maki didn't have Fuguroshia's high resistance to curses. In addition to collecting powerful curse tools, the only way for her to improve herself was to strengthen physical skills. There were very few cursed masters who were qualified to give her guidance in this regard. She herself was a master of physical skills. Gojo Satoru's strength was completely on another level and had nothing to do with physical skills, so he couldn't help her. And Chu Yang's current fighting style was completely the same as hers. Let alone guidance, even a simple fight could bring a lot of inspiration to Zenin Maki. "It won't waste much of your time," Zenin Maki said to Chu Yang excitedly. "Please help Sister Maki." Otsukotsu Yuta next to him said sincerely. Gajumaki followed and bowed deeply. Panda hesitated for a long time and said reluctantly, "If you agree to her, I will let you touch my fur. It's very comfortable." Chu Yang immediately refused. "No need, I'm not interested in your fur." Zenin Maki glared at Panda fiercely, and the latter smiled awkwardly and shut up honestly. "Let's fight." Zio Yangai and Gojo Satoru didn't know when he got behind Chu Yang and whispered in his ear, "I also want to know your current strength. If you think Maki's strength is not enough, I can fight with you." Everyone present heard this and looked over in shock. Gojo Satoru put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulders and said shocking words casually. Chu Yang knocked his hand away and said calmly, "After fighting with you, I have to rest for a few months. Do you know how much money I can make in these few months?" Gojo Satoru covered his forehead helplessly. "You have been taught badly by Nanami. You only care about money." Chu Yang said contemptuously, "You come from a big family. You don't know how hard it is for office workers to make money. It's easy to talk. I do this job. If I don't make money, do I do it for charity? Gojo Satoru raised his hands to surrender after being repeatedly rebuked by Chu Yang. He remembered a sentence from his best friend. Curse masters exist to protect non-curse masters. Gojo Satoru looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly laughed. I'm so glad that you are a curse master who changed careers from office workers. You have experienced the dark side of society and will not hold some naive ideas. It's even more impossible to go to extremes because of the collapse of faith. You don't have any faith at all. You only have money in your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang couldn't tell whether this guy was praising or mocking him. Gojo sensei, isn't that a bad thing to say? Otsutsukoshi Yuta warned cautiously. It's okay. This guy has a strong mental endurance. Don't underestimate the office slave. Gojo Satoru said righteously. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little itchy in his hands, but before mastering the active release of Black Flash, he decided to hold it in. Gojo Satoru's laughter soon attracted a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man. Gojo Satoru, be quiet. The meeting is about to start. Students, don't gather. Today's meeting has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man was very imposing, and his identity could be guessed just by his attitude towards Gojo Satoru. Principal of Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Technical School of Curse, Masamichi Yaga. As a rare master of making cursed corpses, although Masamichi Yaga is a first-level sorcerer, the sorcery world values him no less than a special grade sorcerer. And he also made a completely independent cursed corpse like Panda. If he hadn't announced to the public that the birth of Panda was an accident, Masamichi Yaga would have been recognized as a special grade sorcerer long ago. The appearance of Yaga Masamichi meant that the meeting officially began. Before Zenin Maki left, she was still staring at Chu Yang with a sincere look. He had no choice but to reluctantly agree to the other party's request. Gojo Satoru watched the fun and clapped his hands. Then he was glared at by Yaga Masamichi again. The sorcerers invited by the technical college entered the meeting room one after another. When Chu Yang stepped into the door, Yaga Masamichi suddenly glanced at him. His eyes were full of emotion. The last time Chu Yang met Yaga Masamichi was the day when Gojo Satoru brought him to register as a sorcerer. Yaga Masamichi did not think highly of Chu Yang at first, but under Gojo Satoru's strong suggestion, Chu Yang became a sorcerer. This is also the consistent attitude of the entire sorcery world towards sorcerers who are not from technical colleges. It is normal if you think about it carefully. How could a first-class prestigious university look down on students from technical secondary schools? But not long after, Chu Yang used his actions to slap the faces of some senior executives, especially some arrogant sorcerers who claimed to be from aristocratic families. Everyone sat down. Chu Yang sat next to Nanami Kento, while Gojo Satoru stood in the corner, still in a carefree manner. Ichichi Geo, who was responsible for the auxiliary supervision of the later period of the technical college, began to preside over the meeting. The board behind him was full of information. The protagonist of the information was Jito Suguru, the planner of the night parade of 100 demons. Jito Suguru was originally a student of the technical college and a classmate of Gojo Satoru. The two were close friends and called each other the strongest in the technical college. Jito Suguru used to be a good young man and firmly believed that sorcerers should protect the weak. It was not until he realized that the dark and ugly side of human beings was even more disgusting than the cursed spirits that Jito Suguru's thoughts began to change, and his inner justice gradually disintegrated. By chance, Jito Suguru learned the principle of the generation of cursed spirits from the special sorcerer Jiu-Yuki. Ordinary people cannot control their weak cursed power formed by negative emotions. When these cursed powers leak to the outside world, they continue to grow under the accumulation of negative emotions and eventually form a curse. Cursed spirits are just one of the manifestations. Therefore, Jito Suguru thought that, as long as he created a world with only sorcerers, cursed spirits would not be generated. The implication is to kill all ordinary humans who cannot become sorcerers. After experiencing all the ugliness of human nature, Jito Summer Oil's malice towards ordinary people grew, and he eventually took an extreme path. During a mission, Jito Summerall witnessed the ignorant villagers of a village persecuting two little girls with cursed powers, and his anger at human nature finally reached its peak. Jito Summerall killed all the villagers and left with the two little girls. From then on, he changed from a sorcerer to a cursor of the evil camp and absorbed some cursors in the same situation to form the Jito Summerall gang. Jito Summerall's spell is called Curse Spirit Manipulation, which can absorb natural curse spirits for his own use. In Chu Yang's view, Jito Summerall is the Pokemon master of the curse world, but the process is a bit disgusting. To absorb the curse spirit needs to be turned into a black spherical object and then swallowed into the body. The swallowing process is like eating a rag that has been wiped with vomit. Just thinking about it is disgusting enough. Jito Summerall can actually swallow 5,000 times. From this point of view, it is only a matter of time before he goes to extremes, and anyone who plays like this will go crazy. Although he was strong, Chu Yang still declined such a disgusting curse. When the difference in strength was more than 2 levels, Xiaoji could forcibly obtain the curse spirit, eliminating the stage of surrender. Therefore, Xiaoji, who had reached the special level, had 5,000 cursed spirits of level 2 and below. The night parade of 100 demons he mentioned was to release these thousands of cursed spirits to Tokyo and Shinjuku to indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people. After listening to the report of Ichikaiji Geo, many of the sorcerers who participated in the meeting showed puzzled expressions. Although the opponent was aggressive, his strength was not as strong as imagined. Yemo Zengdeo also expressed their doubts. No matter how many cursed spirits there are, they are just level 2 trash and do not pose a threat. As for the curse masters around Xiaoji, there are not many of them. Gojo Satoru reminded on the side, this is a strange part. Based on your understanding of Xiaoji, will he fight a war that is doomed to lose? The words implied that Xiaoji had other conspiracies. But no one thought that Jito Sugiru's target was the special grade cursed spirit that Yutaro Satsuki had. The Queen of Curses Rika Kimoto. Because Jito Sugiru once lied when he was a student, he said that he could not absorb cursed spirits that had a master-servant relationship. In fact, this is wrong. Just kill the master of the cursed spirit. The purpose of the 100 Demons Night Parade is to lure the tiger away from the mountain so that Yutaro Satsuki is alone. Yagami Samichi will not let Yutaro Satsuki participate in the defense of Tokyo or Shinjuku. Because Rika Kimoto's power is too strong, Yutaro Satsuki cannot fully control it. If something goes wrong, it may become a more serious incident than the 100 Demons Night Parade. Letting him stay in the high school is the safest choice. Jito Sugiru had anticipated this a long time ago, so he planned this action. But Yagami Samichi could not think of Jito Sugiru's purpose at all. After listening to Gojo Satoru's reminder, he could only anxiously apply for support to deal with the upcoming 100 Demons Night Parade. Just when Yemo Zengdeo was in a hurry, Chu Yang said in the noise, I want to know where the current information about Jito Sugiru comes from. The meeting room was a little quieter, and many people looked at Chu Yang. Ichikaiji Geo adjusted his glasses and explained, most of them are personal information saved by Jito Sugiru during his time in the technical college. Chu Yang asked, is there any possibility of error? Yemo Zengdeo shook his head and said, it is unlikely, because in the technical college, we often test students' abilities and constantly update records. You are a latecomer, so it is normal that you don't understand this. Then, some sarcastic sneers came, as if mocking Chu Yang for being a half-baked person. Chu Yang wanted to remind them, but after seeing the attitude of these people, he immediately had a new idea and decided to keep silent. Compared with Jito Sugiru, Chu Yang hated the self-righteous seniors of Jujutsu High School more. Most of them came from the Jujutsu family. In terms of evil, these people are not inferior to curse masters like Jito Sugiru. After the meeting, Chu Yang was assigned to participate in the defense of Kyoto and carry out tasks with Tokyo Metropolitan High School. You seem to have something to say. If you don't mind, you can tell me. Gojo Satoru quietly appeared beside Chu Yang. No, I'm just curious about Jito Sugiru. Since he decided not to help the technical college, Chu Yang certainly wouldn't expose Jito Sugiru's lies. Gojo Satoru didn't ask any more questions and walked in silence for the first time. Until the two of them walked outside, they found that Zenin Maki and the others were still waiting for Chu Yang. It's really difficult. I thought they had left. Chu Yang had no choice but to greet them and said, since we want to fight, let's find a place. Zenin Maki took Chu Yang to the sports field of the technical college with great interest. Interestingly, Nanami Kento also came along, standing on the sidelines with Gojo Satoru, intending to observe the competition. Gojo Satoru smiled and said to Nanami Kento, Maki is only a level 4 master on the surface. If they really fight, she has the strength of a quasi level 1 level sorcerer and will not necessarily lose. Panda and the others were cheering for Zenin Maki. Nanami Kento watched for a while before saying, she will definitely lose. Gojo Satoru smiled slyly and teased, what a deep trust. Nanami Kento opened his mouth slowly and said meaningfully, Senior Gojo, you haven't seen him much since I helped him register as a sorcerer last time, right? You only knew about the battle between Yang and the sorcerer from the information provided by Ichichi Geo, and you didn't see it with your own eyes. Gojo Satoru scratched his head and said regretfully, from the sound of your voice, I seem to have missed something very interesting. Nanami Kento moved his neck and said, just watch slowly, you'll know what I mean soon. Gojo Satoru turned around and looked at the two people on the sports field. Mr. Chu Yang is already a professional sorcerer. It should be okay for me to fight you with cursed tools, right? There was a huge bag at Zenin Maki's feet, which seemed to contain a lot of cursed tools. Chu Yang nodded and agreed to the other party's proposal. If she didn't use cursed tools, Zenin Maki probably wouldn't be able to hold out for even a second in his hands. Chu Yang kindly reminded her, you better wear protective gear. Zenin Maki took a deep breath. This reminder made her a little angry. If the other party didn't think the gap in strength was too big, why would he let her wear protective gear? Clang. Zenin Maki pulled out an Ajinata from the bag. It was surging with rich cursed power. Whether it was against cursed spirits or against curses, this Najinata was very strong. It was a top grade one in Zenin Maki's collection. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to this battle. Chu Yang slightly turned sideways and motioned her to attack. Zenin Maki's face sank and she stepped forward. In an instant, her figure was like a ghost. The Najinata drew a semicircle in the air and slashed diagonally towards Chu Yang's chest and abdomen. Chu Yang jumped lightly, and the Najinata slid under his feet. The next moment, Zenin Maki saw Chu Yang's floor in the air, raised his hands, and swung the Najinata upwards. The blade was directly approaching the vital part of Chu Yang's lower body. Too much. Chu Yang shouted, twisted his waist, turned upside down, stretched out his hand, and clamped the Najinata with 2 fingers. He broke it hard. The Najinata, which can be regarded as a top-grade curse tool, suddenly broke like a poorly made toy on the roadside stall. Zenin Maki's pupils shrank suddenly. The cheering on the sidelines also stopped abruptly. The two boys and the panda also widened their eyes, a little at a loss. Just now, he didn't use cursed power to strengthen his body. Gojo Satoru pulled the cloth strip on his eyes away and observed Chu Yang's fight through the gap. Pure physical strength. Nanami Kento added lightly. Gojo Satoru knew that Chu Yang had excellent physical talents and had compared him with Fushiguro Shiri. But Gojo Satoru did not expect that he would realize his talents so soon. After losing his Najinata, Zenin Maki did not immediately change to a cursed tool. Instead, he rushed straight towards Chu Yang, intending to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. Without the heavy Najinata, Zenin Maki's movement speed was a bit faster. She first made a feint attack in front, dazed Chu Yang, and then quickly went around his weak side and punched him in the liver area on his waist. It is commonly known as the liver blasting fist in the martial arts world. Chu Yang was speechless. This woman either attacked his lower body vitals or hit his liver and kidneys, and every move was aimed at important parts. If you are not careful, you will be the chief eunuch for the rest of your life. Damn it. Directly serve with armed color. When Zenin Maki hit Chu Yang's waist, her face was happy at first. Then it suddenly turned pale, as if she had suffered unbearable pain. At the same time, a crisp bone cracking sound was heard. Zenin Maki groaned, took a few steps back, and angrily said, "Do you have protective gear under your clothes?" Chu Yang smiled and took off his upper body clothes, revealing his strong body. No protective gear. Zen and Maki couldn't believe it. How could a human body be so hard? I told you to wear protective gear, but you didn't listen. Now you're injured. Do you still want to fight? Chu Yang yawned. The few hits just now were not even a warm-up. Zen and Maki gritted his teeth and blurted out a word. Fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Both God and Evil. Zen and Maki, whose arm was injured, took out the cursed tools from the bag again. She still did not take the protective gear, but replaced it with a samurai sword. Why doesn't she know how to adapt at all? Gojo Satoru held his forehead helplessly, but a touch of admiration flashed in his eyes. Many times, paranoia can make a person go further and reach the peak. Chu Yang also admired her attitude and decided to teach her some moves. If she could understand something, it would be her good fortune. Give me a knife. Chu Yang's words made Zen and Maki's eyes light up. The latter hurriedly handed the samurai sword in his hand to Chu Yang and then took out another knife from the bag. The two fought again. Chu Yang took the initiative to restrain nearly 90% of his own strength, otherwise, he would still be knocked out in one move. Zen and Maki was very cautious this time. Unlike when she used the Naginator, she was free from Chu Yang's attack range. But Zen and Maki didn't know how high Chu Yang's sword skills had reached. Even without the use of the observation haki, Chu Yang could judge her next move just by looking at her posture. The two sides seemed to be fighting back and forth, but Gojo Satoru discovered something. Chu Yang's movements were too calm, as if he was waiting for Zen and Maki's samurai sword to attack every time. This guy doesn't seem to be only good at physical skills, his swordsmanship is also quite high. No, his swordsmanship is too strong, isn't it? As he spoke, Gojo Satoru saw Chu Yang slashing a few meters long, scraping deep grooves on the grass of the sports field. Hey, are you kidding? This power is already comparable to curses. Gojo Satoru gradually became excited, as if he had seen incredible gossip. A casual slash has this kind of power. It's hard to imagine that this guy was just an ordinary office worker a few months ago. Even Nanami Kento was no longer calm, and the whole person subconsciously leaned forward to carefully observe the battlefield. So powerful. Otsutsukota's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's fighting style is not only suitable for Zen and Maki, but also for him. When he uses curse power to strengthen his body, his strength can barely catch up with the opponent. Maki is very excited. Even though her arm is injured, she still moves so much. Panda was worried and sighed. As a friend, he knew very well how much this battle would change Zen and Maki. At first, he thought it was a fair fight and the two could learn from each other, but it was not the case at all. The melee skills Chu Yang showed were the strongest that Panda had ever seen. He, who was also a melee fighter, benefited a lot from it. Octopus. Inuju nodded. Zen and Maki was indeed in a very excited state. The possibilities Chu Yang showed made her see her future. It was only 10 minutes, and the fierce battle gradually made Zen and Maki reach her limit. Her arm was swollen and fractured. Chu Yang was ready to stop. If he continued to fight, the opponent might suffer irreversible injuries. Throughout the battle, he first used the swordsmanship style of the pirate world, then the swordsmanship of the demon world, and finally the slashing technique of the death god world. The styles are very different, but they all lead to the same goal. I just don't know if Zen and Maki understands this principle. Perhaps because of physical exhaustion, Zen and Maki fell down while retreating. The pandas and others who were watching the battle immediately stepped forward to care about her injuries and announce the end of the battle. Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kento also walked to the center of the stadium. Excuse me, please make way. Gojo Satoru pushed away the pandas in front of him, bent down and covered Zen and Maki's injured arm with cursed power. A magical scene happened. The swelling was slowly disappearing, and the arm returned to its normal size. The reversal technique. The principle is similar to negative and negative equals positive, which can make the cursed power have a healing effect. Chu Yang observed the treatment process with a focused expression. The reversal technique is not a curse, but a way of using cursed power. It is extremely complex and second only to Black Flash in difficulty. Few people know it. Most of them can only use the reversal technique to heal themselves. Now there are only Gojo Satoru and Iori Shoko who can actively heal others. The future Otsutsu and the King of Curses can also do it. Judging from the effect of the treatment, the reversal technique is still stronger than Chu Yang's vitality healing. Even the fatal wound that penetrated the brain can be cured instantly. After treating Zen and Maki, Gojo Satoru stood up and stretched, jokingly saying, "You were not a genius swordsman when you were in school, right?" Chu Yang laughed at himself. If it was really that kind of personality, would I have fallen to being a social animal? That's true. Gojo Satoru nodded, squinting and smiling. In just a few months, the combat experience and skills you have accumulated are better than those sorcerers who have lived for decades. It's really shocking. If you continue like this, you may surpass me soon. Chu Yang said contemptuously, "You are praising me on the surface, but you are actually praising yourself. You are really shameless." Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru laughed out loud. Nanami Kento shook his head and turned away. He was very disgusted to stay with Gojo Satoru for one more second. "Nanami is leaving, aren't you leaving?" Gojo Satoru looked at Chu Yang. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest here. Senior, please cheer for me for defending Tokyo. I'm going to skip work." Chu Yang waved his hand. "The more cursed spirits we exorcise in this mission, the more bonuses we'll get. It's rare for a money grubber like you to give up. Senior, do you know what office workers hate the most?" "I know that." Nanami said it was overtime. "That's right. By the way, the vacation I just applied for last night was ruined this morning. I'm not in a good mood now." "I understand when you say that." Gojo Satoru expressed deep sympathy for this, and turned to Panda and the others and told them, "Take Maki to rest, and prepare a place for him to sleep." In Gojo Satoru's view, Jito's night parade of 100 demons was just that. Even if Chu Yang didn't participate, the result would not be any different, so he said that this was a war that the other side would lose. No one knew that Jito's target was Yutaro Tsukota. Similarly, no one knew that Chu Yang's target was Jito. Time flies. December 24th, 2017. Christmas Eve. Shinjuku and Kyoto. The streets, which should be busier than usual, are now empty, with only a large number of sorcerers waiting in full battle array. Almost all the second-year students of the technical high school are in Kyoto, working together with the Kyoto Prefectural Technical High School. Only Gajumaki Satoru and Panda were sent to Shinjuku to serve as backup with the senior students. Gojo Satoru and Yagama Samachi are also here. The sky is dark. Under the dreamlike neon lights, in the dark corners of the city, the smell of curses is getting stronger. Strange laughter suddenly echoed in the streets, and cursed spirits swarmed in, like a wave. Yagama Samachi reminded the sorcerers participating in the operation to avoid destroying the infrastructure as much as possible. If you meet ordinary people who haven't had time to escape, protect them and leave as soon as possible. Don't fight. Finally, all the cursed spirits must be exorcised. Action. Tokyo Metropolitan Sorcery High School. Otsutsu was chatting with Zen and Maki in the classroom. One of them was not allowed to participate in the operation, and the other was recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the two looked out the window at the same time. The sky above the technical high school was gradually covered by a black film. This is the most commonly used barrier in the world of sorcery. The caster can set the conditions for entry and exit at will. Those who do not meet the conditions cannot enter the barrier. The strength of the barrier is determined by the ability of the sorcerer. Jito Suguru has already arrived at the technical high school, and his target is Yutaro Tsukotsu. As long as he kills him, he can obtain the special grade cursed spirit, Rikakimoto. Seeing someone invading the technical high school, Zen and Maki returned to the room to look for the cursed tools, and suddenly remembered that her most handy Naginata had been crushed by Chu Yang with his bare hands a few days ago. Then, she looked at the samurai sword, and Chu Yang's amazing swordsmanship flashed through her mind. Then let's give it a try. Zen and Maki took a deep breath, rushed out of the room with the samurai sword, and ran downstairs a few steps, just in time to meet Chu Yang. Go back and rest. Chu Yang took the cursed tools directly from her hand, and left without looking back. Zen and Maki looked at Chu Yang's back as he left, and stood there in a daze. It's not that Chu Yang cares about her safety, and is afraid that she will be killed by Zai Yaoji, but he must end the battle before Gojo Satoru arrives, and there is no time to dawdle. Otherwise, Zai Yaoji will surely die. Chu Yang found Zai Yaoji's position with his observation haki overlapping with a range of 10, and he was heading towards the high school classroom. The next moment, Chu Yang's figure flashed, and he was already standing at the end of the road waiting for him. Looking at Chu Yang, who appeared out of thin air, Zai Yaoji didn't care and smiled carelessly. I thought there was no one in the high school. You don't look like a student or a teacher from your dress. Could it be that you are from the logistics department? Chu Yang smiled slightly. That's about right. Let's discuss it. You let me go, and I'll let you go. How about that? Zai Yaoji put his hands together, smiling at the corners of his eyes, looking gentle and honest. Then I'll discuss it with you too. Call me big brother, and I'll try to be gentle when I attack you later. Chu Yang smiled more amiably than him. Zai Yaoji was very surprised, and was slightly stunned. Do you know who I am? Chu Yang nodded. I talked about it in detail at the meeting a few days ago. You are a special grade curse master. You are also a contemporary of Gojo Satoru. You should be quite powerful. You don't look crazy. You dare to speak in this tone. I know all the special grade curse masters, but I have never seen you. Zai Yaoji narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's normal that you don't know me, because my first level assessment has just come out. Chu Yang answered seriously. Zai Yaoji couldn't hold it anymore and laughed. What an interesting guy. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Chu Yang drew his sword and smiled. For what you said, I can hit you more gently later. Only use 50% of my strength. Zai Yaoji's laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes suddenly became murderous. He coldly spat out 2 words, madman. He waved his hand, and the narrow alley was suddenly filled with black mist, and cursed spirits kept crawling out of it. No need to test, it's a waste of time. As Chu Yang finished speaking, a sword light suddenly lit up between heaven and earth, sweeping across the alley. As soon as those cursed spirits appeared, they were already annihilated under the sword light. The smile on Zai Yaoji's mouth froze. He took a deep breath, stared at Chu Yang and asked, "It seems that you deliberately stayed here to wait for me?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "I'm a very suspicious person. Most of the time, I don't even believe my own people, let alone the information from the enemy's mouth." Zai Yaoji spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. Hey. At that time I was still a student of the technical college. I couldn't be considered an enemy, right? Chu Yang smiled and asked back, "What if the curse college is also my enemy?" Zai Yaoji's face was solemn, frowned and said, "Who are you?" Chu Yang did not answer, holding the knife in one hand, hooked his finger at Zai Yaoji. "No matter who you are, you can't stop my plan." The black fog surged around Zai Yaoji, and the pressure was completely different from before. The cursed spirit summoned this time was obviously not a second level trash. This is the special grade cursed spirit I have. I'll transform into Tamamonami and say hello to her. A human-shaped cursed spirit emerged from the black fog, wearing ancient costumes and a mask with a fake smile on its face. At the same time, the void behind Zai Yaoji rippled, and a cursed spirit emerged. He reached out and took out a 3-section staff from the mouth of the cursed spirit. It was a relic of Fushiguro, a cursed tool called Yaoan. There was no spell on it, only pure physical power. The stronger the user's arm strength, the more terrifying the destructive power of Yaoan. Fighting with a summoned creature, it's really a deep relationship between master and servant. Chu Yang sneered. Zai Yaoji didn't dare to be careless, and launched an attack with full concentration. The destructive power Chu Yang showed just now could explain everything. The man holding the samurai sword in front of him was definitely a special grade 1. Even with the blessing of cursed power, your body is still as fragile as paper in my opinion. Chu Yang raised the samurai sword high with contempt, like a god judging mortals. Cut it down with one knife. The power of the sun and the moon appeared at the same time. The blazing sun. The dim moonlight. The two intertwined, like two huge millstones, wiping out all the matter enveloped in the light. Original breathing type by Sun and Moon together. As soon as the front foot of the special cursed spirit, incarnation of Tamamonami, stepped into the light of the sun and the moon, it immediately let out a shrill roar, and its body was worn away bit by bit. It wanted to escape, but found that it couldn't move at all. There was a strong suction force between the two different lights, like a black hole. Zyuji stopped and watched the destruction of the cursed spirit. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, and a chill rushed from the coccyx to the top of his head. He had only seen such a devastating power in one other person in his life. Gojo Satoru. Zyuji had the idea of retreating. But how could he retreat now? Kiben Lixiang was right in front of him. As long as he got this cursed spirit, he could completely turn the tables. Gnashing his teeth, Jito released a large number of cursed spirits in an instant. He wanted to use these cursed spirits to hold Chu Yang back until he killed Utarotsutsu and seized the cursed spirits. On the other side, Utarotsutsu and Zenin Maki in the classroom also saw the cursed spirits released by Jito. The two looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Although Senior Yang is very strong, it will be difficult for him to deal with so many cursed spirits alone. Should we go over and help him? Of course. The two rushed out of the classroom together and kept jumping on the eaves. Shinjuku. Gojo Satoru guessed Jito's purpose after realizing it, and then teleported Panda and Gajumaki Satoru back to the high school. With Yang here, you cooperate with him to hold Jito. I'll be back soon. The two appeared above the high school in the blink of an eye. Yes, Satoru's guess is right. Jito is here. Panda roared, ready to use brute force to break through the barrier. But the next second, he saw the barrier shattered, and two wonderful lights illuminated the entire world in the dusk. Sunlight, moonlight. Panda and Gojo and G saw the densely packed, cursed spirits on the ground completely annihilated under the illumination of the two lights. Utarotsutsu and Maki Zenin witnessed the horrifying scene from a closer distance. The four people, along with Jito Suguru, trembled and focused their eyes on Chu Yang. The man was bathed in the light and walked slowly forward. He was both a god and a devil. I was careless. Jito Suguru smiled bitterly, looking at Chu Yang walking towards him step by step with a dead look. If he had known that the opponent was so powerful, he should not have thought of using cursed spirits to entangle him just now, and should have used the strongest curse from the beginning. Jito Suguru also has a curse called Whirlpool, which can condense the power of all cursed spirits into one attack, which is very powerful. But now Chu Yang has destroyed more than half of his cursed spirits, and the power of the Whirlpool is not enough to threaten Chu Yang with the remaining cursed spirits. Lose. Jito Suguru knew that he had no chance of turning the tables, but was relieved when he was about to die. Anyway, he has tried his best in this life. It can only be said that things turned out like this because of bad luck. There are many people in history who failed at the last minute, and he is no exception. Even if I succeed, I may not be able to defeat Wu. Zyuji laughed at himself in his heart, and his expression became more and more calm. Standing there motionless, as if waiting for death, Chu Yang walked in front of him, and the knife in his hand slowly stabbed Zyuji's heart. Severe pain came, but Zyuji's expression did not change at all. Panda and Inumaji fell directly next to Zenin Maki and Otsutsukoshi Yuta. The four people concentrated and held their breath, watching silently from the side. The tip of the knife did not pierce the vitals, but engraved a mysterious spell on Zyuji's heart at an extremely fast speed. After a brief pain, Zyuji found that his injury was not as serious as he had imagined. Miraculous skills. Zyuji was shocked beyond words. When the tip of the knife left Zyuji's body, he staggered and collapsed to the ground. His consciousness fell into a coma, but he did not die. Only a strong man like Chu Yang who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship can do this. Chu Yang engraved the spell of Flying Thunder God on Jito's heart. Now, as long as he wants, he can appear beside Jito at any time. The four pandas felt a chill in their hearts. From their perspective, Chu Yang was killing Jito in an extremely cruel way. It hurts to think about stabbing a knife into someone's heart and twisting it around. Such a misunderstanding is also good, so that they don't notice any clues. Chu Yang walked out of the high school carrying Jito's corpse. Zen and Maki and others did not dare to ask and could only watch him leave. When they came to a deserted place, Chu Yang first treated Jito's injuries and then woke him up. The latter was a little dazed. "You won't kill me? I want your life." "What's the value of my life? In front of you, I'm no different from an ant, right? Whether it has value or not, it's up to me. Even if you are an ant, you are a relatively large ant." Chu Yang said bluntly, "I don't like the current world of sorcery. Whether it's those big families or the top leaders of the sorcery college, they can define the good and evil of sorcerers at will, but in my opinion, some of them are more like curses than curses. I want to re-establish the order of this world. I'm not interested in laughing at your ideals, even if I think they are naive, but before you have enough ability to realize your ideals, why don't you help me realize my wish first?" Zai Yaoji was stunned for a long time before he laughed in a low voice. "Why should I help you?" Chu Yang stabbed the knife directly into Zai Yaoji's chest and said coldly, "I'm not asking you to choose. I'm just giving you a chance to live." The cold blade pierced into his body again in a familiar way. Zai Yaoji's breathing became rapid. The feeling of dying and coming back to life was not pleasant, and it also exhausted his courage to face death again and again. Just as Chu Yang was about to continue his artistic creation on his heart, Zai Yaoji chose to surrender. "Very good. From today on, we are partners in the same camp. I can be the boss reluctantly. What do you think?" The kind smile on Chu Yang's face made Zai Yaoji feel very familiar. He suddenly remembered what the other party said before the battle and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So you came for me from the beginning. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. In this situation, if I say I oppose, I will definitely die. In addition to agreeing, is there any other way?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Since you agree, then quickly find a way to deceive Gojo Satoru. He will be back soon." Zai Yaoji summoned a reptile-like curse spirit. Then he dripped a few drops of blood on the curse spirit, and the latter immediately changed into his appearance. Chu Yang immediately understood and smashed the fake Zai Yaoji's heart with the tip of the knife and got a perfect corpse. The body can only exist for an hour at most. If it exceeds the time limit, the cursed spirit will disappear. Zai Yuji narrowed his eyes and reminded Chu Yang, "Okay, you should leave quickly, otherwise you will run into Gojo Satoru later, which will be even more troublesome." Chu Yang waved his hand to signal him to leave. "Don't you want to ask where my base camp is? Don't you plan to look for me in the future?" Zai Yuji was full of doubts. "I want to find you, and I can find you at any time. If you don't believe me, you can hide and try." Chu Yang sneered and warned in a joking tone. For some reason, Zai Yuji felt creepy. He knew that Chu Yang must have done something to him, but he couldn't think of where. After staying with Chu Yang for a while, Zai Yuji felt uncomfortable all over and immediately summoned the curse spirit to take him away from the high school. Not long after, Gojo Satoru rushed back to the high school in the afterglow of the evening and saw Chu Yang and the body of the fake Zai Yuji at the gate. Gojo Satoru suddenly slowed down his pace, walked slowly to the corpse, stared at it for a while, and then turned to look at Chu Yang. "You've worked hard." Chu Yang shook his head, took out a student ID from his pocket, and handed it to Gojo Satoru. It was Yutaro Satsukoshi's student ID, which was lost in a mission not long ago, and was picked up by Jito Suguru. "Do you need to give me some time?" "Thank you, then wait for me for a while." Chu Yang nodded, walked to the steps and sat down, looking at the fiery clouds in the sky, silently waiting for Gojo Satoru to mourn his friend. 3 minutes later, Gojo Satoru stretched his body and seemed to have returned to his usual carefree attitude. "You kid guessed Jito Sugiru's target was Yuta early on, so you deliberately stayed in the high school, right?" Gojo Satoru's mouth corners slightly raised, thinking of Chu Yang's hesitant expression in the previous meeting. "Just good luck." Chu Yang smiled, imitated Gojo Satoru, sat on the steps and stretched. "Are you the only one fighting Jito Suguru in this battle?" Gojo Satoru stood in the distance with his back to Chu Yang. When he asked this question, no one could see his surprised expression. "Are you asking if Otsutsukoshi Yuta made a move?" "Unfortunately, he didn't make it in time." Chu Yang shook his head. Gojo Satoru suddenly turned his head and stared at Chu Yang. Special grade was already the pinnacle of the world of sorcery, and Jito Suguru was even more powerful among the special grade. He couldn't find another person in the entire Jujutsu high school who could surely win against the opponent except himself. Your first grade evaluation hasn't been announced yet, and now you have to be re-evaluated. You really know how to cause trouble for the higher-ups. Gojo Satoru grinned and teased Chu Yang. In fact, I really want to see what the expressions of those high-level officials will be after Jito Suguru took away Rikakimoto. For them, that would be a big trouble. Chu Yang's tone was grim. Oh, Zhao Yang Yang, your idea is very dangerous. This won't work. Yuta will die. Gojo Satoru was still smiling to himself. But the atmosphere between the two gradually became weird with Chu Yang's words. Although I also hate those old men who smell like rotten things. Before the atmosphere became more tense, Gojo Satoru made a joking supplement to the previous sentence. You are in such a hurry to come here, isn't it just for you to Rotsutsukotsu? You should quickly deal with Jito Suguru's body and go see him. Chu Yang calculated the time and reminded Gojo Satoru casually. Gojo Satoru walked straight into the technical high school, turned his back to Chu Yang and waved. Please bury him in a place with good scenery so that I will feel better next time I go to see him. Chu Yang had guessed that he would have such a reaction. After Gojo Satoru left, he took the fake Jito Suguru's body away directly. Gojo Satoru walked a distance in the direction of the classroom. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere. It was completely imaginable how fierce the battle had just happened. Yuta Rotsutsukotsu saw Gojo Satoru's figure from a distance and hurriedly shouted, "Teacher Gojo." Several people surrounded him and talked about the battle that had just happened vividly. When that guy named Jito Zayao came, I almost thought something was going to happen. I didn't expect Senior Yang to destroy thousands of cursed spirits with just one strike. But at the end, the way he killed Jito Zayao was a bit cruel. Gojo Satoru silently listened to the four people excitedly recounting the battle just now. With so many people talking, he had a clearer picture of the battle between the two. He won so easily. It seems that he has greater potential than Yuta. If this goes on, he will really become a heaven and tyrant with curses, right? Gojo Satoru suddenly remembered the life and death battle with Fushiguro Shiri during his student days. If he had a little less luck, he might really die in the hands of the opponent. When Gojo Satoru thought that Chu Yang could grow to that level and even become stronger, his heart was a little throbbing. In addition to sighing, Gojo Satoru vaguely felt that something was wrong. Although they had not been together for a long time, he did not think that Chu Yang would be the kind of person who would torture his opponents. Yuta, come with me. Gojo Satoru returned Yuta's lost student ID to him, and then talked about the curse of Rikakimoto. In order to make the illusion of his own death more realistic, Jito Summer took the initiative to break the connection with other cursed spirits, making those cursed spirits in Kyoto and Shinjuku look more like natural cursed spirits without owners. At the same time, the cursed spirits in the two places no longer attacked blindly, and some of them had already shown signs of leaving. Seeing this, Yemo Zengdao realized that there was something wrong with Jito Summer, the master. Half an hour later, the last cursed spirit was exorcised on the streets of Shinjuku, announcing the failure of the night parade of 100 demons. The people of the Jito gang disappeared in the chaos and escaped the pursuit of the sorcerers. Nanako and Mimiko, who were Jito Summer's adopted daughters, were also among them. They returned to the base camp in a daze. The two knew that there was only one answer to the out of control of the cursed spirits, that is, Jito Summer had an accident. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Jito Summer looked at the two people with a smile. Nanako and Mimiko looked up suddenly, looking at Jito Summer in disbelief, and rushed over at the same time. Why did you release the cursed spirit? We really thought you were dead. The two people who had always respected Jito Suguru got really angry for the first time. In short, the plan failed. I failed to capture Rikakimoto, and I almost died. No, to be precise, I'm already a dead man. Jito Suguru scratched his head and explained awkwardly what he had experienced in the high school. When they heard that he was defeated easily, everyone thought that Gojo Satoru rushed back in time, but on second thought, Gojo Satoru would never propose an alliance with Jito Suguru. Everyone found it difficult to accept this fact for a while. In their eyes, no one could defeat Jujutsu Kaisen, and he was defeated by someone other than Gojo Satoru. Especially Mimiko and Nanako, the two were indignant. They could not accept someone other than Jujutsu Kaisen to lead this group. Seeing this, Yaoji put his hands on the heads of the two girls, touched their hair, and warned, "Don't have any other ideas. That guy looks normal on the surface, but he is actually a lunatic. If things go wrong, everyone will die, including me." Thinking of Chu Yang's ideals, that are even crazier than his own, Yaoji got goosebumps all over his body. Someone actually wants to re-establish the order of the magic world. He is really a complete lunatic. The evaluation of lunatic is quite objective. I will accept it as a compliment. Chu Yang suddenly appeared in the base camp of the Xiyu gang. No one saw how he appeared, as if he had traveled through time and space. Everyone stared at Chu Yang, as if they were facing a great enemy, and each performed a spell. The atmosphere was tense. "Stop!" Yaoji shouted angrily, sweeping his companions with a sharp look. They then restrained their respective spells. "I don't mind using force to gain your temporary submission. In order to avoid trouble, you can choose to challenge me together." Chu Yang showed a kind smile and spoke slowly, which made people feel like spring breeze. Some people in the Xiao gang had their eyes flickering, and they were obviously thinking about it. They thought that, if one person couldn't beat them, could a group of people also beat them? The smile on Chu Yang's mouth became more and more intense. He had already made the plan to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, but he didn't know who would be the first to do it. Similarly, the performance of these people did not escape Yaoji's eyes, and an angry and low voice sounded, "I say it again, don't seek death." Seeing Yaoji hovering on the edge of rage, everyone's heart trembled, and those guys who showed their claws became quiet again. Chu Yang shook his head with regret. Seeing this, Yaoji was almost certain that Chu Yang was planning to kill people just now, and a chill suddenly emerged from his spine. Yaoji hurriedly interrupted and looked at Chu Yang with a curious look. "Your technique is space teleportation?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "No, it's just a little trick. My natural technique has not yet awakened. Normal people with cursed power will gradually awaken in childhood, but Chu Yang is different. Before the appearance of the Soul Palace, he was a real ordinary person. So according to the time he had the cursed power, he was equivalent to a newborn baby who was born a few months ago. Even if there was a talent sharing, it would take a few more months to awaken the birth technique. Hasn't awakened yet." Compared to why Chu Yang could find him accurately, the fact that the other party had not awakened the birth technique shocked Yaoji even more. He trembled slightly and gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. It turned out that Chu Yang's previous blow to destroy thousands of cursed spirits was not his technique. If it was not a technique, then what kind of power was it? Until this moment, Yaoji really had the idea of submitting to the person in front of him. He was not worried that Chu Yang would deceive him, because such a powerful person simply disdains to disguise himself with lies. Although he was very curious about the destructive power, Yaoji did not continue to ask, but changed the subject and introduced Chu Yang to the Xiyu gang, a very large organization. The top leaders of the Xiyu gang were all curse masters who agreed with Yaoji's ideals and gathered together. The predecessors of ordinary members were believers of the Panxing religion. The so-called Pansui cult is a group of ordinary people who worship the sorcerer Tenjin. Tenjin's origin is very mysterious. He is a very ancient sorcerer who has the immortal life technique. Whenever his body ages to a certain extent, the technique will transform his body and force him to evolve and become a higher level existence. Tenjin is worried that he may pose a threat to humans after over-evolution, so every 500 years he will choose a person with a special physique to assimilate with him, refresh the aging degree of the body, and interrupt the technique. People with special physiques have a unified name, Star Plasma. The people who are responsible for protecting the previous Star Plasma Tenryūbito to go to the Hansing Palace to assimilate with Tenjin are Jujutsu Kaisen and Gojo Satoru. The mission failed. Tenryūbito was killed halfway. The person who killed her is Fushiguro Shiji, known as the Heaven and Tyrant. The Pansui cult believes that assimilating with the star plasma is a blasphemy against Tenjin, so it spent a lot of money to hire Fushiguro Shiji, who is good at hunting sorcerers, to stop this action. Gojo Satoru almost died at the hands of the other party, but fortunately he understood the reversal technique at the last moment and healed his fatal wound. Even so, he could not save Tenryūbito's life. The followers of Panxing sect celebrated Tenryūbito's death crazily in front of Jito Suguru and Gojo Satoru. This was the first time Jito Suguru was disappointed with human nature. Gojo Satoru even wanted to kill all the people, but was stopped by Jito Suguru. It is estimated that Gojo Satoru could not have imagined that Jito Suguru, who had stopped him from killing, would kill hundreds of lives in anger many years later. In short, Panxing sect and Jito Suguru became enemies because of this. The first time the latter turned evil, he found the base camp of this group of people. After a bloody massacre, they succumbed to Jito Suguru's violence. Jito Suguru used this powerful force to continuously make money and collect cursed spirits so that he could have enough terrifying cursed spirits to launch the night parade of 100 demons. Now this force is in the hands of Chu Yang. After learning about the situation of the Xiaoyao gang, Chu Yang asked the others to leave and prepared to talk to Xiaoyaoji alone. Perhaps Xiaoyaoji's stern attitude worked. Everyone was very obedient, including Nanako and Mimiko. After a while, Xiaoyaoji and Chu Yang were the only ones in the room. Before Chu Yang spoke, Xiaoyaoji took the lead and said, "I will not appear in front of the sorcerer in the near future. You can rest assured." Chu Yang nodded. "Just keep it in mind, but the reason I came here is to remind you of something else." "Remind?" Xiaoyaoji frowned slightly. This is not a very serious word, but his heart was lifted. "Have you heard of the name of Suzo? It's a bit familiar. He is a sorcerer of the same period as Ryaman Sukuna. Since he is a sorcerer of the same period, he shouldn't have died a long time ago. Why mention him? Because he is not dead. How could a sorcerer who existed 1,000 years ago live to this day?" Xiaoyaoji was about to say it was impossible, but when he thought of Shinyuan's state, he felt that it was not impossible. Is his technique similar to Shinyuan's? It is a little similar. To be precise, he is more like a parasite. Nozo has abandoned most of his body, leaving only his brain, which he transplanted into the target's body to achieve immortality. At this point, Chu Yang paused, and his tone became more solemn. After parasitizing, Nozo can not only use his own technique, but also use the original technique of the host of the body. Xiaoyaoji's expression suddenly became very ugly. He finally understood what Chu Yang's reminder meant. Nozo has taken a fancy to his technique. Cursed spirit manipulation technique. Chu Yang continued. "Nozo has been silently paying attention to you. If you died in the high school today, he would definitely occupy your body as soon as possible, but you didn't die." Without Chu Yang finishing his words, Xiaoyaoji added, "If he knew I wasn't dead, he would probably find out where I was and then kill me. That's about it." After that, Chu Yang sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and waited for Xiaoyaoji to digest this shocking news. Nose is very famous. To make an inappropriate analogy, he and Ryaman Sukuna are like Jito Suguru and Gojo Satoru of that era, or even worse. Do you think I will lose? Not that I will lose. I will definitely die. Why are you so sure? How can a guy who can leave his name in history be so weak? Jito Suguru sighed. I haven't had time to celebrate my survival, and now another nose has come out. Why are everyone waiting to take my life? Chu Yang teased. He needs your strength, and so do I in essence. There is no difference between us, just different methods. Jito Suguru leaned on the sofa, looking like he was ready to give up. The difference is still big. At least I'm still alive. I really don't want others to use my body to do something weird. If there really comes a day, remember to destroy my body. There was also a bar in the room. I don't know whose hobby it was. Chu Yang stood up, walked to the bar, took out a bottle of champagne from the counter, and took 2 high-heeled glasses. I came here not only to remind you that you are being targeted. I said that your life belongs to me. Even if you want to die, you have to get my consent. Chu Yang poured 2 glasses of wine. Just when Xiaoyaoji thought he would give him 1 glass, Chu Yang drank both glasses by himself and looked at him with a smile. Your bad taste is very similar to Wu. Is it because you are so strong that your brains are more or less problematic? Yuji walked to the bar with a bad temper and poured himself a glass. The next second, the two of them raised their glasses. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. After the end of the night parade of 100 demons on the streets of Kyoto and Shinjuku, the logistics department of the Polytechnic Institute was cleaning up the mess. The damaged public facilities were being repaired and compensated. In an empty corner, a dark gaze was silently watching this place. Yuji is suspected to be dead. Act according to the plan. Chapter 97 Huangrang and Muniansi. The world of martial arts. A small town in the southern Song dynasty. Because the school in the city was closed, there was a big commotion in the surrounding areas, and the county magistrate was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It was not that there were no other scholars in the city who could serve as teachers in the school, but that the level of enlightenment of the previous Mr. Chu was really high. It is said that even some families with a scholarly family background plan to send their children to the school for elementary education. You must know that children's elementary education was very prosperous in the southern and northern Song dynasties. How could he be incompetent to fight his way out under such a background? The county magistrate was also very puzzled. If it weren't for the common people making trouble to the county government, he had never heard of such a wise man in his many years of service here. After careful inquiry, he learned that the Mr. Chu who was passed down by word of mouth was just a young man of the age of 20. The county magistrate had read the elementary education articles that Mr. Chu taught children. Each article was a classic handed down from generation to generation. Even people of his age benefited a lot. When he thought that such an article was written by a young man in his 20s, he found it incredible and couldn't help but be very curious about Mr. Chu's true face. Mr. County Magistrate. Mr. Chu seems to be back. Someone saw that his courtyard door was open. The county magistrate's lawyer rushed in from outside the house, tripped over the threshold, and fell in front of the county magistrate. What's the hurry? The county magistrate snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and didn't even look at the lawyer, and rushed out of the door in a hurry. You are not much better. The lawyer got up from the ground, muttered in his heart, and followed the county magistrate closely. The county magistrate's surname is Huang. He is just 40 years old this year. If it were in modern times, he might still be an older bachelor, but in the southern Song dynasty, he would have been a grandfather. A steady man would take care of his face, no matter how anxious he is. So the sedan chair that county magistrate Huang was riding in slowly swayed to the Chu family's courtyard. The common people holding their children arrived earlier than county magistrate Huang. They stood outside the yard with their eyes wide open, just like modern parents scrambling for kindergarten places. The mentality of not wanting their children to lose at the starting line would not change even after 1,000 years. In fact, it was no wonder that they were anxious. Chu Yang had disappeared for several months. When he went to the kingdom of Jin, he flew. But when he came back, he walked, and he brought a lot of burdens with him. Not to mention Huangrong, who was born with an active and playful personality. She insisted on dragging Chu Yang around to travel around, which delayed a lot of time. If it was just Huangrong, at most he would take her back with him. After all, he had already demonstrated the wood escape, so the earth escape would not be much different. Chu Yang did not think that he needed to live in secrecy in this world, but Ji Yuojing followed him. Chu Yang was embarrassed to drive him away. Ji Yuojing was a well-known good man. He would not do anything to divert the blame or drag others to take the blame. The last incident was a misunderstanding. In addition, he apologized to Chu Yang every day during the journey, which almost became his catchphrase. His hard-working and uncomplaining appearance made it difficult for people to get angry. Ji Yuojing was followed by Yang Tixin's family. Yang Kang became extremely well behaved, rushing to do all the work, and his diligence was second only to Ji Yuojing. For no other reason, he was afraid that Chu Yang would be unhappy one day and use him as a sacrifice to the gods, so he tried his best to make himself look more pleasing to him. Whenever Yang Kang thought of his arrogant appearance in front of Chu Yang with tens of thousands of Jin soldiers, he wanted to slap himself in the face with the soul of his shoe. Seeing that Yang Kang was so sensible, Yang Tixin and his wife were very relieved. There was also Muniansi, a more caring daughter, around. Originally, after recognizing Ji Yuojing, Yang Tixin planned to marry Muniansi to him, but Ji Yuojing fooled him with the reason that marriage matters needed the mother's decision. Yang Tixin took his words seriously and prepared to go to Mongolia with Ji Yuojing to visit his former sister-in-law leaping after Ji Yuojing, and Yang Kang completed the martial arts competition agreement. Halfway through the journey, the thoughtful Bao Zero noticed Ji Yuojing's feelings for Huang Rang. When the couple were talking at night, she carefully told Yang Tixin about it. Brother Ta, Jinga seems to like Miss Huang. I think it's better to forget about his marriage with Niancy. You and I have both suffered from love sickness, so let's not make things difficult for the young people. Yang Tixin came to his senses then. His thick black brows suddenly knitted together. He smiled bitterly. Jinga could like anyone else, but he has to like her. Miss Huang has a quirky personality, and her relationship with Mr. Chu seems to be unusual. Bao Zero covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Chu's immortal style is indeed amazing, and he is kind. It's not surprising that Miss Huang likes him. At this point, Bao Zero couldn't hold back her laughter. Her voice gradually got louder, and she was out of breath with laughter. They are a perfect pair of immortal lovers, but Mr. Chu doesn't seem to have any such thoughts. He calls Miss Huang good brother from time to time, which makes Miss Huang very angry. Yang Tixin also shook his head and laughed, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. It's just pitiful for my Niancy. She can only stand far away and peek at Mr. Chu, watching him and Miss Huang play, and can only swallow all the ups and downs. The smile on Bao Zero's face gradually disappeared. She had been thinking about Yang Tixin day and night for 18 years. How it tasted, as if drinking water was cold or warm. She knew it. Now, it seems that her daughter Muniancy has to follow her old path. Zero, do you mean Niancy is the same as Miss Huang? Yang Tixin looked at his wife in surprise. Brother Ta, you are bold and rough by nature. It's normal that you can't see it. Now that you know the situation, don't force Jinga and Niancy to get married. They are destined not to be the same kind of people. Bao Zero reminded Yang Tixin earnestly. Yang Tixin nodded and fell into deep thought. Bao Zero looked at him curiously, as if he was planning something. Since Mr. Chu has no such thoughts about Miss Huang, then Niancy may be able to be with Mr. Chu. Bao Zero's eyelids jumped and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. She wanted to persuade him again, but Yang Tixin was worried about his daughter and had made up his mind. So in the second half of the journey, the two of them kept creating opportunities for both parties. It was a pity for Yang Kang, a living person. Although he noticed his parents' intentions, he dared not speak out. He still had some thoughts about Muniancy in his heart. But he changed his mind and thought that if Muniancy could marry Mr. Chu, wouldn't he, the nominal brother, be able to get the moon first? Yang Kang had been coveting Chu Yang's immortal means for a long time. If the two sides had contact, he would ask Chu Yang for advice, and it would be difficult for the other party to refuse him. Yang Kang, who could not resist the temptation, chose to join his parents' team to match Muniancy and Chu Yang. Yang Tixin and his family followed Chu Yang into the small town. A few people had just put down their luggage, but they were surrounded by people outside. Someone outside the yard whispered Mr. Chu, and more people had anxious expressions on their faces, but they still waited quietly. Yang Tixin and Bao Zero looked at each other and realized that he was a local teacher with a great reputation. Chu Yang tidied up the dusty room and came out and saw Huang Rang's slender figure running around like a little mouse in a granary. "What are you looking for?" Huang Rang replied as a matter of course, choosing a room. "Many rooms here are dirty and messy. Don't you usually clean them up?" Chu Yang looked at her in confusion. "I live alone. Why do I have to clean up so many rooms every day? It's troublesome and useless." Huang Rang put her hands on her hips and said heroically, "Now it's useful. I need a place to sleep and a clean kitchen to cook." "Stop." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to signal Huang Rang to shut up first, and then said, "When did I say you can live here?" Huang Rang's eyes suddenly widened. The jade finger like a white onion pointed at Chu Yang tremblingly, and she couldn't speak for a long time. She looked like someone who had been abandoned. Huang Rang said angrily, "Why can't I live here? Chu Yang explained sincerely, I have a weak neurasthenia and can't stand someone as noisy as you, chattering all day long. What do you mean, weak? Huang Rang looked confused. After she came to her senses, she said viciously, who are you talking about that chatters all day long? Also, if I don't live here, where should I live? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Where you lived when you were a beggar is where you live now. You know this county better than I do. Am I afraid that you will get lost? Huang Rang was so angry that she was about to turn around and leave, never to see this bad guy again, but then she thought of Chu Yang crossing the border to Yanjing City to save her, and she couldn't move her legs. Chu Yang had just finished talking about Huang Rang when he saw Ji Yuojing and Yang Kang standing by the door awkwardly with their luggage. They had just heard the conversation between Chu Yang and Huang Rang. Even Huang Rang couldn't live here, let alone these people who were neither related nor related. Yang Kang was a shrewd man. Before Chu Yang could finish his words to drive him away, he laughed and said, it is a great favor for my family to be rescued by you. How dare I bother you? Ji Yuojing also felt that it was not good for him to disturb Chu Yang, so he nodded and said, I have to go out to find my master. The little girl's eyes turned around, trying to find an excuse to stay. When she turned around and saw the crowds of people outside, she immediately changed the subject. Xiao Chu, are all the people outside here to see you? Chu Yang looked up and saw that the yard was crowded with people. Many eyes fell on him with strong and earnest hope. He had been away for several months. Some people were afraid that their children would be delayed in their elementary education and sent them to other schools. As a result, after a long time, the children not only did not make any progress in their studies, but also did not speak and act as smartly as before, and the feeling of being dull became stronger and stronger. In the past, they just thought that Mr. Chu was good at teaching and educating people, but they did not expect that the gap between him and other teachers was so big. The day the Chu family's school did not reopen, these parents became more and more anxious. In addition to the children who originally studied here with Chu Yang, there were also many who came here because of his reputation. With so many people, the places for elementary school are very precious. After all, the courtyard is so small, and there is only one teacher, Chu Yang. The competition is very fierce, and everyone wants to be familiar with Chu Yang. But this group of people don't know that. After returning from the Soul Palace, Chu Yang gave up the plan to reopen the school in the short term. He came back this time to tidy up and go out for a long journey, collecting some martial arts skills on the way to help himself in other worlds. In any case, this matter is the most important, and everyone will suffer together. Everyone. Chu has some miscellaneous matters that have not been settled yet, and the school cannot be reopened yet. I'm sorry to bother you all to make a wasted trip. Chu Yang bowed to the people around him. The light in the parents' eyes quickly dimmed, and instead, some children's eyes lit up. They only knew that the vacation given by Mr. Chu seemed to have been extended again. Hearing Chu Yang's decisive reply, the people outside the courtyard had dispersed one after another. Some parents did not leave. Mr. Chu, when the school reopens, can my second child still come to study here? A woman in linen clothes nervously held her child's hand, staring at Chu Yang with an almost pleading look. More and more people are vying for the school's quota, and there are many powerful and wealthy people among them. Their family is just an ordinary poor people. They came to Chu Yang's place to learn only for the cheap tuition. Of course I will come. Chu Yang frowned and sneered, and remember to urge him to finish his homework. On weekdays, he shouts the loudest after school. I have to check his homework. If he dares to fool around, The woman's face was full of joy. She pushed the child in front of Chu Yang and said excitedly, did you hear me? Why don't you thank Mr. Chu? Go back and do your homework for me quickly, otherwise, I will beat you. As she said that, Erwa was slapped on the back of his head. He instantly became aggrieved. Seeing Chu Yang's gloating smile, his mouth shrank, and he began to cry loudly with a wow. His mother was not very strong, and he did not feel any pain. He cried because the homework Chu Yang assigned was too difficult and too much, and he could not finish it at all. He could only cry with tears and snot. Seeing him cry so miserably, Chu Yang's resentment accumulated during his student days instantly dissipated, and he felt refreshed. It is because I was caught in the rain that year that I have to tear up all your umbrellas and call a sprinkler truck to make you run wildly in the rain. When the people dispersed and Chu Yang returned home, Yang Kang and Ji Yuojing had already moved out the luggage that they had moved in. Yang Tixin and his wife walked up to Chu Yang and said apologetically, "Mr. Chu, we are too reckless. I hope you will not blame me." Chu Yang shook his head and smiled. "What I said to Huang Rong before was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. In fact, it is because I have to go on a long journey for something, so it is inconvenient to keep someone at home." Yang Tixin and Bao Zero suddenly realized it. Mu Nyansi, who had been helping to pack the luggage, heard that Chu Yang was going on a long journey and suddenly raised her head, wanting to say something but stopping. Huang Rong spoke before her, clapping her hands and laughing. It's more fun outside, right? What's the point of living in a small county town, staying here all day? We can go to those great places I told you about last time." Chu Yang glanced at her. "I didn't say I would take you with me." Huang Rong was stunned. She couldn't get angry this time, but her eyes were unconsciously filled with tears and grievances surged in her heart. "Daddy doesn't want me, and even you don't care about me. Xiao Chu, I won't talk to you anymore." After crying and shouting for a few times, Huang Rong raised her legs to leave. Chu Yang had to pull her with a headache on his face and explained, "I really have something to do, and my plans are uncertain. I might have to run around the world. Why are you, a minor, following me?" Huang Rong didn't say anything, but just shook off Chu Yang's hand with force. It was obvious that she was really sad this time. Go wherever you want. I really admire you. You like to travel so much. Be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers." Chu Yang compromised helplessly. "Just think of it as taking a chef out for a trip. Anyway, this girl's cooking is delicious." In the last second, she was crying, and in the next second, she was very happy. With a wipe of her sleeve, Huang Rong's little face was clean, without a trace of tears in the corners of her eyes. Such a wonderful face-changing skill made Chu Yang stunned, and couldn't help but applaud. Ji Yuojing and Yang Kang were also stunned. "Let's talk about it. Where are we going? Although there is no plan, there should be a first stop, right?" Huang Rong excitedly approached Chu Yang. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is a unique skill of Mongolian Tantric Buddhism. The first stop is of course, Mongolia. Chu Yang sighed. Huang Rong's eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped up and down, and clapped her hands, saying, "Mongolia is great. I haven't been to Mongolia yet. I heard there are vast grasslands there." Hearing that Chu Yang was going to Mongolia, Ji Yuojing also became excited and interrupted. "Miss Huang, there are still many sheep, fierce horses, and flying eagles on the grassland. We can herd sheep and horses together." Huang Rong, who was still in high spirits just now, suddenly had a gloomy face. She was just talking excitedly, but she was interrupted. How could she be happy? "It's none of your business. Who wants to herd sheep and horses with you?" Huang Rong really wanted to poison Ji Yuojing to silence her. Now she was annoyed by his voice. Ji Yuojing closed his mouth in grievance, not knowing where he said wrong, and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Ji Yuojing, don't you still need to find a master? How can you still have the leisure to go to Mongolia with us? Don't you want the master anymore?" Ji Yuojing opened his mouth and was speechless. Then the whole person was depressed, like a deflated ball. "Yes, the masters haven't been found yet. How can he go back to Mongolia with Miss Huang?" Yang Tixin and Bao Zero frowned. They originally wanted to be neighbors with Chu Yang, thinking that if they were together day and night, Chu Yang might be attracted to Mu Nyansi, but they didn't expect that he would go on a long journey. Yang Tixin thought that if Chu Yang and Huang Rong were to go out like this, when they came back, maybe the children would be able to help with soy sauce. Mu Nyansi seemed to have sensed the crisis and mustered up the courage to ask her parents for help at night. The whole family, together with Yang Kang, made suggestions for Mu Nyansi. At the same time, Chu Yang was preparing a plan. To improve the sword skills of the source of breathing, it is necessary to refer to more advanced swordsmanship. Improving the ability of close combat requires even more sophisticated martial arts. Among the many martial arts, there are even many martial arts that can improve qualifications, have various magical effects, and can tap the potential of the human body. These are what Chu Yang needs. But there is something more important. Although the combat power of the martial arts world is not as good as the world of Death and Naruto, there are things here that are deeper than combat power. Tao. It can also be said to be a law. To become a higher level existence, it is obviously not enough to just pile up power. The reason why the world of death is stronger than other worlds is because Zanpakuto is a kind of embodiment of the law. There is still a distance between it and the real law. Other worlds are even further away. Only in the martial arts world, or the world with oriental culture, can Chu Yang touch this concept. For example, Zhang Sanfeng's Teikai Sutra, or Teizuan Sutra in Zayake Crossing. These two martial arts are very close to Tao in the martial arts world. Enlightenment is very important to Chu Yang. This is a seed that will grow into a towering tree in the future and determine Chu Yang's height. But whether it is Teikai or Teizuan Sutra, Chu Yang can't get it easily. Zhang Sanfeng is not made of clay. Chu Yang can easily control him. The skills are in other people's heads. Even if you can beat the famous Zhang Zhenren, you can't force others to do it. Zayake Island is more mysterious, comparable to the Bermuda Triangle. You don't even have a map, and you still want to find it. It's just wishful thinking. Therefore, Chu Yang planned to put his plan into practice and collect some practical martial arts first. The 9-yen manual is the general outline of martial arts in the world. In addition to the brilliant moves, it also records the principles of martial arts. Any kind of martial arts can find the corresponding concept. It can be said to be an encyclopedia of martial arts. It is very friendly to a martial arts beginner like Chu Yang. The other two martial arts books that are very friendly to beginners are 9-yang magic skill and the great shift of the universe. After practicing 9-yang magic skill, the internal force is self-generated and endless, and ordinary punches and kicks can also exert great attack power. The defense is unmatched, and the automatic body protection function rebounds external force attacks, becoming an indestructible body. The practitioner's light skill is better than all the exquisite light skills masters in the world. It is also a healing scripture, immune to all poisons, and specifically overcomes all cold and poisonous internal forces. 9-yang magic skill and Chu Yang have a very high degree of fit, almost all-round strengthening Chu Yang's existing abilities, as if tailor-made. The great shift of the universe is also a martial arts that integrates the great ways of martial arts. Similar to 9-yen manual, it can not only use force to fight force, pull and move the enemy's power, but also stimulate potential. Adding these two martial arts together, even a waste like Zhang Wuji can become a top 5 master in the martial arts world after learning them. The value is self-evident. Anyway, these two books are much easier to find than the Teizuan Jing on the Island of Heroes. There are many similar martial arts, such as the Yi Jing Jing and Zsui Jing of the Shaolin Temple, the Shenzhou Jing with the effect of resurrection, and the unique skills of the Zhuoyao sect. But the highest priority is another martial art, Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. The effect of Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong is simple and violent. Every time you practice a layer, you can gain the power of a dragon and an elephant, a total of 13 layers. Imagine how terrifying the power of Chu Yang, who has 13 layers of dragon and elephant power, will be when he hits the Black Flash. At that time, it will not be just talk to kill the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds. No matter how powerful Gojo Satoru's unlimited curses, it will definitely be over. Sukuna is even more out of the question. Basically, except for the strong people at the level of Yamamoto Jinryu Shijakuni, there is no need to think about it. Others will definitely be killed in seconds. There will be no other result. The strength of the Black Flash can even threaten the old man. Unfortunately, the strength of Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong is supermodel, and the difficulty of practicing it is even more supermodel. To put it in the original words, it takes an ordinary person 1 year to practice the first level, 2 years to practice the second level, 4 years to practice the third level, and so on. To practice to the top level, the time required is 2 to the 13th power, which is 8192 years. More than 8,000 years. Even a fucking immortal can ascend to heaven. This is a time that is absolutely out of reach for a normal person. But Chu Yang is not like that. With talent sharing, Chu Yang can speed up the process of practice. King Jinlin has greatly reduced the time of practice with his talent. There is no reason for Chu Yang to be worse than him. Secondly, the martial art of Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is likely to be practiced with the plug-in of multiple shadow clones. Because it is an external skill, it does not require internal force when practicing, which just bypasses the disadvantage that multiple shadow clones can only run chakra. All martial arts that do not involve internal force should be possible. Of course, this requires Chu Yang to verify it himself. The next day, the sun shines into Chu Yang's bedroom through the windowsill. Boom. The door was violently pushed open. Chu Yang, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Huang Rang rushing towards him aggressively. He was only wearing a single piece of clothing and was horrified. "What do you want to do? We are brothers." Huang Rang rolled her eyes and pulled his hand unhappily, trying to pull him off the bed, and said anxiously, "Uncle Yang and the others are gone." Gone. Chu Yang was a little confused. Didn't they sleep here last night? Did they go out so early? Not going out. Huang Rong stamped her feet anxiously. They left without saying a word, and left Sister Mu here. She was standing alone in the yard, not knowing what to do. Everyone left. Only Mu Nyansi stayed. What was going on? Chu Yang was confused for a moment. He had to change his clothes at Huang Rong's urging, and walk to the yard. In the yard, Mu Nyansi fiddled with her hair stiffly, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Chu Yang and Huang Rong. Ahem, Miss Mu, where did Uncle Yang and the others go? Chu Yang laughed dryly, and slowly walked up to Mu Nyansi and asked. Dad told me to go to Mongolia, to meet on Guo first, and they will come after a while. Mu Nyansi buried her head in her chest. Her voice was as small as a mosquito, and Chu Yang had to work hard to hear these 3 words clearly. He turned his head to look at Huang Rong, and the two looked at each other. Uncle Yang asked you to go to Mongolia alone. Huang Rong looked at Mu Nyansi suspiciously, and said unkindly, such a long distance, isn't he afraid that something will happen to you, a girl? There are still several countries between the southern Song dynasty and Mongolia. This is not an ordinary journey. Chu Yang suddenly remembered the strange geographical map of this world. If he didn't bring Huang Rong with him, he really didn't know where was which. He only had a map to the Jin Kingdom in his hand. Huang Rong's questioning made Mu Nyansi even more unable to raise her head. The roots behind her ears were red like blood, and she couldn't help but complain about Yang Kang's bad idea. It's okay, I can do it. Mu Nyansi couldn't bring herself to ask Chu Yang to take her to Mongolia as Yang Kang had planned. She could only grit her teeth and say that she could go alone. But Huang Rong felt a little sorry when she said that. The little girl was kind-hearted. She and Mu Nyansi got along well on the way. Huang Rong, who grew up on Peach Blossom Island, had few friends. After running away from home, she had no relatives or friends. Mu Nyansi was one of the few people of her generation who had a deep relationship with her. I really don't know what they are doing. Forget it. We can't really let you go to Mongolia alone, right? Huang Rong turned to Chu Yang angrily and said, Xiao Chu, let's take her with us. We'll drop her off when we get there and have fun on our own. Chu Yang was also very troubled. If he only took Huang Rong with him, it would be nothing more than playing with her for a few more days and flying at night. But it would be different if he took a third person with him. He couldn't fly. Chu Yang's super light and heavy rock technique was just the beginning, barely enough to allow him to fly. If Huang Rong was hanging on the left and Mu Nyansi was hanging on the right, he would probably crash. As if sensing Chu Yang's hesitation, Mu Nyansi suddenly clenched her fingers into a fist. She looked up and looked at Chu Yang sincerely. Although her face was getting hotter and hotter, she never looked away. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway, if we let one sheep go, we will have to drive to sheep. Chu Yang had no choice but to let the two pack their luggage at home and go to the market to buy a carriage. Huang Rong, this clever girl, started to test Mu Nyansi as soon as she saw Chu Yang leave. Sister Mu, Uncle Yang is so anxious to let you meet Ji Yuojing's mother. Is he planning to betroth you to him and wants his daughter-in-law to meet his mother-in-law first? Mu Nyansi waved her hands in panic and denied it quickly. No such thing. Brother Ji Yuo has someone in his heart and has no affair with me. It's just that my parents haven't seen Aunt Gio for 18 years, and they miss her very much. Besides, the martial arts competition is a foregone conclusion, so they had no choice but to resort to this last resort. It's indeed a last resort, the worst of the worst. Huang Rang muttered a few times and snorted coldly, then asked curiously, "You said just now that the idiot has someone he likes. Who does he like?" "That guy is silly. Whoever he likes will be unlucky." Mu Nyansi smiled awkwardly. She didn't dare to say that the unlucky person Ji Yuoqing liked was Huang Rang. After they packed their luggage, Chu Yang also came back from the market and brought some food. It was noon now, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. "It's wontons." Huang Rang sat down happily. She had wanted to eat wontons just now, but she said, "Actually, you can buy some and make them yourself. I'm also good at making wontons." Chu Yang pushed the wontons in front of Huang Rang and said helplessly, "I know you are good at cooking, but I don't have time today. Hurry up and pack up and leave. Don't dawdle until the evening." Mu Nyansi smiled and said, "I still remember that the first time I met Brother Chu was at the wonton stall." Chu Yang nodded and said, "I also remember that your attitude was not friendly when you first met me." Mu Nyansi. Huang Rang laughed out loud when she heard this. "Little Chu, you are quite vindictive." Chu Yang sighed, "There's nothing I can do. You are naturally petty. I even remember that when we first met, you took my purse and made me hungry for several days." Huang Rang. Mu Nyansi lowered her head and smiled softly. After lunch, Chu Yang led out Ji Yuoqing's little red horse. Since Ji Yuoqing didn't take it away, he could only make the best use of it and take the horse back to his hometown. There was an adult horse tied to the front of the carriage that Chu Yang bought from the market. With the little red horse, one big and one small were enough. When he walked to the carriage, Chu Yang suddenly asked a soul-searching question. "Who of you has a driver's license?" Huang Rang. Mu Nyansi. Chu Yang spread his hands. "I can't drive." Mu Nyansi immediately reacted and volunteered. "Brother Chu, I have learned to drive, so let me do it." Chu Yang nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Although he could learn, and driving was not difficult, he would rather lie down in the carriage and sleep. Huang Rang got into the carriage first. The next second, there was an incredible scream from inside. Mu Nyansi followed in nervously. As expected, it was the same scream again. The two were completely shocked by the scene before them. The space inside the carriage was a little scary, almost as big as a small courtyard. Oh my god. Huang Rang's eyes were dull. Even though she had a strong ability to accept things and had seen Chu Yang's immortal magic in Yanjing City, the mental shock she suffered in the face of such a miracle was still very huge. Mu Nyansi was even more out of shape, and she looked a little bit crazy. Chu Yang pulled open the curtain of the carriage, leaned out half of his body, looked at their expressions, and smiled unhappily. "Don't make such a fuss. This kind of thing will happen frequently in the future. You two wipe the saliva from your mouth first." "Xiao Chu, are you really an immortal?" After returning from Yanjing City, Huang Rang never wanted to mention this topic. If Chu Yang admitted it, the distance between the two would be as far as light years. During the time she ran away from home, Huang Rang had heard stories of immortals and mortals falling in love from many storytellers, and basically the endings were all tragic. Although in the stories, mortals always fall in love with fairies, it is almost the same in reverse, right? Thinking of this, Huang Rang couldn't help but pinch her clothes nervously, and her face gradually turned pale. Mu Nyansi had similar thoughts, silently lowering her head with a dim look in her eyes. Chu Yang didn't notice the difference between the two, and lay down on the cushion in the corner in a very standard Jeonju style, yawning. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I wish I were a god. It's just some small magic, not as powerful as you think." Huang Rang became active again, her eyes sparkling. Mu Nyansi breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Rang asked curiously, "Xiao Chu, where did you learn magic?" Chu Yang knew what Huang Rang was thinking, and smiled. "Don't think about it, you can't learn it. This thing depends on your physique, and there may be no one else in the world who can learn it except me." "Why is that?" Huang Rang stomped her feet in anger, pulled Chu Yang's sleeve, and started to act like a spoiled child. It's not that Chu Yang is hiding something, but that he is restricted by the rules of the world. The reason why Chu Yang is not restricted is because of the Soul Palace. After letting Huang Rang make a scene for a while, Chu Yang reminded Muniancy to set off. Huang Rang saw that Chu Yang was not buying it, so she knew that it was really not going to work, and she sulked alone. The map of this world is quite strange. The 4 countries of Southern Song, Northern Song, Jin, and Liao are bordering each other, while Mongolia and Ming are facing each other in the distance. In between are Dali, Zixia, and Tubo. This trip to the Mongolian esoteric sector get the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu requires crossing several countries in one go. Since it is a long route, Chu Yang naturally hopes to get the maximum benefit. If he only gets one copy of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, it would be a bit of a waste of time. Therefore, Chu Yang's first stop was set at Zangnan Mountain at the junction of the Southern Song and Northern Song. If I remember correctly, Wang Changjiang engraved part of the 9 Yin Manual in the Tomb of the Living Dead before his death. As for the 9 Yin Manual volumes 1 and 2 carried by Mei Chaofeng and Zhao Boting, Chu Yang chose to ignore them because they had to take a long detour. The Song dynasty was divided into the Southern Song and Northern Song dynasties. The territory of the Southern Song dynasty was half the size of that of the Northern Song dynasty, and it was in confrontation with the Jin dynasty. The Northern Song dynasty had a vast territory, and the Liao dynasty, which was opposite to it, was also a behemoth. The 4 forces were caught in a strange balance, and frictions have continued in recent years. The Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty were relatively good. After all, they were brothers of the same origin. No matter how fierce the quarrels were, they were limited to verbal criticisms between literati or arena battles between Jianghu masters. There has never been an extreme conflict between the borders, which did not rise to confrontation between countries. In an emergency, the 2 countries would cooperate to fight against the enemy together. The Jin and Liao dynasties were not so friendly. If it were not for the Southern and Northern Song dynasties watching closely and forcing them to put down their weapons, these 2 generations of enemies would have beaten their brains out long ago, and cooperation would be absolutely impossible. At most, they would not add insult to injury. Otherwise, in terms of actual combat power, the Jin-Liao alliance would be stronger than the Southern and Northern Song dynasties. Among the 4 countries, the friction between the Northern Song dynasty and the Liao dynasty was very intense, almost a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. The Northern Song dynasty was often at a disadvantage, and its military strength was severely depleted. Fortunately, there were many martial arts masters in the Northern Song dynasty, especially Kaofeng, the leader of the Northern Beggars sect, who led the group of heroes to block the enemy from the battlefield. The high-ranking military officials were either missing or committed suicide, which made the Liao kingdom very afraid and did not dare to attack in a big way. Chu Yang had heard about Kao Feng's battle with Han Kigan from the storyteller in the restaurant before, but in the end, the Liao soldiers invaded the border to defend the city and nothing happened. Staying in a small county town away from the war, you don't know how difficult the world is. When you leave the city, especially the closer you go to the border, Chu Yang saw many unspeakable tragic situations. Although it didn't reach the level of corpses everywhere and children being eaten, you have seen many horrifying scenes of headless corpses floating down the river. Huang Ran was scared and didn't sleep well for several days and nights. She kept mumbling in her nightmares. Mu Niancy showed an amazing maternal brilliance at this time. Not only did she not care about Huang Rang's previous disrespect to her, but she comforted Huang Rang to sleep every day. The friendship between the two was developing rapidly. Having seen the corpses soaking in the river, no one dared to take water in the wild, unless it was spring water from the mountains. Chu Yang got a large water tank, used the traceless stretching spell to expand the space, and then used magic to fill it with clear water. However, in this way, the interior space, which was already full of supplies, became even more crowded. After realizing that the space was not enough, Chu Yang felt it necessary to improve the configuration of the interior of the carriage. More importantly, it was inconvenient to sleep. Chu Yang was used to taking off all his clothes when sleeping. With a girl next to him, he could only sleep in his clothes. A month and a half later, the carriage arrived at a small town at the foot of Zangnan Mountain. The three of them found an inn in the town to rest, and Chu Yang began to tinker with the carriage in the backyard. After further expanding the space inside, he used the wood escape to separate several rooms and got some furniture, and now the carriage was completely transformed into a motorhome. After a night's rest, the three of them purchased supplies in the town, set off again, and entered Zannan Mountain at noon. No matter how strong the sunlight is, it will only leave mottled shadows when it shines into the mountains, adding a weird atmosphere to the mysterious mountains. Under normal circumstances, a carriage cannot go on mountain roads, but Chu Yang can cast a floating spell on the carriage. Between the mountains, two horses pulled a floating carriage, as if walking on flat ground, and Muniance's beautiful appearance in red clothes easily reminded people of those popular ghost stories. Before they figured out the location of the Tomb of the Living Dead, Chu Yang and his team had already scared 6 or 7 Quanzan Taoist priests who were collecting herbs in the mountains. Why don't we find a place to stop the carriage and walk instead? Muniance was worried about scaring people again, so she suggested cautiously, fearing that she would displease Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded. Anyway, they would have to get off the carriage after finding a place, and the carriage could not enter the Tomb of the Living Dead. The three got off the carriage and walked for a while, and suddenly found that the atmosphere around them became gloomy and terrifying. The sun barely penetrated the deep mountains, and the surroundings were all foggy. Xiaochu, is this Tomb of the Dead that you are looking for dangerous? If there are any monsters, you have to protect me. Huangrang nervously pulled Chu Yang's clothes, looking left and right, as if a terrifying existence would rush out of the woods at the next moment. Mu, who had been in the martial arts world for many years, could not help but follow Chu Yang in panic, with her front foot only a finger's distance away from Chu Yang's back foot. The traffic police uncle would probably remind her to pay attention to the safe distance. Don't be so nervous, okay? You're making me nervous too. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pressed on their foreheads, pushing the two away unhappily. Your reaction is no different from setting a flag in a horror movie. Generally, this situation is the best time for ghosts to appear and scare the audience. As soon as the voice fell, a white shadow flew across the air. Then a white silk brushed across Huangrang's face. Huangrang was stunned. Her cherry mouth twitched. Ghost! Exclamation mark. RRR. Chapter 98 The Purest Otsutsuki Bloodline. The white shadows flashed in the mist, scaring Huangrang and Muniance. The latter threw out the dart hidden in her waist. Swish, swish, swish. The hidden weapon did not hit the ghost. Sister Mu, that's a ghost. How can you hit it with ordinary weapons? Huangrang hid behind Chu Yang and complained. At least you have to apply some black dog blood or something. Shooting those two darts had used up all of Muniance's courage. She stood there stiffly, not daring to look around, fearing that a scary face would appear in front of her in the next second. Xiaochu, hurry up and subdue the demons. Don't you see how scared Sister Mu is? Huangrang was so anxious that she almost tore Chu Yang's sleeves. Please open your eyes before you complain about others next time. You are almost scared to death, and you still talk about others. Chu Yang slapped the hand that was pulling his sleeves with disdain, and then displayed his observation haki. The white shadow just now was very fast, so it was understandable that Huangrang and the others mistook it for a ghost, but Chu Yang had already captured the other party's figure, and was sure that it was a human. Even if it was really a ghost, it didn't matter. After all, Chu Yang was a death god, and he was a professional match. His observation haki quickly captured the target, and the other party was turning back at a very fast speed. The white shadow flashed by, frightening Huangrang and Muniance to hug each other and tremble. Chu Yang was a little confused. The other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. He could have attacked them just now, but he just scared them. Why? It seems that he wants to drive us out. Could it be? Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he guessed the identity of the white shadow. He was still thinking about how to find the Tomb of the Living Dead in the mountains, but he didn't expect to find a clue by accident. When the white shadow flew over their heads for the third time, Chu Yang used the Conqueror haki to knock the other party unconscious. HMM. The white shadow groaned, and his head fell straight from the air, as if he had been punched. It landed right in front of Muniance and Huangrang. The two were so scared that they were at a loss of their minds, and tears welled up in their eyes. I said you were very brave before and never believed in anything supernatural. Why are you so scared now? Chu Yang looked at Huang Rang speechlessly and puzzled. When he first met her, she still looked like she had no taboos. I didn't believe in this before, but after meeting you, I have to believe it, even if I don't want to. The living example is right in front of me. Huang Rang explained aggrievedly. Chu Yang suddenly realized that in Huang Rang's view, since she knew magic, it was not surprising that there were ghosts and gods in the world. Miss Huang, this looks like a person. Muniancy wiped her eyes, that were a little red and swollen from crying, and after looking at it again and again, she confirmed that the girl in front of her was a girl in white clothes. She was not very old, even younger than Huang Rang. On the other side, Huang Rang heard that it was a person, frowned and walked to Muniancy, looked down for a few times, and after confirming that it was really a person, she suddenly raised her foot and was about to kick it. Muniancy grabbed her in panic. Miss Huang, what are you doing? This little girl scared me so badly, I must kick her to death today. Huang Rang was furious, baring her teeth, as if she wanted to eat someone. Don't hold me, Sister Mew. Muniancy did not move away, but turned back to look at Chu Yang helplessly. Chu Yang stretched out his hand to hold Huang Rang's head, signaling her to calm down. Be patient for now, we still need her to help find the tomb of the living dead. Huang Rang turned her head away angrily. Muniancy hurriedly asked, Brother Chu, is this little girl the heir of the tomb sect you mentioned? Chu Yang nodded. Huang Rang snorted coldly, how can this be proved? She is wearing white and has no sect tokens on her. Chu Yang smiled and said, there are no outsiders on the mountain, except the Quanzhen Taoist priests. Who else can it be except the tomb sect, and it's a girl. Huang Rang did not comment, silently memorizing the girl's appearance. Chu Yang saw that the little girl was quite vindictive and was probably planning to take revenge in the future. Judging from her age, this girl was unlikely to be Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu was only 3 or 4 years old at most, and this girl looked only a few years younger than Huang Rang. The answer was already obvious. Red Snake Fairy, Li Mochao. Chu Yang could hardly imagine that this cute and lovely girl would grow up to be a generation of female demon king. Miss Mew, please tie her hands and feet and wake her up. Okay, Brother Chu. Muniancy tied Li Mochao's hands and feet as Chu Yang ordered, and then gently pinched her philtrum. With a whimper, Li Mochao slowly woke up. The moment she saw Chu Yang, she shuddered and quickly woke up. How could I? Li Mochao spoke in panic. The strange feeling just now was still fresh in her memory, as if someone had hit her head hard. Chu Yang asked, I have something important to do and need to see the head of the ancient tomb sect. Miss Li, can you take us to the tomb of the living dead? Li Mochao asked in shock, how do you know my name? And you know about the ancient tomb sect and the tomb of the living dead? Chu Yang made up a lie. My family is a family friend of Wang Changyang of the Quanzhen sect, so I know something unknown. Huang Rang whispered in his ear, you told Uncle Yang last time that your family is a hereditary charlatan. Chu Yang replied, Taoists are charlatans. Isn't it normal for charlatans to be family friends? Huang Rang nodded and said, that makes sense. Li Mochao had heard her master talk about the old story between the founder Lin Chaoyang and Wang Changyang. She knew that the tomb of the living dead where the ancient tomb sect lived was originally built by Wang Changyang to escape from the world. Chu Yang claimed that he had an old relationship with Wang Changyang and wanted to go to the tomb of the living dead. From Li Mochao's point of view, it was hard to confirm whether it was true or not. The only thing that could be confirmed was the situation was stronger than people. Chu Yang was willing to use courtesy before force. Li Mochao understood that, because she did not explicitly reject him, it did not mean that the other party would have the same attitude later. Li Mochao thought about it and nodded to agree to take Chu Yang and the others to the tomb of the living dead. They are not familiar with the way to the tomb of the living dead. Find a chance to get rid of these people, and then I will find Granny Sun to report the news. Master just passed away, and someone immediately found the Tomb Clan. They must have bad intentions. Li Mochao, who was only a teenager, had all her thoughts written on her face. How could she deceive the clever Huang Rang? Huang Rang sneered and did not say anything. She followed Li Mochao quietly, wanting to see what she was up to. When the few people walked into the dense forest, the fog became thicker, and Li Mochao took this opportunity to jump into the fog. "Stinky girl, I knew you were up to something," Huang Rang shouted, and was about to use her Kingang to catch up, but was held by Chu Yang's shoulder. She turned around and looked at Chu Yang in confusion. "We will follow behind. She will lead us to the Tum sect." Mu Nyansi asked in confusion. "Brother Chu, in such a thick fog, we are not familiar with the terrain. It is easy to lose her." "Don't worry, I know her location." The observation haki has locked onto Li Mochao. Chu Yang is not afraid of losing her unless Li Mochao can teleport. The scenery on both sides was receding madly, and Li Mochao used all her strength to perform Kingang. After living in the tomb for so many years, this is the first time she has come into contact with outsiders. Granny's son always describes outsiders as very scary. When she saw them today, it was just as Granny said, and she was just a little bit away from falling into the hands of the other party. "I don't know what kind of evil kung fu that person used, and I lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. What if he is a lecher? Then I am." Li Mochao, running in the cold wind, became more and more scared, and shivered several times. It must be said that adolescent girls have rich associative abilities, and they imagine Chu Yang to be very evil in a short time. However, she was so busy imagining that she didn't notice Chu Yang and the others following behind her. The thick fog in the forest blocked Chu Yang's vision, but also became his cover. After following the little girl through the mountains, the greenery around him gradually faded. Chu Yang looked around and saw bare earth slopes everywhere, which looked like a mass grave. Among them, a tall tombstone was very conspicuous. The Tomb of the Living Dead. Is it really a cemetery? I thought it was just called a special name. The creepy scenery around made Huang Rang frown, and she and Muniansi approached Chu Yang with different expressions. "That tomb is the entrance to the ancient tomb sect. Let's go over there." Chu Yang walked towards the tall tombstone, looked at it for a while, and directly reached out and pressed on the tombstone. The material was surprisingly hard. Huang Rang also followed Chu Yang's example and put her hand on the tombstone, exclaiming, "It's so hard, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Mu Nyansi asked, "Brother Chu, you said this is the entrance. How do we get in? Shouldn't we greet the owner of this place?" Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "I came here to take something, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it's robbing. If you were the owner, would you let me in?" Mu Nyansi's eyes widened, and she couldn't speak for a long time. In her heart, Chu Yang was a god. How would she comment on a god trying to rob mortals? Huang Rang asked curiously, "Xiao Chu, what exactly do you want to take?" Chu Yang then told them the reason. "Wang Changjiang engraved part of the 9-yin manual in the ancient tomb sect. I want to borrow it to read." 9-yin manual? Huang Rang and Muniansi exclaimed at the same time, and Huang Rang looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. No matter how powerful the 9-yin manual is, it is still a martial art for mortals. You can already use magic, so why do you still want to read this book? I'm a very curious person. Chu Yang said perfunctorily. He couldn't say that he knew nothing about the concept of martial arts and needed the encyclopedia of the 9-yin manual for reference. Otherwise, he might not be able to understand other martial arts. After giving his reasons, Chu Yang was about to destroy the entrance when the tombstone in front of him suddenly shook. Chu Yang took a few steps back, and the tombstone slowly turned, and a ghostly figure flew out from it. Where did this evil guest come from? He is so unreasonable. Not only did he bully my disciples of the ancient tomb sect, but he even dared to come to my door to provoke me. The black shadow moved like lightning and rushed to Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. Huang Rang and Muniansi only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and they didn't even have time to say be careful. In order to defeat Wang Changjiang, Lin Shaoying chose to take a different approach with his sword, so the ancient tomb sect's martial arts sought speed rather than strength. Lin Shaoying believed that, as long as he could beat Wang Changjiang, he didn't need to be too ruthless to win. To put it bluntly, it was just that a girl in love wanted to win over her boyfriend, but couldn't bear to do it. Unfortunately, although Wang Changjiang knew Lin Shaoying's feelings, he himself made fighting against Jin Liao his lifelong wish, and could not accept the other party. The simple speed posed an unfavorable threat to Chu Yang, because the observation haki could predict the enemy's attack. The moment the black shadow rushed over, Chu Yang had already raised his foot and kicked it out. Almost as soon as he finished speaking the lines, the man's face hit Chu Yang's feet straight, and he screamed ah, flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Huangrang and Muniansi only then saw clearly who attacked Chu Yang, a grown mother in her 50s or 60s. Oh, Grandma, are you okay? Muniansi covered her mouth and shouted, and hurried forward to help the old woman. Chu Yang was also a little embarrassed. As he walked, he scratched his head and said, "Old man, I didn't mean it, please forgive me." The footprints on the old woman's face were so clear that at first glance, I thought it was a tattoo. This well-timed kick not only interrupted the old man's attack, but also successfully caused him to slip his waist. When Muniansi went to help her, her face was like a mask of pain. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. The old man's screams made Chu Yang feel even more ashamed. He was a 5 good youth born under the red flag. When had he ever done such a thing as bullying an old man? Zhao Huang, hurry up and show the old man. Why are you looking around? Chu Yang turned his head and winked at Huangrang, who was staring at the tombstone in a daze. Zhao Chu, there seems to be a child there. Huangrang pointed to the hole behind the tombstone. There was a pink and tender little girl hiding there, quietly looking out. So cute, like a rag doll. Huangrang's eyes were full of love, as if she saw a beloved toy, and she rushed over in one step. Lonja, hide quickly. The old woman's face changed, and she shouted anxiously. The little girl seemed to be frightened, turned around and ran away, disappearing into the dark entrance. Huangrang was a little scared and stopped beside the tombstone. Old lady, don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards the tomb sect, and I won't hurt you. I just want to see what the founder Wang Changyang left inside. I will leave after seeing it, and I won't stay. Chu Yang tried to smile more kindly. I have lived in there for more than 10 years, and I have never heard of anything left by Wang Changyang. Don't try to deceive me. The old woman gasped in pain because of the lumbar disc herniation, and her eyes did not forget to stare at Chu Yang fiercely. Chu Yang curled his lips. How can they tell you everything about the couple? You are not a maid who came with the dowry. The old woman stared angrily. Grandma, calm down first. I will massage your waist for you. Muniansi put her hands on the old woman's waist. The latter shuddered at first, and then her expression eased a lot. It seems that Muniansi's massage is effective. She has been following Yang Tixin in the martial arts world for many years. She has taken care of almost all the injuries Yang Tixin suffered, and she has mastered her skills over time. Seeing this, Huangrang also stepped forward to help the old woman treat her waist injury. Her father is Huang Yaoshi, a well-known all-rounder with extraordinary medical skills. She has learned a lot since she was a child. The gentle offensive of the two girls quickly conquered the old woman. Her attitude was much better than before. After hesitating for a while, she introduced herself. She is Granny Sun. Granny Sun is not Lin Chaoying's disciple, but someone she accidentally rescued. She was able to join the Tum school after begging hard. In name, she is the housekeeper of the Tum school. Lin Chaoying's direct disciple is her personal maid, who is also the master of Xia Longnu and Li Mochao. This person passed away not long ago, so Granny Sun and Li Mochao are so sensitive. Huangrang is very good at making the old lady happy. It didn't take long for her to learn from Granny Sun that the Tomb School is now in a state of transition. In fact, it's not a big deal. The Tomb sect is so peaceful that, even if there is a lack of successors, the next generation of disciples will grow up in 10 or 20 years. For example, Li Mochao became the Scarlet Snake Fairy, who was feared by the people in the martial arts world in about 10 years. Granny Sun's current situation is similar to that of Li Mochao. Chu Yang's kick just now has let the old lady know who has a harder fist, and her friendly attitude is also partly because she wants to take advantage of the situation. Several people walked down the long stone road, and the dark and humid environment set off a strong sense of horror movie. Granny Sun felt that the two hands holding her arms were getting stronger and stronger, so she laughed happily and said, "Don't be afraid, little girls, it's just that this section of the road is dark, and it will be fine if you go down." as Granny Sun said. After passing through the narrow stone road, the space in front suddenly opened up. Wang Changyang opened up a stone chamber for retreat here. Granny Sun introduced the tomb sect to the two girls with pride. I thought they would be amazed at the ingenuity of the tomb sect, but I didn't expect Huangrong and Muniancy to be very calm, even a little bored. Granny Sun was stunned. She didn't know that Huangrong and Muniancy had seen something more powerful. Compared with Chu Yang's amazing method of creating a mystery in a small space, opening up a stone chamber in the mountains was not magical. Granny Sun turned around awkwardly and said with a dry cough, "Ahem, little brother, this is the ancient tomb sect. What exactly are the things left by Wang Changyang? I have been here for many years, and I have never heard the ancestor talk about it." Chu Yang did not answer directly, but asked, "Excuse me, which tomb is the one where Granny enshrines the ancestor Lin Shaoing?" Granny Sun replied with some embarrassment, "That is the important place of our sect, and outsiders are not allowed to enter." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Huangrong saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Granny Sun's hand and said coquettishly, "Granny, we are not here to make trouble. The reason we want to enter the tomb of our ancestor Lin Shaoing is because we admire a wonderful woman like her and want to pay homage to her." Xiaoju said that the martial arts and talent of the ancestor Lin Shaoing are far superior to Wang Changyang, but she is trapped by love and is willing to fall behind. If it is true, she is the real number one in the world. Huangrong, who was eloquent, flattered Granny Sun so much that she was in ecstasy. Not to mention her, even if Lin Shaoing was resurrected, she would probably not be able to resist. Chu Yang rolled his eyes when he heard this. He had never said anything like this to Huangrong, but he also felt that Lin Shaoing's talent were higher than Wang Changyang. The Jade Girl Heart Sutra broke all the Quan Sin sect's martial arts. Wang Changyang was unable to reversely crack the moves in the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and was forced to give up. Later, he won the 9-yen manual in the Huishan contest. He learned from the martial arts secrets in it and came up with a way to crack it and win back a victory. My little brother's family is a family friend of Wang Changyang. You can say such pertinent remarks, which makes me look at you with new eyes. Well, in this case, I will take you to pay homage to the ancestor Lin Shaoing." At this time, Xiao Longnu and Li Mochao had not grown up yet and could not be called the leaders of the tomb sect. It was not an overstepping of power for Grandma Sun, the housekeeper, to make a decision on their behalf. Afterwards, Grandma Sun took the three of them to Lin Shaoing's tomb, which was also the tomb of the leaders of the tomb sect in all dynasties. Li Mochao's master had just been buried, and 100 years later, Xiao Longnu would also be buried here. After walking for a while, Chu Yang, who was walking at the end of the team, suddenly heard a noise behind him, and the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air reached his ears. "Thief, look at the sword." "Miss, stop." Two voices rang out one after another. Chu Yang used his armed color domineering to block the sudden attack from behind, but the moment the tip of the sword pierced his vest, he suddenly felt a slight pain. Although it was very slight and could be ignored, it showed that the internal force carried by the tip of the sword broke through the defense of the armed color. Chu Yang was a little surprised. Unfortunately, Li Mochao's internal force was too weak. The long sword in her hand shattered, and she herself was also thrown out. Granny Sun's face changed. Although Li Mochao was young, her internal force was already at the mainstream level. The little brother surnamed Chu actually bounced her away with just hard work. His horizontal training attainments were really amazing. Li Mochao fell to the ground, stars in her eyes, and she was speechless in pain. "Senior sister." In the distance, there was the delicate little kid again, rushing towards Li Mochao, but her walking was not very stable, and her running was like a drunken boxing, staggering. As expected, she fell hard and sat on the ground crying. Granny Sun stepped forward to help Li Mochao up, then held the little girl in her arms, whispered a few words of comfort, and turned to Li Mochao and said, "Miss Mochao, Mr. Chu and the others have no ill intentions. They just want to come to pay homage to the ancestor Lin Shaoing. Please don't be rude again." Li Mochao looked at Chu Yang angrily. It was all because of this man that she fell twice today and was almost falling apart. "Granny, they are obviously bad guys." "Shut up." Granny's son spoke to Lee Mocha in a stern voice for the first time, scaring the latter so much that she stopped talking. Whether they were old friends or bad guys, the most important thing for Granny's son now was that both sides were at peace. As for what Chu Yang and the others were going to take away, she didn't want to ask. If she insisted on pursuing it, maybe today would be the day when the tomb sect would be destroyed. If there was really a mistake, how could she explain to the ancestor Lin Xiaoying in the afterlife? Huang Rong saw that the atmosphere was getting awkward again and immediately turned into an icebreaker. She walked to Grandma's son and teased the little girl. Before long, the crying little girl was amused by her and laughed non-stop. "Grandma, what's the name of this little cutie?" "Her name is Lonja, an orphan adopted by the head." "Lonja? What a nice name. Lonja, don't be afraid. Brother and sister are not bad people. Don't worry." Lonja lay in Grandma's son's arms, staring at Huang Rong with round eyes, and then turned her eyes to Chu Yang. It was indeed Zyro Langv. Muniancy also stepped forward to tease Zyro Langv. "Haha, it's Sichi, sister, don't." Muniancy did not choose to show mercy and kept tickling the other's ticklish flesh. Chu Yang took a few deep breaths. "Although I'm not a lolly control, this is indeed a bit uncontrollable." Comrade Chu Yang fell after all, and his feet walked forward uncontrollably. The next moment, a figure blocked his way. Li Mochao snorted angrily. "You are not allowed to touch." After pushing the childish Li Mochao aside, Granny's son led Chu Yang and the others into Lin Xiaoying's tomb. When they pushed open the stone door, a picture scroll as tall as a person came into view. The scroll showed a beautiful woman with heroic spirit between her eyebrows and eyes, and she looked around with brilliance, which perfectly fits the term female knight. "This is the founder of Lin Xiaoying. If you want to worship her, please follow me." As she spoke, Granny's son walked behind the scroll, took out a few incense sticks, handed them to Chu Yang, Huang Rong, and Muniancy, and then lit them one by one. Chu Yang really admired this extraordinary woman, so he bowed and then inserted the incense into the incense burner on the altar. Huang Rong and Muniancy did the same thing. Granny's son smiled and asked, "You have seen and worshipped, and you have seen all the ancient tomb sect along the way. Have you seen the relics left by Wang Changyang?" Chu Yang pointed to the top of the tomb. Granny's son looked up at the place where Chu Yang pointed, and she was stunned. The tomb was full of inscriptions. Granny's son read carefully and found that it was the full text of the Jade Girl Heart Sutra of their ancient tomb sect. Huang Rong and Muniancy only took a glance and heard Chu Yang reminding them in their ears, "This is the ancient tomb sect's unique skill. It's better not to look at it too much." The two girls knew the importance of it and quickly looked away. "What we need is in the tomb next door, so don't stay for long." Chu Yang turned to leave, but heard Granny's son ask behind him, "May I ask Mr. Chu, what is written in the tomb next to it?" Chu Yang explained, "In the past, the founder Lin Xiaoying used the martial arts in the Jade Girl Heart Sutra to break the Quan's insect's martial arts and engraved it in the tomb. The founder Wang Changyang was helpless. Many years later, during the Huishan sword contest, he won the 9-yen manual and borrowed the martial arts secrets in the manual. That's when he came up with a way to restrain the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. He engraved the 9-yen manual in another tomb together with the 9-yen manual." Granny's son snorted coldly, "Shameless." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, without making any more comments. He pushed open the door of another tomb and looked up to see the 9-yen manual engraved on the stone wall above. He read 10 lines at a glance and quickly memorized the entire text. However, he was not familiar with the martial arts concepts in it and needed some time to learn. Granny's son followed closely behind, looking at Chu Yang silently reciting the 9-yen manual with a complicated expression. If it were anyone else today, she would not let the other person walk out of this ancient tomb. Even Huang Rong and Muniancy. Treasures like the 9-yen manual are enough to drive anyone crazy. If the news leaks out, I'm afraid many martial arts masters will flock to the Tomb of the Living Dead to snatch the treasure. This is undoubtedly a disaster for them. Please rest assured, Granny's son, what happened today will never be heard by a third person." After reciting the 9-yen manual, Chu Yang took the lead to dispel Granny's son's doubts. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Granny's son breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and Chu Yang is ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, Granny Sun gave a few jars of honey. Chu Yang revealed the secret of the tomb and left a copy of the 9-yen manual to the Tomb clan. Giving a few jars of honey is not too much of a gift. The Tomb clan is aloof from the world, and it can't produce treasures of the same value as the 9-yen manual. Granny Sun sent Chu Yang and others outside the tomb, and the little dragon girl in her arms began to cry. After spending most of the day together, she has become familiar with her two sisters, and now she is a little reluctant to leave. Li Mochao stared at Chu Yang the whole time. She was still angry and could only say something that was not really a harsh word. When my martial arts are perfect, I will definitely avenge today's shame. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the back of her head by Grandma Sun, who made her run away with her head in her hands. Her harsh words turned into screams. Ouch. Ouch. Grandma, don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Li Mochao begged for mercy with tears in her eyes. Amid her screams, everyone left Zannan Mountain and headed for the Northern Song Dynasty, the Naruto world. Konoha village, underground in the Death Forest. Chu Yang's secret laboratory was working in an orderly manner. The task of extracting the Otsutsuki bloodline had reached the last step. A bloodline factor analyzer that was 10 meters high stood in the center of the laboratory, constantly vibrating and humming. Many shadow clones stared at the machine nervously. Beep beep beep, the green indicator light on the instrument lit up, indicating that the extraction and synthesis of the bloodline factor had been completed. Chu Yang took a deep breath and walked forward, taking out a crystal clear test tube from the instrument. The substance inside was between liquid and gas, a crystal mist, dreamlike and very gorgeous. This was the bloodline factor of the Otsutsuki clan. Finally succeeded. The shadow clones all cheered. The only person who could understand Chu Yang's hard work during this period was himself. After a while, Chu Yang lay down in the biological chamber that had been prepared long ago and ordered the clones to complete the subsequent transplantation operation. The test tube containing the bloodline factor was placed in the groove on the top of the biological chamber. As the indicator light came on, the bloodline factor inside quickly dissipated and was injected into Chu Yang's body. The inside and outside of the biological chamber were wrapped in a large amount of crystal-like gas. The shadow clones outside seemed to have been attacked inexplicably and disappeared one after another. The laboratory became very empty and quiet. At the same time, the biological chamber issued a rapid alarm, and the red indicator light flashed wildly. The diffused mist also turned into blood red. The alarm sounded for an unknown period of time, and suddenly stopped abruptly. The red mist seemed to be sucked away by a strong suction force, and rolled back into the biological chamber. As his vision gradually became clear, Chu Yang's figure quietly emerged. His appearance had changed greatly, as if he had grown from a 15 or 16-year-old boy to a 27 or 28-year-old young man overnight. His black hair also turned white. His body became stronger, and he faintly exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. The next moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were no longer black, but snow white, with a faint golden color at the deepest part. Then, the pupils changed again, showing circles of spiral patterns, and megatoma-shaped black dots appeared and disappeared around them. Are my eyes the Samsara eye or the reincarnation eye? Or both? Chu Yang was very curious. He could feel that his eyes had very powerful power, especially in the field of time and space. With the help of bloodline factor technology, Chu Yang can be said to be the Otsutsuki clan member with the highest bloodline concentration at present, and may even exceed Otsutsuki Kaguya. It is unknown what changes will occur in his bloodline limit. No wonder so many people are obsessed with the pleasure brought by power. This feeling of having everything in your hands is really wonderful. Chu Yang smiled slightly, then clenched his fists, and instantly turned on the Sage mode. A golden feather woven with chakra appeared on his body, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Because the fusion effect of the bloodline factor was better than Chu Yang imagined, the 6 paths Sage mode he mastered at this moment was also more powerful than expected. Now I may be able to compete with the 6 paths Sage himself. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction, then released the Sage mode, and walked to another room, which was also full of instruments. In the center were 9 huge glass jars, which contained part of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and there was a sealing array at the bottom of the jars. This was the cultivation room of the 10 tails. The Ten-Tails was the incarnation of the divine tree. If Chu Yang wanted to obtain the fruit of the divine tree, he had to revive the Ten-Tails. He could not learn from Kaguya Otsutsuki and use the planet under his feet as nutrients. He had no intention of becoming a public enemy of the world, especially standing on the opposite side of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Chu Yang summoned his shadow clone and continued his previous work. The laboratory was busy again. This morning, this city discovered that there were ghost-level monsters in the vicinity. Please leave as soon as possible and go to other cities for refuge. Chu Yang, who was about to go to work, turned back and stared at the news on TV, stunned. Since coming to this world, Chu Yang has spent almost every day in fear. The terrorist attacks of monsters have never stopped. Today, a block is destroyed, and tomorrow a bunch of civilians are killed. The number of deaths reported on TV news every day often stimulates Chu Yang's nerves, reminding him that he may become the next victim. The most despairing time was one morning, when Chu Yang heard the news that a colleague died in the company because of a monster attack. It was a girl with a beautiful smile. They had been drinking together the night before. The girl was gentle and kind, and often encouraged Chu Yang, who was negative inside, and encouraged him to face the world positively. He even imagined what it would be like for the two of them to fall in love in the future. As a result, the unfortunate news almost broke Chu Yang's last psychological defense. If only he and the girl had encountered monsters together at that time, and left this disgusting world together. This thought was deeply engraved in Chu Yang's mind. Traveling to such a world made Chu Yang feel helpless and exhausted from the bottom of his heart. I can't do anything. What's the point of living in this world? Chu Yang put down his briefcase and also gave up the idea of following the crowd to escape. He took a last look at the TV, determined the location of the ghost-level monster, and left the apartment alone. Instead of living in fear, it is better to bravely choose how to die. On the street, people brought their families with them. Those with cars drove, and those without cars walked. Countless people were trying to get away from the location where the monster appeared. Chu Yang was like a reef, going upstream in the crowd. A kind Patabi thought he was scared, so he pulled his arm and said, "Little brother, you are going in the wrong direction. There is a ghost-level monster over there." Chu Yang pushed the passerby's hand away, nodded to express his gratitude, and then disappeared into the crowd again. Looking at Chu Yang's departing back, the passerby seemed to understand something, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. Just like that, the number of people around Chu Yang became smaller and smaller. When he walked to the park, that used to be the busiest, there was no one around him. It was quiet all around, as if the city had died. Woo, woo, mom. There was a cry coming from the front. Chu Yang looked carefully and found a little boy standing at the entrance of the park, and next to the boy, his mother was slumped on the ground. The woman covered her calf in pain, which was bruised and purple. It seemed that it was broken when she was fleeing, so she lost her ability to move. As the crowd walked further and further away, the boy's mother's face showed despair. Chu Yang stopped and was stunned. Should he go find the ghost-level monster, or help the mother and son leave? Even if I help, they can't go far. In the end, they will still be caught up and killed by the ghost-level monster. There is no point. Thinking of this, Chu Yang stepped forward and walked around the little boy and his mother expressionlessly. "Big brother, don't go over there. There are monsters over there. You will die." The little boy saw Chu Yang and hurriedly ran up to pull his trouser leg. He cried so hard that he couldn't speak clearly. "You didn't come to ask for my help?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "Mom said you can't help us alone. I can't drag you down. Let me tell you to leave quickly." The little boy gritted his teeth and tried to make himself cry softly. His mother also told him to leave quickly, but he didn't want to leave at all. The little boy subconsciously pulled Chu Yang's trouser legs tightly, and the latter also realized that the other party actually wanted to ask for help from him. In the end, the little boy let go and watched Chu Yang leave silently. Just when Chu Yang was about to disappear from the little boy's sight, he suddenly stopped, turned around and walked back without saying a word. He carried the woman on his back. "Go faster, the monster is coming." Hearing Chu Yang's reminder, the little boy nodded ecstatically, and his mother also lay on Chu Yang's back and thanked him. Chu Yang did not respond and ran forward with all his strength, using up the greatest strength in his life. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. After running for a while, he was exhausted and out of breath, and his speed was getting slower and slower. Finally, they met the ghost level monster at a crossroads. Facing death, Chu Yang was calmer than expected, while the woman on his back was already shaking violently. The sound of teeth colliding violently reached Chu Yang's ears. The little boy was at a loss, his face blank. In front of him was a strange creature covered with black shells, a bit like a moth. He looked at Chu Yang with a playful look and said, "Actually, I have been following you all the time, just wanting to see how you struggle to survive. Thanks to you, it's very interesting. If I have a chance, I want to see it again." Chu Yang put the woman down and told her, "I know you can't move because of the pain, but if you want your child to live, you have to move even if you can't." After that, Chu Yang walked towards the moth monster alone. The woman understood that Chu Yang was going to use his life to buy time for them, so she cried and pulled the child up and ran to the other side of the street. The moth monster looked at him with interest, but did not stop him. Instead, he pretended to be curious and asked, "What's the point of doing this? Do you really think you can stop me?" He took off his loose tie and tied it on his hand, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Chu Yang then replied, "I said it was meaningless from the beginning, but before I die, I want to ask you a question." "Ask." The moth monster grinned. It hadn't met such an interesting human for a long time. 2 months ago, did you meet a girl around here? Girl? Oh. I remember. There was indeed a girl. I was in a good mood that day and went out for a stroll. Halfway through, I felt like I bumped into something, and it turned out to be a person. The moth monster laughed hysterically. She was too weak, like an ant. I didn't notice her at all. I was just passing by, and I bumped into her lightly, and she died. Ha ha ha. Well, I know. Chu Yang threw the last cigarette, but to his feet and extinguished it, and rushed towards the moth monster. The Mothman scratched his head, waved his hand gently, and swept Chu Yang away. Chu Yang was like a doll, falling heavily on a car on the side of the road. The car door was dented by him, and the glass was shattered all over the floor. Ha ha ha, you don't really think of yourself as a hero? Then, Mr. Hero, I still have to go find that mother and son, so I'll leave first. You just wait to die here. Listening to the mocking words of the Mothman, Chu Yang kept spitting blood, and the world in his eyes gradually dimmed. After an unknown amount of time, he heard someone calling him. "Hey, newcomer, are you still sleeping here? Wake up for the meeting." Chapter 99. The giants are coming. We are from Konoha Village, Seoul Palace. Chu Yang from various worlds gathered again to share their experiences during this period. The latest Chu Yang to join this group came from the world of One Punch Man. Jujutsu Chu Yang patted One Punch Chu Yang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Is it hard for office workers?" One Punch Chu Yang nodded. The two who had been office workers in their respective worlds could not help but sympathize with each other. Naruto Chu Yang successfully completed the extraction of the bloodline factor of the Otsutsuki clan and evolved the Sage mode into the 6 Paths Sage mode. The one who benefited the most was the death god Chu Yang. I feel that my Zanpakuto is about to be born. It is the power of yin yang release that has prompted them to complete the transformation and advance. Death god Chu Yang said so. They, too Zanpakuto? This is rare in the world of death gods. Magic Chu Yang said in surprise. Among the death god captains, there are only 2 known owners of dual swords, and they are the 2 most proud disciples of the general captain Yamamoto, Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jishiro. Kyoraku Shunsu is also the future general captain of the Goto 13. I'm looking forward to the day when the Zanpakuto is formed. What do you think the Zanpakuto that matches our soul characteristics will look like? Demon Slayer Chu Yang looked around excitedly and asked his companions what they thought. There were only 2 things left in his world, sword skills and breathing methods, so he attached great importance to the birth of Zanpakuto. Ordinary swords cannot carry the full power of the source of breathing, even the wooden sword made by Chu Yang using would release. the power of the first form, sun and moon rotation, which Marvel Chu Yang used to fight the destroyer, and the second form, sun and moon simultaneous light, which the Jujutsu Chu Yang used to kill thousands of cursed spirits, were discounted. Perhaps only Zanpakuto can display the sword skills of the source of breathing with 100% power. Everyone discussed it at once, but could not come up with a unified answer. In the noise, Demon Slayer Chu Yang walked to the side of martial arts Chu Yang and said, "Can you collect some sword techniques on the way to Mongolia? The sword techniques of the pirate world and Demon Slayer world are too crude. Creating 2 sword techniques is already the limit." Martial arts Chu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Although the martial arts world is lower than most worlds in terms of power level, it is at a crushing level in terms of profound concepts such as lore and Tao. If the source of breathing wants to continue to move forward, it must absorb these profound martial arts concepts. The breathing method itself is derived from the art of breathing. After many days, Marvel Chu Yang learned a lot of magic in Asgard. After this sharing, Magic Chu Yang gained a lot of inspiration, and his wandless casting ability has reached a new level. It is effortless for him to cast the 3 unforgivable curses. When Marvel Chu Yang returns to Earth, he can use the Soul Reaper curse to reversely infiltrate the Hydra organization and get 2 of the Infinity Stones. After a while, the fog appeared and brought everyone back to their own world. One Punch Man world. The moth monster walked straight past the fallen Chu Yang and slowly walked towards the place where the mother and son fled. For it, the human whose life had come to an end was no longer fun to tease. Haha, these days, everyone wants to be a hero. It's really annoying. It's all because of that strange organization called the Hero Association. The moth monster thought of the Hero Association that was established not long ago, and his expression was very disdainful. So far, none of the guys who claimed to be heroes that it met could survive its attack. Many were frightened, and their performance was not as good as that of the man just now. What should we do when we find the mother and son later? The mother seems to be injured, otherwise we will keep forcing her to run away. As long as she stops, we will kill her son. Haha, her expression will definitely be very interesting. The moth monster laughed, and thinking of the young man who didn't know his own limitations just now, it subconsciously looked back. As a result, it stopped and stared blankly with this look. The young man who was supposed to be dead stood up from the pool of blood, patting the dust off his body, and the hideous wounds on the surface of his skin were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Is this guy really not an ordinary person? The moth monster had a bad premonition, but still laughed. Hey, you are quite durable. Are you really a hero? But I have killed many heroes like you. Nothing special. No matter what it said, the young man in front of it didn't seem to take it to heart, but focused on doing some common warm-up exercises, as if he was adapting to his body. The exaggerated physical ability made Chu Yang, who was still an ordinary person a second ago, not easy to adapt. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? You damn guy. The moth monster was angry. It was used to hearing the screams of fear from humans, and it couldn't stand someone standing in front of it so calmly. It was a great humiliation to its self-esteem. I heard a strange sound from just now. I thought it was a mosquito buzzing, but I didn't expect it was you. Chu Yang glanced at it lazily. Mosquitoes? What I hate most in my life is mosquitoes. The moth monster was completely furious. Chu Yang's words hit its dead spot. The wings behind it spread out and fluttered. The figure of the moth monster suddenly disappeared from the spot. As a ghost level monster with the ability to fly, its speed is even faster than some dragon level monsters. The moth monster opened its mouth in a rapid state, revealing its sharp fangs, aiming at Chu Yang's weak neck. The moment the fangs were about to touch Chu Yang's skin, they were clamped by 2 slender fingers, and the terrifying impact force also erupted at this moment. It's obviously just a moth, but its teeth are pretty good. Chu Yang broke the moth monster's teeth with force, and then punched it in the face. The explosive force directly blew it away. It knocked down more than 10 cars and a house, and dust filled the sky. Compared with the impact of Chu Yang being thrown out before, it was simply a small witch meeting a big witch. The moth monster crawled out of the ruins. The wings behind it were mostly broken, and its iron-hard shell was full of pits and blood. At this moment, it looked at Chu Yang with fear and deep fear. I'm not a monster with strength as its specialty. There is nothing to be proud of in beating me in this aspect. The moth monster sneered. Human, you will pay the price for angering me. After that, the moth monster flew directly into the sky. The reason why it was rated as a ghost level monster is that it can spread poison scale powder through the vibration of its wings. This poison scale powder is very toxic and has a strong spread. It can poison people in the entire city in an instant. Idiot. You and those ordinary people will be poisoned to death. The moth monster laughed wildly and sprinkled the poison powder on the ground. A moth is a moth, and there is nothing new about its attack method. Chu Yang sneered and summoned a shadow clone, occupying a high point in the city, and then simultaneously formed a seal and performed ninjutsu. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Several waves of fire converged together, forming a terrifying sea of fire, rolling up into the sky. The poisonous powders were instantly turned into ashes under the scouring of the sea of fire. The moth monster showed horror on his face and flapped his wings with all his strength to fly high, but he still couldn't escape the engulfment of the sea of fire. With a shrill scream, the moth monster's whole body was burning with hot flames, and the poisonous powder on his body became an excellent fuel. The fire burned more and more vigorously until it could not make any sound at all. In a corner of the city, a mother and son who were running for their lives stopped and stared at this scene blankly. Mom, that big brother is a hero, right? He saved us. Yes, child, he is. Emergency report. Emergency report. The danger in D-City has been lifted. The ghost level monsters wandering in the city have been eliminated. Residents of D-City can return to the city and resume normal life. The emergency news on TV appeared again. The person in the picture was still the news anchor who informed everyone to leave in the morning, but the content was different. He excitedly told the public the good news, but there was some fear in his words. The emergency broadcast was clearly transmitted to every corner of the city through the radio, and the fleeing crowd stopped on the road and listened quietly. Many people smiled with relief after surviving the disaster. Some people collapsed and squatted on the ground crying. Are the heroes coming so soon? Those guys are usually slow, but I didn't expect them to come so timely this time. How can you talk like that? They protected us. Huh. I remember they all get paid by the Hero Association, right? Everyone works for money. What do you mean by protection or not? Even if that's the case, you don't have to say that, right? A big quarrel broke out in the crowd. Some people were grateful for being protected, and some people took it for granted. The content of the quarrel was popular. In fact, every time a city was attacked by a weirdo, similar voices could be heard more or less afterwards. If Chu Yang was here, he would probably just laugh it off. What he wanted to protect was never these people, but the kindness left in his heart by the deceased girl. The demon level monsters were quickly eliminated, and many air level heroes who were going to help D-City returned empty-handed, which also attracted the attention of the A-City Hero Association headquarters. After confirming that it was not the work of a registered hero, the Hero Association immediately sent people to D-City to investigate. Chu Yang's battle with the moth monster did not affect the nearby infrastructure. They easily obtained the surveillance video of the road and saw the whole process of the battle. About 2 days later, someone knocked on the door of Chu Yang's house. Chu Yang opened the door and a middle-aged man in a suit stood outside the house. Hello, Mr. Chu Yang. My name is Foster, from the Hero Association. The man named Foster introduced himself politely and looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Chu Yang's image was more ordinary than he imagined. It was like a young man next door who had just entered society. You are quite fast. Of course, it is no small matter to destroy a demon level monster. But it is only a demon level monster. Haha, Mr. Chu Yang is too modest. I have seen your battles. The enemy had no power to fight back, and you won easily. Chu Yang laughed. Then you must not have watched the first half. I was beaten badly. Foster replied solemnly. That just proves your potential. It is very rare for a genius like you who has just awakened his ability to defeat a demon level monster. Chu Yang nodded without comment and then invited Foster into the house. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Foster explained his purpose. He came to invite Chu Yang to join the Hero Association. If I join the association, do I need to start as a C-class hero? How is that possible, Mr. Chu Yang? You have eliminated the ghost class monsters alone. The association is going to rate you as A class, but the ranking will be lower. Chu Yang thought about it for a while and was about to agree, but before that, he made a request. I don't want to leave D-City in a short time. You have to give me a task, preferably around D-City, otherwise I may not be able to execute it. One day in the future, the Giant Brotherhood will pass by here and destroy the city. If Chu Yang can't stop this, then everything he did today will be meaningless. And next to D-City is Z-City, which is where Mr. Saitama is. Chu Yang will contact the other party sooner or later. The biggest attraction of this world to him is to figure out how to break his own limiter. Hearing Chu Yang's request, Foster scratched his head awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed. According to the regulations, heroes below S-class must unconditionally obey the association's allocation. Chu Yang is only A-class, or at the bottom level. It is difficult for him to agree to the other party. But Chu Yang's potential is extraordinary, which makes Foster not want to give up on him easily. Mr. Chu Yang, please wait a moment. I need to ask the headquarters for their opinion. Foster stood up, smiled awkwardly, took out his phone, and walked to the balcony. Chu Yang nodded, motioning him to go ahead. After a while, Foster, who was on the phone, came back and said with regret, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu Yang, the headquarters did not agree to your request. In fact, we originally wanted to invite you to the headquarters of the Hero Association. There are many big shots there who need private bodyguards, and the remuneration given is very generous." Chu Yang waved his hand to interrupt Foster's words. "Let's stop here, Mr. Foster. I'm sorry." Foster was about to say something, and finally sighed helplessly, got up and left. He really felt it was a pity. This young man always gave him a sense of security as stable as Mount Tae, which was stronger than those S-level heroes he had seen before. Chu Yang didn't think it was a pity that they couldn't reach an agreement. Anyway, his original intention of joining the Hero Association was just to have another opportunity to contact Saitama. Money or reputation, these are not what Chu Yang wants to pursue. Breaking the limiter is the only goal. Night. The whole city became extremely quiet, like a giant quietly sleeping. Chu Yang's figure appeared around the city. He was setting up a barrier, trying to cover the entire city of D. The barrier can be activated at the moment when the city is hit by a devastating blow, resisting most of the damage. In this way, the damage to the city, caused by the aftermath of the battle between Chu Yang and the giant Malgeri, can be minimized. Half a month later, the giant Malgeri appeared in City D. The towering huge body is extremely oppressive, and the chest and above are completely covered by clouds. When it is stepped on, a terrifying air wave will be set off around it. The Hero Association rated it as a demon-level monster, which is very stupid. Its true strength is undoubtedly above the demon level. It's just that Saitama is too strong and can kill it with one punch, which makes Malgeri look like a weak chicken. Under the emergency notice, people began to flee the city in a panic. Many people saw Malgeri's huge body and were so scared that they couldn't walk. Malgeri waved his hand, and the terrifying wind pressure directly destroyed a forest around the city. Many people saw this scene through the TV news broadcast. How can we escape the attack of such a huge monster? The citizens stared blankly. Despair was gradually spreading. We will die if we escape like this. Didn't you see it? The giant just clapped his hands and the whole forest disappeared. Instead of trying to squeeze out, it's better to stay here and wait for death. Someone in the crowd shouted hysterically, as if he had collapsed. Where are the heroes? Where are they? Please save me. I will never say bad things about you again. Some people were angry, some begged, some were sad, and some laughed wildly. Between life and death, all kinds of sentient beings emerged one by one. Chu Yang, standing on the top of the tall building, watched this scene silently. The giant slowly walked towards this side. Its target was not actually D-City, it was just passing by, but this city was blocking its way forward, and was very annoying. Malgeri raised his arms high with an indifferent look, as if he was the devil who was responsible for judging the sins of all sentient beings at the moment of doomsday. It waved its arms vigorously, and the wind pressure caused by the terrifying force even caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. The strong wind did not destroy the city as Malgeri imagined. Instead, it was blocked by an inexplicable force the moment it approached the city. 4 purple barriers lit up around City D, then the barriers closed and protected it firmly. 4 purple flame arrays. The citizens looked up blankly, and then they found that there were solid barriers formed by purple flames all around. What is this? The scientist Focko standing on Maljerry's shoulder pushed up his glasses. Maljerry and Focko are brothers. Maljerry, the younger brother, became a supergiant because he drank the ultimate steroid preparation made by his brother Focko. As he became bigger and stronger, his intelligence also decreased greatly. The current giant Maljerry is not much different from a mentally retarded person. Brother, purple wall. Whether it is a wall or something else, as long as it blocks our way, we will clear it all. Maljerry. Got it, brother. Maljerry walked towards City D, with hundreds of thousands of tons of weight stepping on the ground, and the vibration caused by each step was like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Countless citizens squatted on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Fokgeo looked down at the ground coldly, his mouth corners raised. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of the world. In the distance, a small black dot was approaching quickly. Fokgeo restrained his smile and said impatiently, "It's those guys who call themselves heroes again, coming to die one after another, like mosquitoes. Mortals, Maljerry, kill him." "Okay, brother." Maljerry stared at the small black dot. When the other party approached, he suddenly punched out, and the fist wind tore the space in front of him, forming a bigger storm. Chu Yang swayed in the wind, and the barrier behind him began to flicker. He realized that, if he fought near this place, the 4 purple flame formation would be destroyed sooner or later. The next moment, Chu Yang began to form a seal. A huge wooden man broke out of the ground. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1000 meters. 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the size of the wooden man was the same as the giant Maljerry. In addition, there was a wooden dragon winding around the waist of the wooden man. The dragon head was raised high, staring at the giant with a stern look. Chu Yang stood on the wooden man's shoulder, looking at Fokgeo from a distance. How can something that is only good for show be compared with Maljerry? Fokgeo sneered. "Smash him for me, Maljerry." The giant roared and rushed towards the wooden man, attacking violently like a beast. The wooden man stretched out his hand and pinched the giant's mouth, and the roar suddenly stopped. Then he hit the giant's jaw with an uppercut. Boom. 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 Maljerry was hit by the powerful fist and retreated again and again. The whole person leaned back and almost fell down. He stood up with great difficulty. Fokko was not so lucky. He staggered and slipped from Maljerry's shoulder, falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Maljerry. Fokko called his brother's name in fear. The giant looked down slowly and found that his brother had fallen. "Brother." Maljerry excitedly reached out to grab Fokko. "No." Fokko seemed to realize something and screamed. Bang! A ball of blood burst out from Maljerry's palm. When he let go, there was no trace of his brother, only a pile of blood and flesh residue. Chu Yang sighed. The ending of history is always surprisingly similar. Maljerry was stunned for a while, howled to the sky, and said in grief and anger, "Brother." The brother control giant fell into extreme rage. He regarded the wooden man in front of him as the culprit, and locked it with his scholar eyes. Boom. 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 Maljerry ran wildly, and the surroundings shook violently. Seeing this, Chu Yang controlled the wooden man to squat down, and met the enemy's brutal collision in a sumo posture. Boom. The two huge monsters collided fiercely, and the shockwave blew away the helicopter that was broadcasting, live in the nearby sky. 5 helicopters. After the storm, only one was left. The LED screen in the center of D City, relying on the remaining helicopter, was broadcasting this scene in real time, and countless citizens were watching with bated breath. The 4 purple flame formation once again resisted the storm, but the barrier became much dimmer, and it was obviously unable to withstand the next attack. "We have to get this guy away," Chu Yang muttered. The wooden man under him responded at the same time, and the power burst out completely, pushing Maljerry forward. The position where the two sides wrestled left a deep gully. "You bastard." Maljerry gritted his teeth. His veins popped up all over his body, and he squeezed out all his strength to stabilize his body. He was about to fight back. Who knew that the wooden man on the opposite side had taken action before him, and when he reacted, he found that his arms had been clamped by the other side. The small black dot standing on the wooden man's shoulder was covered with dazzling blue lightning. Marjorie suddenly felt a chill all over his body, his heart palpitated violently, and an indescribable fear spread in his heart. "Let me go." Marjorie struggled frantically, trying to escape, and the space and the ground were shaking everywhere. Lightning armor, breath of the source, armament haki, etc. Except for the sage mode, Chu Yang stacked all the buffs that could be stacked. In the end, he had 2 more wooden swords in his hands, one shining with dazzling sunlight, and the other flowing with bright moonlight. Although it's not full power, it's almost 60% to 70%, which is considered to be respectful to you. Chu Yang smiled, jumped up, turned into a dazzling stream of light, and shot out. The dazzling light pierced Marjorie's heart directly, and his chest was like being pierced by a cannonball and exploded. Blood poured down like a torrent. Mulgrew yelled hysterically for a few times, his breath getting weaker and weaker. The wooden man picked him up and threw him aside like trash. Chu Yang sat back on the wooden man's shoulder. The picture on the LED screen was frozen on his indifferent face, and this face was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in City D. Foster, who was far away in City A, saw the news and once again confirmed the fact that Chu Yang had unlimited potential, so he was impatient to find his immediate supervisor. Believe me, he will definitely become an S-class hero. There is no problem giving him some privileges in advance. Foster, that giant is not as powerful as you think. According to the investigation, it is just a human mutated by drugs. But Chu Yang also showed overwhelming strength. This is the second ghost level monster he defeated. He has just awakened. The supervisor seemed to be a little moved. He suddenly fell silent. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he sighed. "Foster, I will believe you once. From today on, you will be his specialist and responsible for the connection between him and the headquarters." Foster jumped up excitedly. Becoming a specialist means that his status in the Hero Association will rise with Chu Yang's strength in the future. And Foster is very optimistic about Chu Yang's future. After experiencing the battle with the giant, Chu Yang became famous in D-City. What followed was endless harassment. His address was leaked by his former colleagues in the workplace. Now many media squatted at his door every day to prepare for an exclusive interview. After becoming a household name hero, Chu Yang got the gift of being homeless. Alas, these people are so boring every day. Chu Yang stood in the dark of the alley, looking at the crowds of people at the door of his house, and shook his head helplessly. Get used to it. You will often encounter such things in the future, but this time, I suggest you move. Foster appeared silently behind Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at Foster in surprise, and the latter took out a briefcase and shook it in front of him. "I brought you a new contract, Mr. Chu Yang." Foster smiled. "I'm not interested in being a bodyguard." Chu Yang stretched and replied lazily. "Of course not this." Foster was a little embarrassed, but still said, "The headquarters agreed to your request. As long as you are willing, you will be a member of the Hero Association from today." After that, Foster took out a freshly printed contract from the briefcase and handed it to Chu Yang. "Take your time to read the terms on it. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time." Chu Yang took the contract and nodded. Foster left his contact information and walked out of the alley. Late at night, seeing that they had not been able to stop Chu Yang for the whole day, the busybodies finally left in disappointment. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but not long after returning home, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it again?" After hiding for a day, Chu Yang's temper also came up. He walked to the door with a gloomy face, pushed it open, and stood outside a man in a windbreaker. The man was about 40 years old, with a mustache and black framed glasses. He was a bit rough in his literary style. "Hello, Mr. Chu Yang, I'm Rod, the chief of the Major Disaster Response Section of the D-City Metropolitan Police Department." The middle-aged man named Rod smiled. His eyes were very sharp. "Metropolitan Police Department?" Chu Yang was stunned. In recent years, the Hero Association has been very popular and has taken care of almost all matters related to public security, making the existence of the police extremely transparent. He almost forgot about the existence of the other party. Rod was not angry about Chu Yang's attitude. Instead, he showed a self-deprecating smile. These days, the word police is unfamiliar to people, right? Everyone is used to asking heroes for help when they have problems. The police seem incompetent. Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. That's not what I meant. I'm just a little curious why Officer Road came to me. Road took a deep breath and said solemnly, I have an impatient temper, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope Mr. Chu Yang can join our Metropolitan Police Department as a security consultant. Join the Metropolitan Police Department? Become a policeman? Chu Yang looked at Road in surprise. Road smiled bitterly and said, as I said just now, the public is more willing to believe in so-called heroes than us. Nowadays, the word police is almost becoming a derogatory term. The influence of the Hero Association is getting bigger and bigger. Even the government can't restrain them. Many senior officials have even turned to this organization. Road said solemnly, this is not a good thing. The Hero Association is an organization led by the big tycoon or genie. Its essence is to serve the rich. Ordinary people are just incidental protection objects. When this organization completely replaces us, it is still unknown whether ordinary people can still be protected. Chu Yang listened silently. In fact, Road's worries are not groundless. The Hero Association has had many usurpation behaviors before, but since it has indeed rescued many civilians, everyone has turned a blind eye. It is more obvious that, although the Hero Association has contracted many post-war reconstruction tasks, it also often arbitrarily occupies land and carries out self-interested transformation. I do my own thing. No one can guarantee what this force, which is completely organized by the wealth of the rich, will become after gaining actual power. Even if it is so supported by the people now. Chu Yang could sense Road's eagerness, but he didn't want to get involved in the game between forces, so he shook his head. The light in Road's eyes quickly dimmed, and his disappointment was beyond words. There are too few people as powerful as Chu Yang who have not been absorbed by the Hero Association. Excuse me, has the Hero Association contacted you? They gave me a contract today. No wonder. Road showed a self-deprecating expression of resignation. The Metropolitan Police Department really can't offer better conditions than the other party, especially for a strong man like you. Chu Yang shook his head and said, they did give me very good treatment, but this is not the reason why I joined them. Except for S-level heroes, the income level of heroes at other levels is really not high. Ron looked at Chu Yang with a puzzled face. The Hero Association has problems, but does the Metropolitan Police Department have no problems? Mr. Odd, if you keep putting the blame on others, even if I join you, the police's position will not improve at all. The Hero Association was only established a few years ago, and it has been a pitiful short time. Before the Hero Association appeared, the police were the ones people relied on. And what did you do? Disappointment is not accumulated in one day, Mr. Rod. Rod was speechless and lowered his head in shame, trembling slightly. Chu Yang sighed. Although some words are hurtful, they still have to be said. If the Metropolitan Police Department really intends to make changes. The next day, Foster came to Chu Yang's house happily and signed a contract with the other party, and Chu Yang officially became an A-level hero. Temporarily ranked 10th. A coffee shop on the commercial street in the center of the city. Why would this guy whose name I've never heard of take my place? Because he's been on TV. That weirdo who mutated by taking medicine is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If it were me, I could easily defeat him. The Stinger, who had just been pushed down from the 10th place of the A-level hero by Chu Yang, complained angrily to his companions, asking why he was pushed down instead of others. Sitting next to the Stinger was Golden Bull, who was also an A-level hero and ranked 26th. Because of Chu Yang, he is now 27th. It's really strange. It's not even time for open recruitment yet, and suddenly a hero I've never seen before suddenly appeared and was directly promoted to 10th place. Golden Bull dressed like a rapper, with a small goatee. When he spoke, his brows were unconsciously furrowed, and he looked like he had a deep hatred for his enemies. Do you think that guy got in through the back door? This kind of thing is not very common. There are many such guys in the association. The man who was speaking was wearing a brown snake pattern suit and a red tie. He was a little thin and looked very depressed. He is Snake, who ranks last among the A-class heroes. Snake's remarks are deeply recognized by Venom Sting. That guy must have used a back door. Venom Sting said indignantly, I will go to D-City to challenge him in front of everyone and take back my 10th place. Golden Bull frowned and said, this is not good. The meaningless fight between heroes may lead to punishment from the association. Venom Sting's attitude is very firm, and he said in a deep voice, I must challenge him. Snake said, it doesn't matter. As long as the fight is not too serious, the association will not care so much. At most, it will just warn you. Snake was eager for Venom Sting to challenge Chu Yang, because the guy who suddenly appeared made his ranking at the bottom even more precarious. Venom Sting is also impatient. As soon as he made a decision, he immediately got up and hurriedly left the cafe. Golden Bull looked at his back and said worriedly, this is going to be a mess. Venom Sting arrived in D-City by tram the next day. Chu Yang happened to be dealing with a tiger level monster near the station. He didn't use anything, not even his domineering aura. He just used his physical strength to kill the opponent in seconds. His fist as big as a casserole landed on the monster, just like a butcher beating meatballs. In the blink of an eye, the monster became a pool of meat paste. As soon as Dust Stinger left the station, he saw the brutal scene. His eyelids jumped suddenly, and he licked his chapped lips. What a fierce newcomer. Is his specialty strength? It doesn't matter. I can restrain him with technology. Dust Stinger cheered himself up and strode towards Chu Yang with great momentum. Chu Yang also noticed the exaggerated style of Dust Stinger, whose hairstyle looked like a non-mainstream person who had been hanging out in internet cafes for many years. The spear in his hand looked like a genital inexplicably. Are you the newcomer who ranked 10th in A level right from the start? The name seems to be Chu Yang. It's really hard to pronounce. Dust Stinger looked unfriendly and his tone was even more provocative. What's wrong with you? Chu Yang clapped his hands indifferently and cleaned the blood and flesh on it. Poison Sting sneered. Thanks to you, I was originally the 10th, but now I'm the 11th. Chu Yang felt that he was a little puzzled and frowned. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? If you were the 9th, you wouldn't be squeezed out. For a moment, Poison Sting felt that what Chu Yang said made sense. The confrontation between the two soon attracted a lot of onlookers, and some people had already taken out their mobile phones to record. In short, I want to challenge you to prove that I'm still the 10th hero. Poison Sting raised his favorite gun bamboo shoot forward, pointing the tip of the gun directly at Chu Yang, provoking him mercilessly. Why don't you challenge the 9th directly? Is it because you can't beat him? Or is it because you like the number 10 too much? Chu Yang asked sincerely. This question made Poison Sting a little angry. In his words, he was bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, but from an objective point of view, he did feel that way. Poison Sting was awkward and suddenly found that it was not right to fight, and it was not right not to fight. The people around him had already started to laugh. I was just joking. You can just do it. I also want to prove the value of my 10th place. Chu Yang put on a kind smile and spoke in a gentle tone, but it made Poison Stinger feel a little creepy. At this moment, he could not care too much. Poison Stinger rushed towards Chu Yang with a gun and took the lead in attacking. Special move, Giant Spiral Stinger. The gun head spun rapidly like an electric current, and the sound of breaking through the air was deafening. This is Poison Stinger's unique skill. In the past, it was always effective against tiger level monsters. It was a one-hit kill move. When facing ghost level monsters, it still has a certain lethality. The long spear was like lightning and pierced Chu Yang's face in an instant. Chu Yang wrapped his whole body with armed color, stretched out a palm, and blocked the long spear. The sharp tip of the spear pierced Chu Yang's palm, bursting with brilliant flames. Poison Stinger's eyes widened, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Someone actually blocked his giant spiral stinger with his hand, and was not injured. This guy must be a weirdo. The passers-by who were watching also took a deep breath, and were as silent as a cicada. Chu Yang grabbed the tip of the spear, and suddenly sparks flew everywhere, like cherry blossoms falling, and the rotating spear slowly stopped. No matter how hard Dust Sting tried, the spear did not move, and was held tightly by Chu Yang. Chu Yang grinned. You have worked so hard all the way, you should not have rested much, right? Dust Sting looked up at him blankly. Have a good sleep. Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward and kicked Dust Sting hard in the chest and abdomen. This kick made Dust Sting's internal organs churn inside his body. Dust Sting took a few deep breaths. His vision became increasingly dim, and he finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The next second, flashes burst out. The onlookers took photos and videos crazily to record this humiliating moment. Chu Yang shook his head. Tomorrow morning, Dust Sting will be on the news. In the crowd, a pair of eyes stared at Chu Yang. As more and more people gathered around, Chu Yang had to quietly leave, leaving Ducey sleeping on the ground. He originally wanted to send the other party to a clinic or hospital. It's really troublesome. I hope other people will be more careful and stop looking for trouble. If you want to rank up, the best way is to kill monsters. On the way home, Chu Yang was complaining when he suddenly found someone blocking the way. Again. Is this never going to end? Chu Yang scratched his head, looking impatient. The man suddenly said, "You are a ninja, right? Which ninja village are you from?" Chu Yang was stunned and subconsciously said, "I'm from Konoha village." The man's expression became blank. Where is Konoha village from? Chapter 100 The Prelude to the War. The deal between Chu Yang and Odin. Sonic stared at the man in front of him with vigilance. Konoha village? Which ninja village is this? He himself is a ninja from a ninja village, but he has never heard of the existence of such a ninja village. On the other side, Chu Yang also realized that he had said the wrong thing, smiled awkwardly, and then asked, "Who are you?" Sonic's mouth corners raised, and he laughed arrogantly. "My name is Sonic the Speed Sonic, and I'm the strongest ninja in the world today. I have seen the video of you fighting against the giant. Although you use ninjutsu that I have never seen before, I'm sure that you are a ninja. I came here to subdue you. Join me and grow the name of ninja with me." Before Sonic finished speaking, Chu Yang had already waved his hand and yawned as he passed by him. "Hey, don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. You. Sorry, I'm not interested in your ideals. Go find someone else." Sonic trotted all the way and circled in front of Chu Yang again, stretched out his hand to signal Chu Yang to stop, took a deep breath and said, "I didn't think it through. You haven't seen my strength, so it's understandable that you think I'm bragging." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. That's not what I meant. I'm just not interested." Of course he knew Sonic's strength. Apart from the protagonist Saitama, there are really few people in the plot who can make Sonic lose face. Most of the people he fights are dragon level monsters or S-level heroes. Sonic's strength is unquestionable. He is a first tier strongman in the One Punch Man world. I will convince you. Sonic took out the shuriken and threw it at Chu Yang without saying a word. "You are very rude." Chu Yang turned his head to avoid the shuriken, and 2 seconds later, the shuriken exploded behind him on the right. "Your reaction speed is really fast. Compared with me, there is only a fine line between you and me." Sonic looked at Chu Yang with admiration, but I will not hold back in the next attack. After saying that, Sonic flashed and split into 2 after images on the spot. Secret technique to shadow burials. Seeing Sonic perform a copycat version of Shadow Clone, Chu Yang found it funny. So he also used the Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clone quietly appeared behind Sonic and reached out to press his shoulder. Sonic was startled and looked back. His pupils suddenly contracted. "When did he appear behind me?" Sonic looked back again. He found that Chu Yang was still standing there, not moving. So he looked back at the shadow clone behind him. It was alive. Sonic looked back again and again, with an unbelievable look on his face. What is this?" Sonic was shocked and began to stutter. "Clone technique. You said you are a ninja, but you don't even know such a basic ninjutsu?" Chu Yang looked at him with contempt. "Basic ninjutsu?" Sonic felt that his brain was about to overload. He had been in the ninja village for so many years, but he had never heard that the clone technique could be separated into entities. "You were the last in school, weren't you?" The teacher never listened carefully in class. Chu Yang teased Sonic, who had a dull look, with a half smile. "Bullshit. We never taught this kind of thing. It's obviously your ninja village that is weird." The word last obviously stimulated Sonic's self-esteem, because when he was in the ninja village, he was really ranked at the bottom for a long time. By the way, it was precisely because of his long-term last place that Sonic was able to develop a supernatural gastrointestinal digestion ability in a harsh living environment, and his resistance to toxins was very high. Flash, who ranks 13th among the current S-class heroes, is a ninja who graduated at the same time as Sonic. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Flash killed all the instructors, classmates, and staff of the ninja village. As for Sonic, Flash didn't have the heart to kill him directly because of his old friendship. Instead, he used poison. Sonic just relied on his high resistance to poison to escape. I suggest you go back to study again, and then come out to talk about the ideal of strengthening ninjas. Chu Yang kindly warned him, lest he meet Mr. Saitama in the future and inevitably become a lone testicle ranger. Sonic obviously didn't take Chu Yang's kindness seriously and angrily attacked the shadow clones around him. Sonic Heavy Punch. Wind Blade Kick. Sonic's speed was as fast as lightning. In almost the blink of an eye, dozens of punches fell on the shadow clone like raindrops. Then, he kicked the shadow clone's vitals with a sharp kick like a blade. After 2 fierce killing moves, Sonic smiled confidently. It's just a clone. When he tried to catch up with Chu Yang, the shadow clone blocked him again. Sonic's eyes widened. What else? After the shadow clone, there was another shadow clone. Sonic looked around. There were countless shadow clones standing on the streets, rooftops, and roadsides. They were crowded, and the crowd was surging. Sonic's scalp was numb. Chu Yang's figure was getting farther and farther away. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, saying lightly, "Let him kill." Then, the shadow clones rushed forward and completely submerged Sonic and the crowd. In the next few days, Sonic kept challenging Chu Yang. Then he was ravaged by Chu Yang with various ninjutsu. Chu Yang, who has the 6 paths sage mode, can theoretically perform all the 5 element of escape techniques. Fire escape, water escape, lightning escape, earth escape, wind escape. Sonic, who has seen a lot of ninjutsu, has a bright light in his eyes. After leaving the ninja village, he clearly felt his life goal for the first time. This is what a ninja is. What I learned before is all bullshit. Ding dong, the doorbell rang quickly. Again. Are you annoying? I will beat the shit out of you today. Chu Yang, who finally got a nap, got up from the bed in anger. He opened the door and saw Sonic's annoying face. You like to die, right? I'll make you delete your account and start over. Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and was about to send him to the west, but Sonic knelt down and looked at Chu Yang with his eyes sparkling. Master, Sonic said with a sincere expression and a pious tone, please allow me to call you Master. From today on, I want to follow you to practice, inherit your ninjutsu, and become the strongest ninja. Chu Yang. Sonic grabbed Chu Yang's hand and blinked. Master, I believe you will agree. After all, it's not easy to find a genius disciple like me. Bang. Chu Yang slammed the door shut. Get off my feet. From then on, Sonic came to Chu Yang's house day after day, insisting on becoming Chu Yang's disciple. He had made up his mind to learn the most advanced ninjutsu from Chu Yang. Chu Yang was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. If Sonic had come to cause trouble, he would have killed him, but he came to Chu Yang to become his disciple, and he was so submissive that Chu Yang could not bring himself to punish him. Another day, Chu Yang received a mission to go out and eliminate a monster. When he arrived at the scene, the tiger-level monster had already been killed by Sonic. Surrounded by the crowd of curious people, Sonic ran to Chu Yang and said earnestly, Master, the mission has been completed. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Once a monster appeared in D-City, Sonic would definitely get rid of it before Chu Yang, calling it doing it for the master. If this continued, Chu Yang would be out of work. Apart from anything else, you are really fast. Where did you get the information from? Chu Yang looked at Sonic in confusion. This guy told me. Sonic pointed at Foster who was hiding in the crowd. Chu Yang looked over, and Foster smiled awkwardly. Mr. Sonic knows that you are a registered hero with the Hero Association, and asked me what I can do to help Mr. Chu Yang, so. Foster hurriedly stepped forward to explain, fearing that it would cause Chu Yang's displeasure. Originally, he thought Chu Yang had the potential to be an S-class hero, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Chu Yang. His apprentice has S-class strength. How strong must the master be? Damn it. I'm going to take off. Foster was so happy in his heart. Suddenly seeing Chu Yang's indifferent eyes, the whole person trembled violently, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Mr. Foster, do you like to find someone to replace me so much? Hearing this, Foster's heart almost jumped out of his throat, and he quickly explained, no, I don't mean that, Mr. Chu. It's mainly because Mr. Sonic insisted on sharing your worries. Chu Yang ignored him, turned his head, and looked at Sonic seriously. What do you want to do? Sonic replied solemnly, I want to become a real ninja under the guidance of my master. Chu Yang didn't want to lie to him, so he pointed out directly, impossible, you don't have this talent. Chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. Theoretically, anyone can cultivate this power. But at the same time, it is also a special power that is limited by the rules of the world. The same as spiritual power and magic. Hearing Chu Yang's decisive reply, Sonic's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, is there no possibility at all? Chu Yang shook his head decisively, no. Sonic was struck by lightning, shaky, the light in his eyes quickly dissipated, and he became numb and sluggish. Foster scratched his head, thinking that Sonic was so strong. What was he going to learn from Chu Yang? If you understand, stop here, don't come to me in the future. Before leaving, Chu Yang glared at Foster fiercely, and the latter nodded and apologized. Sonic just stared at Chu Yang's back, standing there motionless, from day to night. Many years ago, when he was in the ninja village, the people around him, whether instructors or classmates, repeatedly emphasized one sentence to him. You are a person without talent, so you are the last one. Sonic survived the graduation ceremony by chance, but it did not mean that he had a new life, nor did it mean that this sentence disappeared from his heart. On the contrary, he still kept this sentence in his heart. Master, I have never believed in talent. The next day, the doorbell of Chu Yang's house rang as usual. He opened the door. Master. It was Sonic outside the door again, carrying large and small plastic bags, all of which were food. He said seriously, I've thought about it carefully. Just helping to kill a few monsters is not enough to express my sincerity. From today on, I will serve you in all aspects, until you are satisfied. Bang. Chu Yang slammed the door and closed it. This guy's really stupid. I told you that you can't learn it. Chu Yang turned back to the room with a headache. Sonic was still knocking on the door and shouted, Master, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Brother, this is really not a question of hard work. You have to break the dimensional wall. Chu Yang sighed helplessly, silently returned to the front door, opened it, and said impatiently, don't shout, I'll give you one chance. If it doesn't work, get out. Sonic was overjoyed, nodding his head repeatedly. Master, don't worry, I will never let you down. Chu Yang asked unhappily, why do you have to worship me as your master? Do you like being a ninja so much? Liking to be a ninja is one thing, wanting to learn ninjutsu from you is another thing. Sonic suddenly felt embarrassed, blushing and shaking back and forth, saying awkwardly, because that is very handsome. Chu Yang. Sonic suddenly imitated Chu Yang's seal and said, fire style, great fireball technique. That's it. Don't you think it's very handsome? Chu Yang suddenly regretted it a little. Fuck. Chu Yang snatched the plastic bag from Sonic's hand and closed the door tightly with his backhand. Master. Marvel World. Chu Yang, who nominally became Thor's aide, spent all day in Asgard's magic library, greedily absorbing the magic knowledge here. He had no way to help Thor. Since Odin was still alive, there were only a handful of forces in the Seven Realms, or even in the entire universe, that dared to confront Asgard head-on, so Asgard was very peaceful. At least that was the case for now. For small-scale regional conflicts, Thor would just rely on brute force to get through them, and there was no need for strategies and plots. And even if Chu Yang occasionally made some suggestions, that guy would quickly forget them. In the Avengers, Thor's intelligence could only compete with the Hulk. Over time, Chu Yang became like an airman. Chu Yang liked this state. As long as he didn't do anything to get married, no one would come to restrain him, and he was very free. One day after staying in Asgard for a few months, Thor suddenly found Chu Yang in a hurry. You look like a primary school student whose breakfast was taken away by someone. Chu Yang joked. Normally, Thor would probably tell Chu Yang another not so funny joke in response, but at this moment, his expression was unusually serious. Chu Yang subconsciously felt that something big was going to happen. Father said Loki went to Earth and got the cosmic cube that father had sealed on Earth. I must go to Earth and bring Loki and the cosmic cube back. Chu Yang put down the magic book in his hand and smiled. Does that mean my study abroad career is over? Yes, my brother. The Rainbow Bridge was still in a damaged state, and if he wanted to return to Earth, he could only rely on Odin's power. Odin could teleport Thor to Earth, but this would exhaust his power and he would not be able to recover in a short time. If it wasn't an emergency, Odin would never take such a risk. The peace of Asgard was entirely based on his personal deterrence. As long as he showed a little flaw, the last disaster would happen again. The entire universe was not just the frost giants coveting Asgard. Odin knows better than anyone what the cosmic cube is. If this thing falls into the hands of certain people, not only will the 9 realms be in trouble, but it may also cause a greater disaster. This is why Odin sent Thor to Earth. Chu Yang was just a byproduct. Thor brought Chu Yang to the main hall of the palace. Odin was sitting on the throne. When he saw the two of them, he slowly stood up, first greeted Chu Yang, and then told Thor to bring the cosmic cube back. Queen Frigga, Thor's mother, was beside him, responsible for assisting Odin in performing teleportation magic. As the most powerful magician in Asgard, Frigga was the main force in constructing teleportation magic, and Odin was just a provider of energy. Chu Yang had been in Asgard for such a long time, and the person he had the most contact with was not Thor, but the Queen of Gods in front of him. Asgard's magic library was managed by Frigga, and Frigga herself also admired Chu Yang's talent in magic. In her opinion, Chu Yang's talent even surpassed most of the gods. What impressed her more than his talent was Chu Yang's thirst for knowledge. After Odin and Thor finished talking, Frigga walked to Thor again and gently reminded him to be careful and safe. She did not doubt her son's ability, but was worried about his reckless style of behavior. Then, Frigga looked at Chu Yang again and said gently, "My child, Thor is troublesome to you." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Queen of Gods, please rest assured." Frigga sighed softly and said reluctantly, "I really hope you can stay for a while. In the whole Asgard, except for Loki, you are the only one who can talk to me about magic." Speaking of Loki, Frigga looked sad. "Okay, Frigga, let's stop talking nonsense here. They should leave." Odin began to cast a spell, preparing to teleport the two back to Earth. A colorful halo rose under the feet of the two, like a rainbow bridge lit up. Chu Yang stared at Odin silently, trying to remember the details of his spell. A trace of fatigue flashed across Odin's face, and his brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, the teleportation magic was more difficult than he expected. After a burst of bright light, Chu Yang and Thor were still standing there. The two looked at each other. Odin exclaimed softly, and turned to look at Frigga, who was also surprised. The couple stepped forward, and looked at Chu Yang. "Child, you have a power that is no less than Thor's in your body, which will increase the consumption of teleportation magic." Odin smiled awkwardly. Thor asked anxiously, "Can't we go to Earth?" Frigga shook her head and explained, "You can, but he can't. Your father and I can't teleport two people back in a short time." Thor scratched his head and looked at Chu Yang awkwardly. He called others over excitedly, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Chu Yang didn't care, but just thought silently. Odin coughed dryly. "Get ready to go." "Wait a minute." Chu Yang thought about it, made a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god spell on the spot, and then asked Thor to carry it with him. The three looked at Chu Yang curiously, and Frigga asked, "What is this?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "This is a coordinate. If successful, I can return to Earth through this coordinate." Theoretically, the flying thunder god technique, as a time-space ninjutsu, has no distance limit. It can be teleported from one space to another. Chu Yang has already proved this in the Naruto world. However, since the distance from Asgard to Earth is too far, Chu Yang does not know whether this theory can still be established, so he can only try it out. Odin and Frigga were a little surprised. Thor did not understand, but just glanced at his parents' expressions and subconsciously felt that the little cone in his hand was very powerful. Odin smiled and said, did you create a new magic? Chu Yang shook his head and said, it's just the wisdom of our ancestors. Frigga didn't know which predecessor had created similar magic. Anyway, she had never read any books about it in the library. You are a smart child. I believe in your ability, but are you sure it's safe? I'm asking about you. Frigga still had that worried expression. Queen of Gods, please rest assured. Even if it fails, it won't have any impact on me and Thor. Chu Yang explained softly. Frigga's brows relaxed, and she nodded to Odin. The latter cast the magic again and reminded him, Thor, you must bring back Loki in the cosmic cube. A flash of white light, and Thor's figure disappeared in the temple. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and felt the existence of the spell. Not long after, he breathed a sigh of relief and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. The existence of the spell became very weak, but it could still serve as an anchor for releasing the flying thunder god. Frigga saw the smile on Chu Yang's lips, and realized that his magic had succeeded. She smiled happily and said, congratulations, Kit, you can go home now. Don't forget to say hello to your family for me. The figures of Tony, Happy, and Pepper flashed through Chu Yang's mind. He smiled and said, I will, Queen of Gods. Odin suddenly said, you can actually leave a coordinate here. Chu Yang looked at him in surprise. Odin explained, Thor and Frigga both like you very much. I hope you can come back to see them occasionally. Chu Yang only believed half of Odin's words, and he guessed the other half. Odin had some ideas about the flying thunder god technique. As Odin's bedmate, Frigga quickly reacted and couldn't help but glared at him fiercely. Child, ignore him. No, Queen of Gods, what King Odin said is right. If I have time, I also want to come and see you. Chu Yang readily agreed to Odin's suggestion, a win-win proposal. After all, Asgard still has many good things. That library alone records countless profound magic and technology. Odin laughed heartily and winked at Frigga. He didn't have the slightest dignity of a god king. Frigga shook her head unhappily. Since Chu Yang didn't care, she didn't need to say anything. After leaving Akune behind, Chu Yang slowly formed a seal under the eyes of the two, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the air. He teleported away just now. Odin's eyes widened. I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. How did he do it? Frigga also showed an incredible expression. Odin looked down at the strange shaped kunai in his hand, thinking, I think I found something very interesting. Earth. In the dark night sky, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Thor followed the lightning and landed on a plane. Sitting in the cockpit was Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. In the cabin, Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark were arguing fiercely. Not long ago, the newly formed Avengers successfully captured Loki, but failed to find the cosmic cube. In order to find out the whereabouts of the cosmic magic, everyone planned to transport Loki to the space carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, during the transportation, Steve questioned that Loki was caught so easily, while Tony didn't care and mocked him a few times. The two had a dispute because of this, until Natasha discovered Thor's arrival. Now is not a good time to quarrel. Open the hatch, I'll go out and take a look. Tony put on the mask and strode out. Who knew that at the moment the hatch opened, Thor had already appeared at the door. He showed a friendly smile. You are Tony. I know you. I'll listen to Yang. Before he finished speaking, Thor was hit by a powerful beam of light and flew out. Steve was stunned and muttered, he seems to know you. Ah, ugh. Tony cursed angrily. Who the hell knows him? He's an interstellar human trafficker. I'm going to beat the shit out of him today. After that, the Mark 6 suit thrusters were turned on to maximum power. With a boom, Tony rushed out of the cabin. Loki grinned and whistled, teasing, I'm starting to like this iron guy. Steve asked in confusion, can anyone tell me why he is so angry? Captain, you are new here, so you don't know. Tony has a friend who was taken away by this god and has not returned yet. Natasha explained in the communication headset. Steve heard Natasha's tone with an inexplicable apology, so he asked curiously, do you also know his friend? Natasha took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. To be precise, I must also bear part of the responsibility for this matter. I remember that Stark refused to join the Avengers because of that friend, right? Steve suddenly remembered that he saw Tony and Nick Fury swearing at each other, and it seemed that someone's name was mentioned. Natasha nodded and said, yes, I see. It seems that he is a very important friend. Steve picked up the parachute beside him and slowly walked to the hatch. Natasha asked in surprise, Captain, what are you going to do? Stop Stark from doing stupid things. Steve's eyes were deep. I once had a very important friend. Losing him made me feel desperate, so I can understand Stark's current mood. But in the current situation, we can't add any more potential enemies, although I don't know which person came to Earth with what purpose. After saying that, Steve jumped out of the hatch, and his figure quickly disappeared in the thick clouds. Natasha sighed helplessly, turned on the communication, and sent a distress signal to the SHIELD headquarters. The guy codenamed Thor appeared. His attitude is still unclear. Tony Stark took the initiative to attack, and the captain chased him out to stop his radical behavior. After a while, the communicator made a buzzing noise, and then Nick Fury's voice sounded, asking only one question. Where is Chu Yang? I haven't seen him. A heavy sigh sounded, and Nick Fury seemed to have a headache. Although he had explained to Tony a long time ago that Chu Yang would not be in danger, Tony's patience gradually ran out after not seeing him for so long. If Chu Yang doesn't show up again, it may only be a matter of time before the other party withdraws from the Avengers. On the other side, Tony and Thor landed in a forest, and the atmosphere was tense. Thor raised his hands and shouted quickly, hey, relax, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious, listen to my explanation. Tony also raised his hands, without responding to him, and stored the energy cannon in his palm again. What a hot-tempered guy. Thor cursed in a low voice. He had been holding back his anger for a long time, but he finally couldn't help it. He clenched Thor's hammer and summoned lightning. The next moment, the two beams of light collided violently. In an instant, the sky and the earth were bright. The dazzling light made it difficult to open your eyes, and even Thor turned his head subconsciously. Tony was fearless in his iron suit. He rushed directly in front of Thor and kicked him in the face. Fuck. Thor cursed in pain, and after standing still, he backhanded a hammer and smashed Tony away. The latter's suit immediately sounded the alarm. Just as the two were fighting, Steve fell from the sky and knocked the two away with his shield. I hope you can calm down. Steve looked at Tony, especially you, Tony Stark. I can understand how you feel now, but we shouldn't make the situation worse. Even if you beat him here, it doesn't mean your friend can come back. Tony ignored Steve and turned to walk towards Thor. He grabbed the other's collar and asked, I'll only ask you once. Listen to me, big guy, where did you take Yang? Thor grabbed the mechanical arm of the iron suit. Sparks immediately came out of it. He took his hand away and said, because of some special reasons, Asgard's Rainbow Bridge used for transmission was destroyed, so Yang was stranded there. He is learning magic every day and living a good life. Don't worry. He should have come back with me. Yes, but it is difficult for my father to teleport two people at the same time, so I came to Earth first. Tony immediately said in a deep voice, why didn't he come back first? Thor said coldly, because I have to come back first to take away Loki in the cosmic cube. If left alone, that guy will cause a big mess. Steve interrupted at the right time. In other words, you are here to stop Loki, not to be our enemy. Thor pushed Tony away and said as a matter of course, why should I be your enemy? This is Chu Yang's home. He and I are still good friends. My mother also likes him very much and taught him a lot of magic. Steve and Tony looked at each other, and the former spoke first. You also heard his answer. Don't continue to make trouble. Tony snorted coldly, directly activated the battle suit, and rushed into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Steve shook his head helplessly, pressed the communication headset, and whispered, Natasha, come and pick me up. The next day, on a savannah somewhere in Africa, a group of hyenas were besieging a lioness. The lioness seemed to have just given birth, and her spirits were depressed. There was a little lion the size of a kitten under her thin body. Chu Yang appeared out of thin air, and landed right in the middle of the battlefield. The hyenas barked at the uninvited guest, and the lioness stared at him with vigilance. Chu Yang frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand, and lightning roamed in the void, instantly hitting most of the hyenas. After a few short howls, the hyenas immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. Chu Yang sighed. Flying Thunder God does have no distance limit, but it still has disadvantages compared to Asgard's teleportation magic. In ultra long distance teleportation, there is a certain delay, or time cost. Chu Yang arrived more than 3 or 4 hours later than Thor. In addition to time, ultra long distance teleportation is also very horrible for chakra consumption. Chu Yang consumed nearly 2/3 of his chakra just to teleport from Asgard to Earth. You have to know that Chu Yang's chakra volume is at the level of the tailed beast. But compared to Odin's teleportation magic, Flying Thunder God technique is still very cost effective. Let's go back to Stark Tower first. Chu Yang whispered. Just as he was about to use the apparition, he suddenly felt something tearing at his trouser legs. He looked down and saw the furry little lion. It seemed to be hungry and wanted to tell Chu Yang something. Holding the little lion by the scruff of the neck, Chu Yang came to the lioness and found that it had died quietly. It seemed that it had died of excessive blood loss due to the attack of the hyena. In fact, the lioness was already at the end of her strength before Chu Yang came. It was probably because of her mother's love that she had persisted for so long. The little lion cried and licked Chu Yang's palm, not knowing that her mother had died. Chu Yang stopped for a long time, then lifted the little guy in front of him and sighed, "I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky to meet me." After that, he stuffed the little lion into the lining of his clothes and prepared to take it away. Leaving the little lion on the prairie is equivalent to sentencing it to death. Chu Yang silently chanted the magic spell of apparition, and his body twisted with a space. The next moment, he was back in the familiar laboratory. Before he had time to catch his breath, the sound of gunfire outside made his ears hurt. After opening the window, Chu Yang saw that the outside was full of Chitauri, like locusts passing through, covering the sky and the earth. It's really better to come at the right time than to come early. Chu Yang complained helplessly, then opened a compartment made of rare metal, put the little lion in, patted its head and said, "Don't run around. I don't want to have an extra big dish for dinner." The little lion couldn't understand Chu Yang's hell joke and lowered its head to rub Chu Yang's ankle. "It looks like a cat and a dog. If you raise one, you can experience double the happiness." Chu Yang smiled, closed the door, and walked out of the laboratory. He went up the stairs all the way and just happened to have a biological mechanical spaceship that looked like a whale flying past his face. The Chitauri soldiers on the spaceship saw Chu Yang and they were as excited as monkeys and jumped down with a roar. Seeing this, Chu Yang used wood release to create 2 wooden swords. With a casual strike, he slashed out a dozen meters long, cutting the Chitauri soldiers in half. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers on the spaceship stopped and retreated silently. Chu Yang did not intend to let them go. He walked out of the room and came to the open air terrace outside. He gathered his strength and slashed out a nearly 100-meter long slash, splitting the entire spaceship in 2. The Avengers who were fighting on the ground looked up and saw the huge biological spaceship cut in half. "Do we have reinforcement?" Tony asked in surprise. "I don't know." Steve Rogers was also confused. He didn't hear from Nick Fury that there would be reinforcement later. "Captain, there seems to be someone in Stark Tower." Hawkeye Clint Barton, with his extraordinary vision, vaguely saw the figure on the top floor. Thor, Hulk, and Natasha looked up at the same time. "Jarvis, who is standing on the top floor of Stark Tower?" "Mr. Stark, it's Yang." Tony laughed heartily and whistled, "Guys, my assistant is back. Everyone, work harder and finish the work quickly. I have to throw him a welcome party." Natasha finally felt relieved. "If we want to have a party, we have to clean up the venue first." Steve looked around. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, as well as Chitauri soldiers and spaceships. "At present, it seems that it will be difficult for us to clean up here alone," Barton reminded. "Don't worry. If we compare numbers, they will suffer." Thor suddenly smiled mysteriously and asked, "None of you have seen Yang's magic, right?" Tony sneered. "Thanks to someone, I didn't know he was a magician until the last day he left home." Thor coughed awkwardly. "In short, all the miscellaneous soldiers can be left to Yang to deal with, and we just need to focus on dealing with those big guys." As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the top of Stark Tower. Everyone looked up and found Chu Yang floating in the air, his whole body wrapped in golden material. That was the tail beast coat, which marked Chu Yang's entry into the 6 paths sage mode. Then Chu Yang began to perform the multiple shadow clone technique, and the shadow clones, who were also in the tail beast coat state, appeared in every corner like flowers scattered from the sky. Wow. Can anyone tell me what kind of magic that thing that looks like mitosis is? Tony turned his head and looked at Thor curiously. Don't look at me, I don't know either. I just saw it a few times in the library. Yang thought he read too slowly, so he made a lot of that thing. In his words, it's called clones. Thor said with a look of reminiscence. How many of those clones can be split? Steve asked solemnly. Yang said he didn't know himself, but it must be more than the Chitauri soldiers. Thor said so. Captain, it seems that we have enough manpower. Natasha's mouth corners slightly raised. In that case, then we have to start counter-attacking. Steve tightened the shield strap on his arm and rushed out first. At the same time, Nick Fury was arguing with the top brass on the space carrier. In view of the critical situation in New York, the top brass had decided to release a nuclear bomb to solve the problem. Nick, this is for the safety of the entire planet. Then tell me, what should be done with the millions of civilians in New York? Billions and millions of people. You should know how to make a choice. Is it really for the safety of everyone, not just for you cowards? Nick Fury, watch your words. The war room suddenly fell silent. Just as the top brass were about to launch a nuclear bomb, Nick Fury's communicator rang. Director, you need to see this. The computer screen in the war room lit up. In the screen, Chu Yang's shadow clone army had completely suppressed the endless stream of Chitauri soldiers. Nick Fury looked surprised, and then couldn't help but be surprised, and quickly sent the video to the top brass. They have reversed the situation, and taken control of the war. You can continue to wait and see, right? Nick Fury asked in a deep voice. The top brass whispered to each other, and finally nodded in agreement to his request. The meeting screen was disconnected. Nick Fury stood silently beside the computer, staring at Chu Yang, and murmured, "You must not become a new threat." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.